I'm in second place and you passed me. What place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you passed me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Good morning, everybody. So, hey, let me turn this down a little bit because it is extremely loud. We're gonna get right into the show. I actually had to switch up the title, and y'all forgive me. I'm gonna give a roll call to everybody in the chat in just a moment. Before we do, though, we want to remind everybody before we get started, make sure you guys go ahead, like the stream, share the stream, support the stream through Cash App, Super Chat, or Super Thanks if you are catching the replay. We are simulcasting on both the home of the official YT Purge and Auntie's The Boiler Room, another edition of Sunday Coffee and Chill. So originally, there's pretty much going to be a meat and potatoes of this stream, but at the same time, we want to talk about something before we even get everything started, because if you guys noticed, I did kind of have to change the title from earlier this morning and just kind of add something to it, because just paying attention to these streets for the last month or so, it's something that's really it's really just a question that I have, and I'm curious what everybody's answer is. I might even do a poll on this, and I'll even open up the panel. But that question is, who takes accountability, or who deserves accountability for stupidity? For it. Because I've heard a lot. I've heard a whole lot. And we're going to get into that in a moment. Let me make sure I give everybody a roll call. I see you, Bridget. We got Bridget M in the building, top moderator in the building. Shout out to Bridget M with her new avatar and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? We also got who is here early on, Emperor Kojak 313, the great salute, and Big Brenda Clark with the shit at the home of the official YT Purge. Y'all make sure y'all use them Big Brenda Clark emojis. Also looked out for us with the $4.99 super sticker. We always appreciate them. Donations.
Donations. Donations. Donations. Donations. Donations.
We always appreciate those. Thank you so much, Big Brenda. You know what I'm saying? With the donations, we appreciate you. Appreciate you, sis. Now, also, as we got here, we got Bronze, most hated flat power god, also in the building. Salute, bro. Salute. We appreciate having you. I see you. We got Glow Vibes in the building. You know what I'm saying? President, CEO, owner, and founder of the Vibes Lounge. Shout out to Glow. We got Adrienne Nicole also in the building. The lovely, beautiful Adrienne Nicole. And shout out to P, the panel killer. You know what I'm saying? Also here, shout out to P. Y'all forgive me, I'm a little slow with me and all of that other stuff. But shout out to P, the panel killer. You know what I'm saying? Coming through, making an appearance. And of course, we got the cynical one. There's only one, and it's the cynical one. Shout out to the cynical one. Another top notch. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting anybody. We got Young Riaz also here. Shout out to Young Riaz. Always supportive, always coming through, never misses anything. We appreciate you. What up? You know? And we got Will Intensive also here. Salute, bro. Salute. Appreciate you. Definitely glad to have you. All right? Yeah. So we're gonna get right. And if I forgot anybody, man, just type something else in the chat, man. You know what I'm saying? Just type something else. Let me know. Oh shit, man. We got the lovely Brownie Ellie. Bombshell in the building. What up, Brownie Ellie? Shout out to Brownie. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. You know, what would we do without you, Brownie? You know what I'm saying? You've been keeping niggas thirsty. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Ever since however long you've been here. So shout out to Brownie Ellie. What up, Brownie? You know, now I want to get into this, right? As far as like who takes accountability, right, for stupidity. Because I don't know. When I was growing up, I remember they used to say things to us like reading is fundamental. They used to say things like a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Like things like that. Now, if you notice, you don't see those things. You don't see things like that on t-shirts. You don't. What up, Just My 5 Cents? Shout out to Just My 5 Cents. Also in here, you know what's up. One and only Just My 5 Cents. Big applause for her. You know, because there's only one Just My 5 Cents. She is the tie that binds and keeps these spaces together. So shout out to Just My 5 Cents. Also here. But yeah, remember that Just My 5 Brownie. I know Brownie might be a little younger than us, but she's still wise beyond her years. I know Emperor, remember that. You know what I'm saying? Adrienne Nicole, another one that's wise beyond her years too. You know what I'm saying? Reading is fundamental. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. You know? Idle hands and idle mind is the devil's playground. Blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff. Remember that? And even the music, you know, it actually used to encourage, you know, it used to encourage, you know, intellect. It would encourage it. And I know I did my streams about the idiocracy and the spaces and all of that other stuff, but it's not just the space. It's really just society as a whole. Now, I hear things like, you can't blame people for what they don't know. You know? There are even laws being put in place to protect the stupid. Like, I've literally come to the conclusion after not just having these conversations, But reading, yeah, Brown even said like her mother told her that, and that's what I want to get into. It was the previous generations that used to kind of ram, like kind of embed that into us. They tried, they really did, and now it's like, no, no, it's okay to be a fucking idiot as long as you can blame somebody else for the stupid shit that you get into. So that's why I said, who deserves real accountability for stupidity? Is it the people like should it be the ones that are just stupid, and just do dumb shit and are destined to live a life of just fucked up shit because they're dumb and don't know any better? Or is it the people that actually have achieved that other level and have been able to ascend past stupidity? Is it their job? Is it their obligation? Is it their responsibility to bring everybody else up to speed? Because that's what we've been hearing over the last 20 years or so, very, very heavily. We've been hearing, with great power comes great responsibility. And now we are in the information age. So I don't know. Because when you tell people that seem to not get it that they need to just wise up, it's more pushback than anything. It's almost as if not only is it not their fault, it's your problem and it's your responsibility to bring them up to speed. And I'm not even speaking personally, I'm speaking in general terms. Granted, some of the evidence may be anecdotal, but I see it all over the place, which is going to kind of segue into this topic right here. The whole Kamala Harris thing with the book and all of this stuff, the 107 days. This chick is going in on everybody, okay? The Democratic Party, she's going in on the people that covered up Joe Biden's declining cognizance and all of that other stuff. Whatever your political views are, it is what it is. But you hear everything in there, or even in this interview that I'm going to show with Rachel Maddow, you hear everything in there except, you know what? I just shouldn't even accepted that damn nomination. I shouldn't have. I should have accepted it, but under better terms. Under certain terms, with enough time to campaign. And a real campaign strategy. A campaign strategy that may have given me a very good opportunity to beat one of the most polarizing figures that's ever fucking ran. That's been running for the last, at that point, 10 years. For the most part, been running and campaigning for 10 years. You don't really hear that. And one of the reasons, what up, Kevin Kelly? Shout out to Kevin Kelly. You know what I'm saying? Another day one in the building, man. Appreciate you, Kevin Kelly. Salute, bro. Salute. Now, I'm going to get into that, but I see that even on the other levels, right? I see it the other day. I'm watching some shit, right? I noticed with the whole J Prince for president thing. I'm not going to spend too much time getting involved in his bullshit. But I think a lot of people are starting to notice that this dude is just a fucking idiot, right? And this is just an example. We ain't gonna use none of his content or visuals or any of that shit, even though you know damn well we can go in and we can roast motherfucker. We ain't gonna do that. All right? We ain't gonna do that. We're gonna show a little bit of grace to the intellectually inferior this morning. Okay. Now, oh, Nidison sent some viewers over. Appreciate it. But we saw him vlog and go to the licensing board to try to get a bartender's server's license. And originally, when he applied, he was denied. Now, the reason that he tried to go down and get a license was because a place that was going to hire him, what up, Nightish? Salute, bro. A place that was going to hire him told him that he needed a server's license to do it. You know? Okay. Now, those of us that have been in the business, been in the industry, now, hey, don't even worry about it, Kojak. We're about to segue right out of this because this is just an example. You know, he was denied because of some legal issues that he had on his record and some other shit that wasn't totally cleared up and everything else. But from the jump, anybody with common sense can see that even from that first interaction that he had with the licensing board, that he was on a dummy mission, right? He was on a dummy mission. Anybody with common sense can see that, because if a place wants to hire you, they will. And you don't need a server's license to bartend in an establishment as long as there is a licensed bartender on staff. Anybody that's in the business knows that. Anybody that owns the business knows that. So if these people sent you on this dummy mission, it's obviously because they just didn't want to tell you they don't want to fucking hire you. Obviously. But this dude, at first I thought he was just vlogging and just being a goofy ass nigga like he always is and shit like that. Whatever, you just doing your goofy shit and just doing some shit to take the time out the day. And cool. And you just vlogging. Whatever. But then some shit comes up, CCTV shows us that he has a whole entire other damn meeting in front of the board. And the shit looked like a parole hearing. And it damn near brought tears to my eyes looking at somebody on the like at the second, third, fourth, fifth, 17th stages of a dummy mission. What up, Jill's Comfort Zone? Shout out to Jill's Comfort Zone, who will also have, I believe she'll be having a poetry competition, you know what I'm saying, next month in November. You can feel free to drop the link to that, Jill's Comfort Zone. I don't know if she's still taking entries in that event, but you guys make sure you check that out. Support good content, support original content. But yeah, back to that. I checked out that entire CCTV, all of that CCTV footage, and everybody that came in there for a license that had been denied, they came in with their agent, their sponsor, the owner of the establishment, somebody to come in there and vouch for them. The only person that came in there by their damn self was Jay Prince. And it literally looked like a meeting in front of the parole board. He's explaining his disorderly conduct charges and shit all the way back to 2009. Like, it was just really, really sad. And then he mentions the establishment, and they're even asking him, like, oh, well, where are the people at? What up, New? Shout out to Shaka Nulu. Also here, and I appreciate you. You know? So, they even tell him, like, you do know, like, you got another hearing to be on the 13th, and you can work in the meantime. Like, if this place wants to hire you, they would have. And then they could come in here and say that this is our employee. You know what I'm saying? We just need them to get a license. We need them to be cleared, and we will vouch for everything they're doing. Some bitch didn't even have that. Now, the thing is, what bugs me out is not only does this motherfucker not know that shit, he couldn't even tell that he was being sent on a dummy mission, just an empty ass mission the whole time. And whose responsibility is that to put folks on game? Like, whose responsibility is that? Like, do we just expect idiots to just all of a sudden just gain, I don't know, 25, 30 IQ points and shit? Like, cause a lot of these folks are on some other spectrum. They're just never gonna fucking get it. Is it the job? I mean, since the beginning of time, usually the strongest 10, 15% have always had to look out for the other weaker 85%. That's usually how it is. But now, in the information age, those talented 10 and 15, it's not just the physically strong, you know? It's those with like superior brains. And that probably would have been the case in the 70s and 80s. But in the 2020s, now it's just people with basic common sense that are above like the other 85, 90%. Like, what is there to do? What is there to do, man? Because I know it's easy to kind of sit there in your bubble and just be like, look, man, that motherfucker's stupid, man. That's on him. But, bro, you got to understand that as long as these motherfuckers are reproducing and they are congregating in packs, shout out to Wolfpack that just got here, and congregating in packs and kind of trading that stupidity shit around like it's a contagious fucking disease. Like they just kind of that shit's just festering amongst groups and shit. I don't give a damn how smart you are, what you got under control. You will have to deal with that shit. I know this for a fact, not just as far as this internet shit is concerned, but also just in real life. You kind of leave people be to their own devices. Like, you know what, man, life gonna teach you a lesson. What happens? A month, 2 months, 6 months, a year later, here go these people asking you to bail them out of the shit that they done got themselves into. And then, even worse, people will blame you for the shit that they done got themselves into because you didn't wise them up or you didn't bring them with you. I'm sure a lot of you guys, if you listen to me, you probably done been in that situation at least once in the last probably about 10 years or so. And I mentioned the last recent 10 years or so because people are really getting fucking stupid. Like extremely stupid, man. So I'm to the point now, personally, they're trying to wise up people that just don't know no better. That shit is like trying to fight the zombie apocalypse with a 6-shooter. You know? Like, maybe I can just find higher ground and try to survive this shit for as long as possible. You know? I don't know. Now, into this Kamala shit. Yeah. Void of any accountability anymore. Yeah. Somebody said that to me. Like, even when I brought up the because the DMP talks be a lot of the waves in this space because loneliness is becoming an epidemic, and people really don't want to do anything anymore except talk about relationships. So I done seen things on both sides of relationships. There was a woman that did some TikTok video a while ago, and she was crying in her car that she was unhappy in her marriage. Her man was a great guy, nice guy, paid all the bills, doesn't cheat on her, any of that stuff, to her, at least not to her knowledge or anything. She doesn't feel like that. She's just unhappy in her fucking marriage, man. She had to cry in the car. And I'm like, damn. And people are like, damn, well, that's her fault. Why is she unhappy? She just pretty much just needs to get happy and whatever. And I'm like, well, her man should kind of know what the fuck is going on. Like, that's your woman, bro. What the fuck you paying attention to, man? If you ain't paying attention to your woman in your marriage, what are you paying attention to? You got issues, man. Like, you got issues too, homeboy. Yeah, she got some issues. She got some issues, no doubt. But you her man. And you got some issues too. No. A lot of folks disagree with me on that. They're like, nah. Hey, man, that's her fault. You just need another chick. You just need another chick. I'm like, yeah, but his issue is just a lack of observation, and likely has some selfishness in him too. That's why he ain't noticing that shit. Like, you should be able to ask your girl, like, what's wrong? You know? And then I broke down another video a few weeks ago that explained a dude having his lady boy girl boyfriend, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying, transformer friend, run up on his damn wife. You know, she said she knew the dude was probably cheating on her, she just couldn't prove it or whatever. And I'm like, damn, man, yeah, hey, just like accountability is a two-way street. Like, you know, just like old boys, he got issues for not knowing what his damn wife is going through. So this chick, like, you got some issues not knowing that your man is like in the men. Like, where the fuck you been? Like, where the fuck you been? How the fuck did this dude end up with you as a wife? Like, where the fuck you been? You know? People like, no, you can't blame her for what she don't know. Like, I mean, since when? Since when? Like, you should be able to blame or hold anyone accountable for what they don't know, because it's your job to know things. Because if you don't know things, you can end up fucked up out here. Like, this is why our parents, the previous generation, used to kind of like drill that into us. Like, you can't expect the rest of the world to know shit. Like, people will take advantage of you, people will deceive you, people will be full of shit. Like, ain't nobody gonna look out for you like you gotta look out for you. So it's up to you to be paying attention to shit and just kind of know things. And nowadays it's more like, nah, but as long as it ain't your fault, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. Now, when we go to Miss Kamala's book, you know, we get into this right here in a moment. You know, let's see what we got. Man, we get into this. 107 days. Right now, you're going to hear in this interview where it seems as though everybody should be held accountable for the fact that she did not become the president of the United States. Everybody with the exception of her. Now, I'm real. I mean, I enjoy like studying politics to a certain degree. I'm not into political science and other things, but I can see a fucked up campaign. Like, I kind of spot the shit because I've seen a lot of these damn presidential elections over my years, kind of been paying attention to this stuff since the 90s, since like 96. That's when I started paying attention to what was going on and kind of like how things worked. And then you study things and you see things from the past and you're like, you know what? This is a game. You know what I'm saying? It's a game. And if you're playing the game and you're playing the game to win, you got to have a strategy and you're going to have to execute. You're going to have to understand what resources you have available. And you also have to be able to understand who your opponents are and shit like that. So when you're dealing with a polarizing figure like a Donald Trump, all right, you pretty much have two options. Very, very unorthodox opponent. He's unorthodox in his debate style. He's unorthodox in his campaigning style. And for those that don't understand what I mean by that word, unorthodox means that he does things or has done things that are out of the norm. Okay? So if you look and you try to compare him to previous politicians, you're going to see a lot of differences as far as the way that he handles himself, from the way that he campaigns to his history to all of those other things. What up, Black Beauty? You know, you're going to see that. So when you're dealing with unorthodox opponents, whether you're playing basketball, whether you're playing football, whether you're playing poker, whether you're campaigning in politics or whatever, or you're boxing or any of that shit, you pretty much have a few options. You can either be an unorthodox opponent yourself and come with a style that they're not ready for, or you can go back to the basics. You can go back to the basics and you can exploit that individual for not using the basics. Those are pretty much the options that you have. Now, granted, there are some advanced strategies that you can bring into things, but that's pretty much it, right? That's pretty much it, you know? So that was my thoughts. When watching this woman campaign for her 107 days, I felt as though, hey, man, you got these two options right here, okay? You can try to out Donald Trump, which is highly unlikely. You're not going to be able to just say whatever the fuck you want and offend people and all of that other stuff. It's probably not going to work for you like it worked for him, you know, because you're not him. Like it's going to be tough. Or you can go back to the basics, which is the basics of politics, meaning you can go shake hands, you can kiss babies, you can knock on doors, you can be extremely personable, you can do all of those things. One thing that you don't do is you don't allow your weaknesses to be exploited, i.e. your on-stage debate skills. Those were exploited in 2019. You know, when you tried to be on the debate stage, coming in as the front runner, you kind of got blasted by Tulsi Gabbard. You got blasted by Joe Biden. You got blasted by Cory Booker. You got blasted by Pete Buttigieg. You got blasted by all of these people on the Democratic primary debate stage, which is why you ended up on that ballot as the VP candidate rather than the presidential candidate, because you had to drop out of the primary because you couldn't win the motherfucker. You know? You were the front runner up until it was time to debate. Now, I know people like to argue with me about things, but you can't argue with me about that because that happened. I know everybody got short memories, short attention spans, but that actually happened. Okay? So, in a situation like that, 107 days really isn't even much time, to campaign. Number two, it was kind of like, as Nancy Pelosi said, it's kind of more like an anointment, rather than, it was an anointment. There was no real selection process. They just kind of just put the chick up there, That was what it was. And then, during those 107 days, if I'm not mistaken, I think she took 40 or 50 of them to even talk to anybody. So in my opinion, the woman was set up for failure to begin with. But the question is, why is all that stuff coming out now? So let's listen to a little bit of what Rachel Maddow had to say. And she's also going to mention some of these comments too. Let's get into it.
Modern history. She describes in the book on page 1 how she learned from President Biden that he would end his campaign and hand the reins to her. She learned that news less than half an hour before the whole rest of the world learned it as well. She writes about how everybody in Democratic politics responded when she made all her first phone calls to tell everybody the news, to ask them for their support. She took notes from those calls and she prints the notes in her book, page 17. Bill Clinton says, "Oh my God, I'm so relieved. Send me anywhere. Make this your own campaign." Hillary Clinton, "We'll do whatever we can. We'll jump on a plane. We'll get on Amtrak." Jim Clyburn says, "Let's go. I'm all in." Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina, says, "Before you say anything, I'm all in." Pete Buttigieg says, "You are going to be a fantastic president." Mark Kelly, the senator from Arizona, Vice President Harris writes, quote, "He tweeted his endorsement even before I reached him." So far, so good, right? But not all the calls went like that. And this is the kind of campaign book you might diplomatically call candid, which means it is not all nice. And so we also get Vice President Harris's notes on the other responses she got. Gretchen Whitmer I believe you will win, but I need to let the dust settle. Talk to my colleagues before I make a public statement. President Obama says in part, quote, Michelle and I are supportive, but not going to put a finger on the scale right now. Let Joe have his moment. Think through timing.
All right. So there are some people that are on the fence. The party isn't all as one. There's a lot of stuff going on. Now, this is something that you would assume that a campaign management staff or a campaigning staff would be able to put their finger on and realize, you know what, everybody's not fully supportive, mainly because we haven't gone through the processes like we usually do. You know? The people have not selected this candidate. There are a lot of people that understand that the situation just is different than it usually is. So chances are we're not going to get the desired result because you need planning, you need preparation, and you need execution in order to win things like that, especially when you're dealing with an unorthodox opponent like Donald Trump and the Make America Great Again movement. Okay? Like that's kind of what you need. But that's not the case. That's not the case right here. Now, even the strategy when you talk about what was actually said during this campaign, which I even said this over and over again, you can try to go back to a few recent elections. We know that that's the mistake that Hillary Clinton made. She kind of looked at things that her husband did. She looked at things that Obama did. And she's like, you know what? I'm just going to do the same thing. Certain states are always blue. We're just going to assume that those states are going to go with us. She didn't even bother campaigning in that. She's a woman, so she started to campaign on quote unquote women's rights and everything else. But she dealt with an unorthodox opponent, and she got kind of smoked in the areas that she didn't even campaign in. Won the popular vote, did not win the electoral college, therefore she couldn't get into office. Blah 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 blah. But understand, in order for somebody like an Obama to end up in office, okay, when he went against John McCain, these are two people that had not held that position before, had not been in the White House. Okay, so he could just run on one simple word, and that's change. If you don't like what's going on, vote for me. I'm different than all of these other people in every damn way. And it worked. It worked. Okay? And then you got 8 years of him. And they tried the same campaign strategy with Hillary Clinton, and it didn't quite work. Didn't quite work at all. It was more to it than that. They tried to run on the whole, orange man bag. That's it. Vote for us because the alternative is him. Didn't work. It didn't work. Okay. As far as whatever happened in 2020, we call that the pandemic election. I'm not even going to get into that. But if you feel as though Joe Biden was able to out Donald Trump, I guess so. He ended up winning. Cool. But if you try to follow that same method, chances are you're going to get the same results, maybe even worse results, like they'll be kind of magnified. So it looks like they tried to follow the same method and it did not work. So now, instead of having to deal with two candidates that had never been in the White House, you had two candidates that had been in the White House. Kamala had been the VP for the previous 4 years. Donald Trump had already done 4 years from 2016 to 2020. So now you actually have to run on what you've already done while you were in there. Now you can either keep running on the shit that you've already done and just say, look, I'm going to do the same thing that I had done. And haven't we been doing a good job? If you think so, vote for me again. That was pretty much Donald Trump's strategy. You know, and her strategy was something in between, which we really can't put our finger on that. You know, we're going to say that throughout the course of this stream. We really can't put our finger on what it was, but that's pretty much what it was. It was like, okay, well, I wouldn't have done anything differently. Joe Biden is excellent. He's great. And then people are like, okay, well, so you're going to do the same thing that Biden did. She's like, well, I'm not Joe Biden. Okay, so you're going to be different. How are you going to be different? I'm not Joe Biden. It's like, we're curious, like, what's the difference? Because people don't like what's going on. So they clearly want to see something different. So unless you can tell them what's going to be different, people are going to tend not to really believe shit that you're saying because you're kind of still just doing this whole politician shit. This is what caused or aided in not just Kamala Harris, but the entire Democratic Party to take an entire L. Just a loss. Just my opinion.
Nancy Pelosi says in part, it's important that there's a process. We have a great bench. We should have some kind of primary, not an anointment. Bernie Sanders says in part, quote, please focus on the working class, not just on abortion.
Yeah. So these are things that people that have been in the party for a long time have said. You know, Nancy Pelosi, what up, perfect timing? You know, Nancy Pelosi says, hey, should have been a process, not an anointment. Should be some kind of primary. We understand that the people don't just pick their damn president or they don't pick their candidate, but at least let them think they did. Like, what the fuck? You know, like, what the fuck, man? Damn. You know? But we didn't even give them the chance to do that. We didn't give them the chance to do that. I don't know if this is gonna sit well with the people. That's pretty much what she's saying, man. She got a point, you know? She got a point. You know? Should have did something. You know? But this is all advice that was kind of ignored. It was ignored.
Of primary, not an anointment. Bernie Sanders says in part, quote, please focus on the working class, not just on abortion.
Exactly. You know, the economy. And even when they polled people, for the most part, said they care more about the money they making. They care more about not just the prices on goods. They care more about whether or not they're even going to have a job. Okay? Whether or not they're going to have a job, whether or not the economy is going to be great, whether or not the property value is going to stay steady in their neighborhoods or go up. Okay? You got to keep in mind, you're trying to follow the Obama method, but this dude was elected in the midst and before there was a housing crisis. Like the first time in history, we done seen property value plummet. We done seen the housing market crash. There have been recessions. There's a lot of differences today, from today. A lot of differences from today and yesteryear, and that going back to 2008. It requires an entirely different strategy. So Bernie Sanders has a point. You focus on the working class. Because that whole baby deletion thing, even though it may be a sensitive topic to some and even a lot of people, a majority of people don't give a shit, or they're just totally against that. That's a fact. A majority of people just don't care. It's not their issue. Either they've decided to have their children, or they've just decided not to have fucking children. They know where babies come from, or they just live in a state where this shit isn't outlawed anyway. So they weren't really worried about it. So they went to the next best thing, or the next most important thing to them, which was the economy. What's in it for me? My pocket's going to be straight. Are you going to make my boss's day miserable? Are you going to make my day miserable? Are you going to hit us with more fucking taxes and shit? No? What's up with this illegal immigration thing? Because our taxes seem to go up when you giving them extra shit. Like people asking about this stuff. There were no answers.
J.B. Pritzker says, as governor of Illinois, I'm the convention host. I can't commit. And then Gavin Newsom, she writes, hiking, we'll call back. And then she puts in parentheses, he never did. In 107 days, you get Kamala Harris's thoughts on picking her vice president, interviewing Mark Kelly and Josh Shapiro, and then ultimately choosing Tim Walz and all the great things that were great about Tim Walz, how much in particular she loved Tim Walz's wife, Gwen. But she also writes about why Pete Buttigieg was her personal first choice for her running mate. You get her detailed thoughts on how President Biden's age showed when he was tired, and her view that the White House basically mismanaged that. She says President Biden was not incapacitated. He was absolutely capable of governing, and he was, in fact, very good at it throughout the entirety of his term. But she also writes that he was not up to the task of campaigning well for another term. And she writes about her regret and her frustrations for how that was handled by the president's senior staff. I will tell you, this book is going to sell a gazillion bazillion copies. And Vice President Harris's bluntness and clarity on those still very painful matters is going to be a big part of why. The book, as I said, goes on sale tomorrow. You will read it in one sitting. It is an unputdownable book. You should buy it. But here's the other thing about this book and about Kamala Harris in this moment. When we fight, we win. I mean, this is where we are right now. These were protests on Thursday and on Friday and on Saturday and on Sunday and today, all about ABC taking comedian Jimmy Kimmel off the air after threats from the Trump administration effectively directing them to do so. And those protests were in New York and in Los Angeles, yes, but also in places like Central Washington State, Yakima, Washington, and in Mount Kisco, New York. We saw Vice President Harris herself join the calls condemning the Trump administration and ABC for doing that. She put out a statement last week calling it an outright abuse of power. We saw statements of protest from her, from President Obama, from the former president of Disney, ABC's parent company, Michael Eisner. We saw pushback from every other comedian in TV who Trump has pushed to get rid of, including Stephen Colbert, who CBS should maybe uncancel now that everybody can agree what cowards they were too. We saw statements of protest from basically.
And I get it. And I actually let this right here kind of play a little bit, because to be 100% honest, I really don't give a shit like about Jimmy Kimmel and his millionaire, you know what I'm saying, 100 millionaire fucking job being in question because he criticized the wrong motherfuckers. Look, we on YouTube, goddammit. Okay, so there are certain words we can't even say because the government will get you fucking demonetized for saying them. Okay, we have to come up with crazy ass ways to speak about a global pandemic and a damn near mandated fucking vaccine. Okay? Matter of fact, I don't even know if I was able to say that word. A jab. We got to call it that shit. All right? Or else we was about to get all of that shit. So I personally don't give a fuck. They've been censoring us on this shit for how long? Plenty of people done lost their entire fucking platforms for saying shit that wasn't conducive to what these people were saying. So I could give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? What the hell happens to Jimmy Kimmel? That's just my take on it. You know? For real. You know, y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't give a damn. For real. Is it right, wrong? I personally don't give a shit. You know? Don't care. It's just kind of the way it is. If we could be censored, Why the hell can't he? Watch your mouth, Jimmy.
All of Hollywood and the music business and the unions and the ACLU and every celebrity you've ever heard of, and people canceling their Disney Plus subscriptions, and people who make shows and movies for ABC and Disney saying they would never make shows and movies for that company again as long as this decision stood. And what do you know? When we fight, we win.
I love the pushback.
ABC this afternoon decided, okay, let's throw this in reverse. Jimmy Kimmel will be back on the air tomorrow night. And as for Stephen Colbert on CBS, stay tuned. Because, of course, his firing is just as indefensible, if not more so. In this new book, in 107 Days, Vice President Kamala Harris writes about predicting how bad Donald Trump would be in his second term as president. She says, quote, "I predicted all that. I warned of it. What I did not predict was the capitulation." About the groveling, scared, rich owners of the LA Times and then the Washington Post pulling their paper's endorsements of her just before the election. She says, "The pre-capitulation of these powerful billionaires alarmed and dispirited me." As it turned out, they were early adopters. Of the feckless posture that would be embraced by a raft of business leaders and institutions once Trump was elected. They had just been the first in line to grovel. And then she says this about what she'll do next. She writes, quote, "I wanted a seat at the table. I wanted to make change from inside the system. Today, I'm no longer sure about that because the system is failing us. At every level, executive, judicial, legislative, corporate, institutional, media, every single guardrail that is supposed to protect our democracy is buckling. I thought those guardrails would be stronger. I was wrong." But now, of course, the election is over. And with the election...
Funny y'all say that. The election is over. I've been trying to explain that shit to people for months, but they still campaigning against the goddamn president that's going to be here for at least another 4 years. They seem to be wrestling with a third term or some shit, talking about a constitutional amendment, which is a crock of bullshit. If y'all really are going to make a if anybody's going to sign any types of petitions or try to bring any laws that bring in an amendment to bring an 85-year-old in for a third term, that is some bullshit. Okay? That is some bullshit. So I don't believe Donald Trump is going to try to run for a third term. I found out that there are some loopholes. There are some loopholes that can have him sit, for a third term. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't see the American people even allowing that. I don't know why the hell, we're even in here still electing 80-year-old billionaires and shit. You know what I'm saying? To office, and I don't give a shit what damn letter they have in front of their name. I think that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. It's just bullshit. Like to elect a motherfucker that's in their damn 80s, that's gonna be sitting there for 4 years, 4 more years at that, knowing damn well people's brains deteriorate really, really quickly. You know what I'm saying? When they start getting up there, like people be sharp as a tack one day and then they just done. You know what I'm saying? The next day, I'm like, who the fuck would want an 82, 83, 84-year-old fucking man or woman, occupying that damn seat? I think it really just shows us that position is really just a figurehead. Like that's all it is. You can't. There's no way in hell you can really be trusting these people to make decisions and feel comfortable with the decisions they're making at age fucking 85 years old and shit. For real.
Now over. The fight that we're in now is to shore up those guardrails, to rebuild them where they have fallen, to make powerful people less cowardly somehow, to stop people and institutions from capitulating. And if they do capitulate, the fight now is to get them to see they were wrong to do so and to get them to reverse themselves. That is the fight now. Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win. Turns out that may be more important than ever after an election that you did not win. Joining us now for her first news interview since the election is former Vice President Kamala Harris. Madam Vice President, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
It's good to see you.
I think it's good to be here.
It's weird to talk about you with you sitting here and me pretending you're not here.
Oh, it was awkward for me too. It's okay.
How have you been?
I am well. Yeah, all things considered,
Yeah.
I am well.
How have you been taking your care of yourself since the election?
That's a good question, Bridget, but it's an irrelevant question because Queen Elizabeth, that is a monarchy. And also, the Queen of England has literally like little to zero power, even in the British government. Like, there's none. Like, Parliament, Prime Minister, they handle that shit over there. You know? Like, everybody knows that the Queen of England is actually just a figurehead. That's it. You know? So when you're a monarch, like, you can die you're actually supposed to die on the throne. It's passed down through lineage. You're supposed to die on the throne. You know, you don't get elected to be queen. Kind of just inherit that shit. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know? So, but nah, she was pretty damn old.
You know, I have an incredible family. I've been spending more time with them than I had for quite some time, cooking, and writing, and reflecting, and, you know, talking to a lot of people, making a lot of calls, receiving a lot of calls. So I've been busy.
Yeah.
Let me talk to you about this capitulation thing.
Yep.
Now, as far as Rachel being affected, I know she did have to take a pay cut. I think it was like a $5 million a year pay cut or some shit like that. She did have to take a pay cut, but that's because MSNBC's ratings are in the toilet, as are most, major, mainstream media news networks. But their ratings are in the toilet, especially because they have done a horrible job of both predicting and swaying elections over the course of the last 10 years or so. They've just done a horrible job at it. That's one thing. But also, we don't consume our media the same way, that we did in the early 2000s and the late 90s and stuff like that. So a lot of cable television networks and news networks have had to lay off their personalities. It is what it is. So, in somebody like Rachel Maddow's case, she took a pay cut where your Joy Reids, they just got fired. They just got fired and talked hella shit on their way out. I'm not going to play the Joy Reid interview with Kamala because it's bullshit. But we'll play this one. Because something tells me, even with this interview, I think Rachel Maddow has a little bit of, I don't know, it's like covert smoke for Kamala here, because it said something about Pete Buttigieg being, Yag, on the other side, right there, living an alternative lifestyle. Had something to say about that. What up, Mahogany Roots? And I'm gonna bring you up in a moment, Mahogany. If you're gonna be listening, I definitely like to talk to you about some things. But yeah, I know it was something about Pete Buttigieg just being a little too yag. I think those were Kamala's words in her book. And Rachel Maddow, she don't really like that because she lives an alternative lifestyle herself. So you see a lot of just shit, amongst the Democratic Party these days. They're kind of just eating each other, right now. They don't know who's supposed to take the reins or any of that. So I will give Kamala Harris her props, when it comes to this. And as a matter of fact, before we even get into that, or before we get back into that, I want to play this other clip right here, right?
Look, I think it's the same
from Chris Cuomo's show.
Mistaken. Let me just be
and
clear.
I believe that Stephen A. Smith will be your next Democratic candidate for president of the United States in 2028. I stand by that. I believe he will have Disney's endorsement to do it. And Disney has bigger money than just about any other donor that you can imagine. Okay. So I think he will. And he had something to say about it on Chris Cuomo's show the other day. So we're going to listen to this and then we're going to get back into this interview here.
Look, I think it's the same mistake. And let me just be clear. I think Democrats should have won that election.
So do I.
That is my statement about Kamala Harris in terms of, her role in this. I think a Democrat should have won. What do you make of this?
Let me play around first by saying, I am not the face of ESPN.
No,
I was only joking around.
No.
I was only joking around.
No, you said that
understand?
stuff about
my
Mickey.
colleagues are great. I am just a humble servant
what he
of
said about
broadcasting,
Goofy
just like
and
everybody else. Stop that nonsense. Stop that nonsense. Now let me.
Snow White's overrated.
Let me get. Stop that. Let me get real serious about Kamala Harris. I'm incredibly disappointed with what I've seen from the standpoint of her promoting this book. Number one, she's saying things that she should have said when she was running for the presidency. She was quiet and deferred to her loyalty and gave Joe Biden much of a bigger voice than she needed to when she was indeed the Democratic nominee. She came across as somewhat leaderless at that particular moment in time, which is something that Trump was pointing out. Then to come out with this book after you lose the election, after you lose the popular vote for the first time for Democrats since 2004, after you lose every swing state, after young blacks, young Hispanics, all of those numbers dipped in Trump's favor because of you. You come out with a book and you're talking about Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, who I interviewed last week. Oh, he was too ambitious. You're looking at Gavin Newsom. You pointed out how he didn't return your calls. You were talking about the tepid response that you got from Michelle or Barack Obama. You talked about Biden and how, it shouldn't have been about egos and all of this stuff. Nobody wants to hear this now. This is the problem. And this is why I believe her political career is over. Listen, I'm not as connected to the political apparatus as you are, but I've had some people come up to me since those quotes from her, the excerpts from her book came out. And they said to me last year, you know what a couple of people said to me? Said, we ain't taking her calls. How do we know that she's not taping them? How do we know she's not taping our phone calls? What are you doing revealing private conversations? Okay. This is the kind of stuff that ends up haunting you. And so you like she pointed out, she didn't have as much Democratic support as she would have wanted to begin with. It was all manufactured in the end. Once she was the Democratic nominee, it wasn't about you. It was about people who didn't want Trump to be president. It wasn't about you and people were enamored with you and they couldn't wait to go to the polls to vote for you, because if that's the case, you would have made it to Iowa in 2020. You would have been able to endure a primary prior to the election, but you bypassed all of that. They clearly did it purposefully because they didn't want her to have to compete for the Democratic nomination. Nancy Pelosi's on the record saying she thought that the process should have happened. It didn't happen. All of these things that she comes out and she's speaking about now, I think she's doomed. And then last but not least, listen, I got a lot of problems with Donald Trump, a whole lot of problems. I truly, truly do. But I will say this, I can't say the man has done nothing right. I can't say that the border situation hasn't improved. I can't say that I can't ignore that the economy hasn't fallen, that's fallen apart. I'm still waiting for the results of the tariff war, the real results. I'm still waiting for him to resolve the Ukraine-Russian war. And it's nice to see him speak in favor of Ukraine for a change. But to say you can't think of anything that he has done shows the partisanship, how flagrant it is, how unproductive or counterproductive it is, and how she was not the right person to lead this country. And she, as far as I'm concerned, is done in politics. I cannot see the Democratic Party supporting her one iota moving forward.
Whatever that party is, we'll have to see. Three things. One, a window into the reality that two things are true at once. Joe Biden.
Bro, Stephen A. Smith just went all the fucking way in on Kamala. Like, he went all the way in, hit bottom of that shit. That was pretty fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But it was real. It was real. And I see you, conscious moron. He said, no, he won't. Unfortunately, bro, that's your best chance to win. Because I know you an avid Democrat, you're going to support him no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Even when they put the devil himself in a, you know what I'm saying, in a damn suit and put a D in front of his name because he already the damn devil, you'll still vote for that motherfucker. So, yo, that's your best chance. And this is the state that politics is in, unfortunately. You need a celebrity. You need somebody with shock value. And you need somebody that's going to get the attention of the people on that debate stage. You need somebody that's going to be able to separate themselves on a primary debate stage when they're sitting up there with 8 or 9 or 15 other candidates. And Stephen A. Smith is capable of doing that. And he's also got Disney behind him, which is going to likely win him that nomination. You know? So, and whether you like the dude or not, let's keep it real. He would have been a better choice than Kamala. As far as beating Donald Trump. Now, as far as running the country or anything, no. I would agree there. Horrible choice. But as far as just winning a damn election, like that game right there, just winning an election, you know, he likely would have garnered more votes. He likely would have been able to hold his own a lot better on a debate stage. That's fact. You know, your girl had weaknesses. The shit. Well, they tried to hide them by just foregoing the entire primary process. They tried to hide them, but they really just ended up exploiting them. And you're not supposed to exploit your client's weaknesses. That's not what we do.
Biden was off his game and ailing, but also completely in control of this. And he held the party hostage until he got to pick who was going to take it if he was going to step away. And he picked her, and I don't know that he had good motives or bad motives in doing it. He would have to explain that. But he wasn't brain dead, okay? He was in control of the whole party through this process, and it comes out in her book. 2, her mistake that may seal her fate is this book should have been about what happens next.
Yeah.
That's what it should have been. That's what a leader does. Here's what I learned from how I got here. That's the short part.
And what
The
she
long
should
part
have
is-
owned.
Yes.
And what she should have owned as opposed to pointing fingers.
Take it and then do what Democrats at their best are best at, which is here's how it can be done better. That's how you get Bill Clinton. That's how you get a Barack Obama. That's how you get a Mario Cuomo, frankly, at New York. He was never supposed to win. Nobody wanted him. He was an outsider. You can do it better. That's what this book should have been about. Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
So now we're gonna get back into this interview with Rachel Maddow and Kamala Harris.
You know, I have an incredible family. I've been spending more time with them than I had for quite some time cooking.
And I'm glad I'm an independent as well. I can't vote in primaries. I haven't been able to vote. What's up, Lurker? I got Lurker in the building. Shout out to Lurker in the building as well. What up, Lurker? Anybody I didn't hit the round of applause for, my bad. Don't take it personally. I still love all of y'all. I love all of y'all. But appreciate you, Lurk. Yeah. Now, I know Lurk remembers because she did a few shows with me, and I definitely appreciate her insight and her input on this. But I think we all pretty much agree that this was just a horribly run campaign, on the Democratic side. Just horribly run. I believe the woman was set up to fail. She probably should have known that. Like, this is when you just don't even take the damn job. It's like, I know you want to give, I know y'all want to give me the nomination and everything, but I'm good. I'll just pack my shit and get the fuck up out of here, man. Pick somebody else. Pick somebody else. Because no matter who the fuck pick, they ain't gonna fucking win. Like, they're not gonna win. Like, you guys got a shitty ass strategy. I could probably come up with a better strategy, but I'm too busy doing my job, as the vice president. And also I would have to be on camera and be able to talk. Like, I have to actually be able to follow the game plan. This is almost like expecting the players on a football team or a basketball team to coach themselves too. At some point, you just got to realize, you know what? There is no coach. I can't play for this team. Or I don't like the coach's game plan. There's no way in hell we can win. We're going to get blown out by 50. I'm good. I think I'm just going to sit out tonight. I'm good. This is embarrassing. You know? That's why I say, who deserves accountability for stupidity? Because when you go on these damn dummy missions and shit, because that's really what that entire election and campaign was. It was a dummy mission. It was a dummy mission. Just keep it real. And now you're seeing all of the fingers get pointed, which that's something that I predicted a while ago too. That there was going to be all types of fingers getting pointed the next day instead of ahead of time. So I will agree with Stephen A. Smith on that. She would have had a better chance of winning had she pointed these damn fingers and talked all this shit leading up to election night. Because people would have been able to get behind that. You know, people would have been able to get behind that. You know what? I don't fuck with them people neither. I agree. Them people full of shit. You know what I'm saying? For real. People would have been able to deal with that. But, you know, this is what happens when you try to be everybody's friend. You know? You don't want to ruffle no feathers.
And writing and reflecting and, you know, talking to a lot of people, making a lot of calls, receiving a lot of calls. So I've been busy.
Let me talk to you about this capitulation thing.
Yep.
This really landed with me. I feel like we're all in the middle of it, but you articulating it in the way that you do, you've become the patron saint of I told you so, in terms of people understanding the sort of warnings and predictions that you made about what Trump would be like. But you say, I predicted all of that. I warned of it. What I didn't predict was the capitulation. The billionaires lining up to grovel, the big media companies, universities, so many major law firms, I will note, including your husband's.
Yeah, and he spoke out about it.
He's been very vocal in criticizing it. He said they've all been bending to blackmail and outrageous demands.
Yeah.
Why did you not predict the capitulation? And what do you make of the effort to try to put some steel in the spine of those institutions?
So, as you know, I am a lifelong public servant. And but I've worked closely with the private sector over many years. And I always believed that if push came to shove, those titans of industry would be guardrails for our democracy, for the importance of sustaining democratic institutions. And one by one by one, they have been silent. They have been, you know, yes, I use the word feckless. It's not like they're going to lose their yacht or their house in the Hamptons. And here's the thing. Democracy sustains capitalism. Capitalism thrives in a democracy. And right now we are dealing with, as I called him at my speech on the ellipse, a tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump. And these titans of industry are not speaking up. And perhaps it is because his threats and the way he has used the weight of the federal government to take out vengeance on his critics is something that they fear. And I get that. I understand why they do. We've seen the demonstration of it. Perhaps it is because they want to please him and nominate him for a Nobel Prize. Perhaps it's because they want a merger approved or they want to avoid an investigation. But at some point, they've got to stand up for the sake of the people who rely on all of these institutions to have integrity and to, at some point, be the guardrails against a tyrant who's using the federal government to execute his whim and fancy because of a fragile ego.
Now, can we keep it real? This woman is not about to run for president again in 2028. She's not going to bother. That's why she has no problem burning them bridges. She is about to sell as many books as she can. Okay? She's going to sell as many books as she can. And she is going to enjoy her retirement from politics and likely transition into either motivational speaking or consulting or something like that, where she can make the real fucking money. You know what I'm saying? She's just going to deal with them damn lobbyists directly and get some of that damn good lobbyist retainer money. That's likely what she's going to do. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her. That's why she'll have a problem calling these people out right above now. I can't blame her one bit.
I know that your parents took you to protests in a stroller when you were a little kid, before you were literally able to be there to walk in that. You've talked about the civil rights movement and its moral legacy being part of your moral core.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of the defenses that we tried to build up in advance of this type of a sort of would-be authoritarian takeover were about warning people about how serious the threat was and warning people about what this could mean and what we were in danger of. Now that we're up against it, though, I'm not sure that we have great skills to actually not warn about it, but fight it. And if the problem is the system collapsing and the guardrails, as you say, collapsing, and people who have power, who ought to be titans, not acting in any sort of
and standing together, because there is safety in numbers, as the saying goes.
Yes. I wonder if the American people who are repulsed by what Trump is doing and who are in public opinion polling very much against what he's doing, as you note in the book, are going to be turning their ire and their protest movement and their organizational capacity against these institutions that are failing as much as they are against Donald Trump himself and the administration, if that's the way the sort of resistance is headed.
So one, back to how you opened the show, I mean, talk about the power being with the people and the people making that clear with their checkbooks as it relates to the suspension of Jimmy Kimmel. We saw the power of the people over the last few days, and it spoke volumes and it moved a decision in the right direction. I think that part of where we are now in terms of thinking about what the fight is, it requires us, yes, to understand that we've got this administration and this president in front of us abusing the power that the people vested him with. But we also need to understand that this is bigger than Donald Trump. You know, part of what I write about, this stuff is decades in the making, Rachel. It didn't just happen overnight. You know, so much of what has indeed overwhelmed people, not to mention just scared the stuff out of people, is what we are witnessing is a high velocity event. Yeah. We are witnessing something that has been happening so rapidly and it feels chaotic. But what I would offer you is what we are witnessing is the swift implementation of a plan that was decades in the making. Decades in the making. Project 2025 didn't just drop out of thin air. That's a product of decades of work. Federalist Society, Heritage Foundation. Understand that the implementation of a plan that's about trying to get rid of the Department of Education, deregulate industries, weaken the rule of law by over a period of time, creating a system and through gerrymandering states so that we would now have the Supreme Court that we have. This stuff didn't happen overnight, and it did not happen just because of an election in 2024 or even 2016. So when we talk about where the fight must go, there is the aspect of it that is about the immediate moment, such as the weight of the federal government being used to silence critics, citizens, and it must be about understanding that this did not just happen overnight, and we have to pay attention to an agenda that is not going to necessarily go away when this guy is finally termed out of office.
Well, let me ask you on that gerrymandering front. The White House has been very...
Does anybody know what the fuck she just said? Because I have no clue, and I've listened to it like 4 or 5 times already. You know, I listened to this shit after she did the interview the following morning, like twice. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. And so this is what people mean by word salad. I even listened last night. I believe Jason Black tried to break it down. I knew this was going to be the topic for today, for like the last 4 or 5 days. I knew that this was going to be the topic. But at the same time, I've been trying to figure out what the hell this woman is talking about. And I still can't seem to put my finger on it. As Obama said in that phone call or that tweet or whatever. I have no fucking clue like what the hell she's saying.
Aggressive, pushing Republican-led states to gerrymander.
That's what I'm talking about.
Effectively give Republicans a major edge heading into the midterms next year. That has led to related responsive Democratic efforts, including in your home state of California. Do you support Democrats' effort to kind of fight fire with fire there? Will you be involved in that California measure, for example?
I absolutely support it. You mentioned Gavin earlier. By the way, Gavin has a great sense of humor, so he's going to be fine. But
did you warn him about the hiking thing? You did.
Yeah,
okay.
I've known Gavin forever. He literally has a great sense of humor. But let me say about what he is doing with redistricting, it is absolutely the right way to go. Part of what we've got to, I think, challenge ourselves to accept is that we tend to play by the rules. But I think this is a moment where you got to fight fire with fire. And so what Gavin is doing, what the California legislature is doing, what those who are supporting it are doing to say, you know what, you want to play? Then let's get in the field, let's get in the arena, and let's do this. And I support that.
Speaking of a sense of humor, your book is very funny, which I think helps a lot, given that there's a lot of this
have a sense of
difficult
humor,
material.
yes.
I'm going to read something where I have to bleep myself in the middle of reading it out loud, sort of. This is the part when Trump told an audience, National Association of Black Journalists told them that you happen to turn black and that you now wanted to be known as black. You say, on the plane that day when I first heard about Trump's remark, we patched in Brian Fallon, your senior advisor, communications advisor, on a call to strategize a response. Brian wanted me to punch back with a big speech about my racial identity, like the one Obama had given. I was so pissed that I didn't hold back. Are you effing kidding me? I was not about to take Trump's bait. He lies all the time, I told Brian. He throws out outrageous statements to distract from the real issues. Quote, today he wants me to prove my race. What next? He'll say I'm not a woman and I need to show my vagina?
I mean, I guess Rachel Maddow believed that there's some humor involved in that statement. I don't really see much humor in there. But at the same time, if she said she wanted to fight back and she wanted to give a speech like Obama did or whatever, we know why you didn't give. Yeah, you missed the humor too. I missed all of the humor in that shit. Like there is none. But as far as giving a speech like Obama, that's impossible. No, that's impossible for somebody like Kamala Harris to give a damn speech like Obama. Like Obama is very, very good at speeches. Even those that hate Obama's guts would tell you the son of a bitch gives a hell of a speech. Like he's, you know what I'm saying? You're talking about, when you talk about guys like Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, like these are some of the most polarizing politicians and figures that we've ever seen, especially in the modern age. Like these guys win elections. That's what they do. They can get on a stage and just talk to people, any fucking body, and everyone feels as though they were talking to them. Now, granted, has a lot of their time passed? Absolutely. It's over, But this is what happens. Remember, I always compared it to those Batman movies and shit like that. Like when you got a dude dressed like a bat running around fighting crime with an unlimited bankroll at his damn disposal, what the hell do you think the criminals are going to do? They're going to turn to the Joker. They're going to turn to somebody they don't understand because you didn't hit them with this damn politician they have no clue on how to deal with. This is what happens when you have Obama, you have Clinton, you have Hillary Clinton. As far as I'm concerned, up until Joe Biden, came into play, Hillary Clinton was the most qualified candidate probably in history, with the amount of time she had spent in the White House and then as Secretary of State and everything else. Like probably the most qualified candidate. Like what the hell were they supposed to do? They turned to Donald Trump. They didn't like that motherfucker too much at first neither. He had to decimate an entire Republican Party in order to get that Republican nomination. Trust me, they wasn't cool with that motherfucker neither, man. Y'all saw the way he ripped up Rand Paul and Ted Cruz and Jeb Bush, like ripped them apart on the primary debate stage. They thought he was just going to be a novelty. Hey, it took a little minute, but they realized that motherfucker was there to win. So when he won, they had to start kissing his ass too, just to make sure that they kept their positions. Marco Rubio, another one. Now he's kissing Donald Trump's ass and has been for the last 8 years or so. But trust me, he was also a target too. So, I mean, the man came into the Republican Party and hit them motherfuckers with the get down or lay down first. You know, that's really what it was. So, I mean, I understand, you know, Trump said some shit that might have been emotionally triggering, but come on, man, we done seen these campaigns and all of this stuff over the years, whether it's on local elections, whether it's on national level elections or whatever. Mud gets slung like they slang mud. What up? Flip mode action in the building. What up? What up? What up?
I don't even know if I can say that. Brian, on the other end of the phone, fell silent. I imagined the deep crimson of his blush. All right. So first of all, you made me say it.
I really haven't.
Yes, but how do you decide? I mean, in the moment, particularly when it's so ridiculous, it's funny. How do you decide when to not take the bait and stay off the terms that he's trying to set for the debate, and when to punch back? What did you learn about that in the process of going up against him?
So, you know, I also talk about, you know, the first 2 weeks that I was the top of the ticket, we had no polling because no polling had been done on me. So it was my gut.
Yeah.
And so I came up with this speech
Yeah,
that
he did.
actually was about, you know, I was a prosecutor.
That's what I'm saying, man. He dragged the fuck, man. Man, they thought that man was gonna be another. If y'all remember Ross Perot, I'm old enough to remember Ross Perot when he was running. That was some novelty shit, man. Everybody knew Ross Perot couldn't win, or Ralph Nader. Those two motherfuckers, we knew the motherfuckers couldn't win, but they was just on the ballot on some novelty shit. Like that's what they thought, but nah, they realized this motherfucker was here to win, and they couldn't beat him. So they had to get down. It was get down or lay down. You know? But it looks like the you remember Ross Perot? There was some clown shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Big old ears and shit. You know what I'm saying? The Ross Perot. But nah, man, for real. You know, it's a different day and age. That's why I was telling Conscious Moron, like, I don't think that Stephen A. Smith is going to be your next president of the United States. But will he be the Democratic candidate? Absolutely, he's going to be the Democratic candidate. And or he's going to be one of the finalists, you know, in that final primary for 2028, because that's the world that we're in now. You know? You need a non-politician. You know, because the longer you've been in politics, the more of a stain that is on your reputation, because we've already accepted the fact that politics is fucking corrupt in America. So if you've been in Washington, D.C., or you've been in the Senate, or any of that shit, you kind of been in politics, you're dirty. Like, you're dirty. You know? So for the most part, the people are looking for that on the other side now. They're looking for the same thing that the Republican Party got, which was a Donald Trump. So they're going to try to manufacture that shit the other way. And Stephen A. Smith is going to be somebody that doesn't have all that political blood on their hands. And also, you know, he's backed by Disney. Big money. Big money. That $100 million contract that he got with ESPN, i.e. Disney, y'all really think that shit was just to do a debate show? That's why you see him on Chris Cuomo. That's why you see him bringing up politics on his damn show. Like, this is the day and age of celebrities. Not necessarily the hero, but the anti-hero. They need somebody that's going to be able to come on that damn Democratic debate stage, no ties to anybody, and pretty much check everybody. They need somebody that's not going to be politically correct, even though he will be. So until y'all find another polarizing figure, that's going to be your candidate, because they don't want to put up another one of these. That's a guaranteed loss. Like, guaranteed loss. They don't want that. You know?
Prosecutor, I dealt with people who engaged in sexual abuse. I was attorney general. I took on people who engaged in fraud, on and on and on. And so I know his type.
I remember this line, yeah.
And because there is, you know, there's something about in the English language, that phrase, I know his type, that does a lot of work for you, because it's something we all relate to, whether it was that boss, it was that person, whatever. I know his type. And so the character that I knew I was running against is someone, because he has shown it also. I mean, he did it with President Obama. He did it with Secretary Clinton. He throws this stuff out that he thinks will be an individual's weakness or Achilles heel, with the intent to distract from the fact that, as it was in this campaign, he had no plan for actually bringing down costs and prices for the American people. He had very few plans for what he would actually do that was about the American people and not about an execution of his vengeance on his enemies. And I wasn't about to fall for that bait. And the stakes were too high. The stakes were too high. You can't get in the gutter with that guy, because that is the way that he distracts from the fact that, for example, right now, he promised the people who voted for him that on day one, he'd bring down prices. And I do believe, Rachel, that's one of the main reasons that the people who voted for him elected him, because they believed he would do it. He lied. We're now in a position where unemployment is up, inflation is up, the cost of groceries is up. So, you know, as the folks used to say, don't fall for the okie doke. Just don't.
All right, lots more to ask you. We'll be right back with Vice President Kamala Harris. Her new book is called 100.
We'll get back to that interview in a moment, right? We're gonna hear what J.D. Vance had to say about Kamala Harris.
With Vice President J.D. Vance. We talked about the growing appeal of socialism, very disturbing, and Kamala's new blame game. Kamala Harris has a new book out. I know it's dog-eared on your nightstand, called 107 Days.
Full page turner.
That's the length of her campaign. She called you in it a juvenile and a shapeshifter, and even almost called you a bad word, but she didn't write the whole thing out. Anyway, she is now blaming the campaign, her loss, for the fact that it was short. That's one of the main things she cites. She had more time, could have gotten more traction. Your reaction to that?
My reaction is, if you look at the polling, both the public and the private polling, the problem is not that Kamala's campaign was too short, it's that it was too long. That when people actually listened to what she had to say, her polling went down and down and down. I think that if we had a 150-day campaign, we probably would have had 3 additional Republican senators, and Donald Trump would have won by an even bigger landslide, because the more people know about Kamala Harris, the more they realize there's no substance there. I mean, agree or disagree with Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, they actually had substance. They could actually articulate a viewpoint. I listened to Kamala Harris for 90 seconds, and I actually feel like I've got...
That's what I'm saying. A politician knows a good politician when they see one or they're up against one. So you can be a Democrat or you can be a Republican, and you can understand that Barack Obama and Bill Clinton are some tough motherfuckers to beat. Kamala Harris was not very tough to beat. You know? Kamala Harris would have had a tough time beating Tulsi Gabbard head up. On a national level.
Gotten dumber in the process, and I have no idea what she actually believes. That's the problem with Kamala Harris, and it's going to continue to be her problem unless she actually learns how to develop a viewpoint, articulate it for the American people. Just say what you actually believe. Don't do this word salad, talking around in circles. It doesn't work, and it's why she didn't win.
Mamdani's popularity is strong in New York. Socialist, communist, whatever you want to call him. But his big push is for, quote, affordability. And for young people, and I think this is something you touched on in Hillbilly Elegy, for people who feel like there's no hope, that no matter what they do, they can't really get ahead, they've tried, but they can barely make ends meet. That word affordability, and I'll give you free stuff, is very powerful.
Yes, it is.
What does that tell you about the future, especially if this economy, if this economy runs into snags? Does this message of Mamdani's get more attractive?
Well, first of all, we have to give the president a lot of credit here because he inherited one of the worst inflation crises in American history. And we've had very stable inflation over the last 7 or 8 months, sort of 2 to 3%, right where economists typically say that you want it. But there's a lot of work to do because prices got so high under the Biden administration. I actually think most conservatives, where I disagree with a lot of my friends on the right, we make a mistake in dismissing Mondami as a socialist, as a communist. These things are all absolutely true. I don't care about that. What I care about is why are young people so attracted to this message? And the reason is they feel like the American dream is unaffordable. If you're a 25-year-old kid who can't afford a home, if you're a 25-year-old kid whose wages don't allow you to take a nice vacation once a year, who don't allow you to actually enjoy your life, then you're going to be attracted to somebody who's promising free stuff. Do I agree with the solutions? No. But Laura, we just finished celebrating the life of Charlie Kirk just last week. He's a great guy, but Charlie was smarter about this than almost any conservative I've ever talked to, because he recognized that what we have to do is give young people a stake in the future. Housing is too expensive. Groceries are too expensive. Now, I would say they're too expensive because we inherited a disastrous Biden economy and we're making progress. It's only been 8 months, but we've made a lot of progress. But unless we give young people a stake in the future, we can't dismiss their concerns as socialism. They're going to choose socialism if given an option between free stuff and a bad life. We have to make sure they have an option between free stuff and a real life of dignity, of purpose. That's what the American conservative movement can provide to them. But we've got to do a better job at articulating it, or they're going to continue to be attracted to people like Mondami.
October 1st, if the White House and Congress doesn't agree for a plan to continue funding the government will shut down.
That's right.
The Democrat spin machine, full force all day long. It's going to be all week long, blaming the administration for not funding the government, saying Russ Vought is threatening mass firings are going to be permanent if the Democrats don't come to the table. To that, you said?
Well, he's threatening what? He's threatening to try to find a way to make the government function if the Democrats shut it down. We have to realize the Democrats, their whole argument is we are going to shut down the government unless you give $1 trillion for medical benefits for illegal aliens. The major healthcare reform that we've done in this administration is we've made it harder to give your hard-earned tax dollars to medical benefits for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to undo that. And they're saying that unless you give that money to those illegal aliens, unless you give those benefits to those illegal aliens, we are going to shut down the people's government. It's such a stark contrast between two parties' priorities. We want to put the government to work for the American people first. The Democrats want to shut down the government because we won't give free benefits to illegal aliens. It's such a good, again, contrast for what the Democrats stand for and what Republicans stand for. We're not going to.
The thing is, at some point, you got to keep it 100. Instead of just saying that, look, they want to give medical benefits to illegals, why don't you tell the people why they want to give benefits to illegals? Okay, they want to give benefits to illegals because they want to satisfy big pharma. Okay, big pharma and the entire medical industry that's been backing them, i.e. through lobbying. Okay, now they don't want to say that shit. J.D. Vance, that is, doesn't want to say that because you don't want to piss off lobbyists. Because you know damn well you need them too. So you're trying to strike a nerve with the people without calling out the actual issue. The issue is the people that are buttering your motherfucking bread are the ones running Washington, D.C. Not the people, not the people's needs. Now, granted, you got lobbyists backing you that are on some other shit, but they're still on some shit too. All right, let's keep it real. That's why when I say I don't back either of these damn parties, that's why, because they're all full of shit. They're all full of shit.
Look, we're not going to be taken hostage by the Democrats' desperate desire to give your tax money to illegal aliens. We're just not going to do it.
Is it hard,
so we've put a bill out there. By the way, Laura.
Where do you want to put their tax dollars? That's what they won't tell you. You want to tell us where you don't want to put it, but you won't tell us where you do want to put it. Ain't that some shit? Most of us would agree that we don't want our tax dollars going there. But where the hell do you propose that our tax dollars go? And why are you trying so hard to keep it a secret?
The bill that we put out there that was passed by the Republican Congress is just a continuation of the current levels of government funding. By the way, Laura, I don't even like that. I think the government should be spending less money, but we recognize that we have to because the Democrats control 47 seats in the Senate. We recognize we need 60 total votes. That means we have to get 7 Democrats, and that means we have to get something that the Democrats can actually vote for. If you can't get 7 Democrats to vote for a clean continuing resolution, if you can't get 7 Democrats who won't shut down the government because they're so concerned about not providing benefits to illegal aliens, then what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to actually, bargain with effectively those who are trying to take the government hostage to give benefits to illegal aliens?
Yeah. And they're going to keep on saying that shit, man.
7 days. Comes out tomorrow. It's going to be a massive bestseller. We got more with Vice President Harris just ahead. We're here live with former Vice President Kamala Harris. Her new book about her 2024 run for the presidency is called 107 Days. It's out tomorrow. Madam Vice President, I have to ask you about the part of your book that has people most upset thus far, which is some of your writing about the decision around the president abandoning his reelection campaign, the timing there and how it's handled. You say in part, page 46, it's Joe and Jill's decision. We all said that like a mantra, as if we'd all been hypnotized. Was it grace or was it recklessness? In retrospect, I think it was recklessness. The stakes were simply too high. This wasn't a choice that should have been left to an individual's ego, an individual's ambition. It should have been more than a personal decision. Whose decision should that have been? How should that decision have been made?
So when I write this, it's because I realize that I have and had a certain responsibility that I should have followed through on. Which is, and so when I talk about the recklessness, as much as anything, I'm talking about myself. There was so much, as we know, at stake. And as I write, the where my head was at the time is that it would come off as being completely self-serving.
If you said to President Biden that you did not think he should run again.
Yeah, or even that he should question whether it's a good idea. But I think that, one of the reasons I wrote this book, Rachel, is there are actually a number of reasons. One is that it is unprecedented. Right? To your point of what you said in your opening, we had a president of the United States running for re-election, 3.5 months from the election, decides not to run. The sitting vice president enters the race against a former president of the United States who's been running for 10 years with 107 days to go. And it ended up being the closest presidential election in the 21st century. And there was so much about those 107 days that, for me, and this is really a behind the scenes look at those 107 days, was about seeing people who seemingly had nothing in common coming together by the thousands with a level of optimism and, dare I say, joy about the possibilities for America. And I hope to remind people about that light that people brought to it, and to remind people that light is still there. And we can't let that be extinguished by an election or the individual who's in the office right now. Because to the point of all those folks who got out and protest about the Kimmel suspension.
And about everything else that people have protested.
Right. In the variety of ways, whether it be going to a protest or being, with their pocketbook or getting engaged in local and state and federal elections, they'll make a difference. And they've made a difference. And I guess the last point is that we've got to really remember that this person who's in the White House promised a whole lot of people who supported him and voted for him that he would do one thing, which is bring down costs and prices. And he lied to them. And we need to remember that as we move forward with the next series of elections, and midterms are around the corner, that it's not just about him by himself. There were others around him who perpetuated that same promise and have not followed through. They're about to go into negotiations around the continuing resolution, the budget. And I know that leaders Schumer and Jeffries are going to meet with the president, I think in the Oval Office. And good for them to go there and ask Donald Trump, the president of the United States, to justify why he is proposing to cut Medicaid, why he is willing to shut down the government for the sake of putting on the backs of working people the tax cut he gave to the richest people in America.
Do you think that Democrats should vote to allow the government to shut down in order to try to extract concessions from Trump on these matters?
It won't be the Democrats who are shutting it down. It'll be the Republicans. The Democrats are doing the job that any elected leader should do, which is to say, we're not going to do the bidding of the president of the United States at the sacrifice of our constituents' health care. Negotiate.
Now, y'all just heard it. Okay? You just heard J.D. Vance say that it's Democrats that are backing a government shutdown. And now she's saying that it's Republicans that are backing the government shutdown. What? I would be willing to pay money to see these people in the same room. and just verbally spar that shit out as far as whose fault this shit really is. Because to be honest, I think they're both backing a government shutdown. Because we talked about this, Lurk. They all benefit from gridlock. None of them really want a solution. Just like these damn YouTube spaces and shit. They don't want a solution because if there's a solution, there's nothing to talk about tomorrow. Can't fix problems. You need problems in order to have some shit to run on. How the hell what you gonna lobby for? How you gonna make that dough? If you actually solve some of these issues. Now, you need issues. With no issues, or very few issues, or getting rid of these issues, they're in a goddamn, like, come on. We don't have politics. So, they all want a damn shutdown.
You described in the book something that you called a secret project that you ran as vice president, that you called the STARS Project, identifying up and coming talent in the Democratic Party. You'd meet with them, ask them about their interests. You say that more than one of them said they felt like they were being called to the principal's office when you asked them to come in. But the folks who you met with in this way include some of the people who you see very frequently now on MSNBC, Jasmine Crockett, Angela Also Brooks, Maxwell Frost, Robert Garcia Moore. Arguably the fastest rising star right now in Democratic politics is Zoran Mamdani. Who is going to be elected mayor of New York City, and probably in a landslide if the polls are anything to go by. Lots of mainline Democrats have been very shy about his candidacy. They seem somewhat flummoxed by his success. As a sort of talent spotter in the Democratic Party, what do you think of him and his candidacy? And what do you think of mainline Democratic shyness and agitation about the prospect that he's going to win?
Look, as far as I'm concerned, he's the Democratic nominee and he should be supported.
Do you endorse his candidacy?
I support the Democrat in the race, sure. But let me just say this. He's not the only star. I know that, he's in New York, and I know New Yorkers think they're the center of the world, and here we are in New York having this interview.
It is the biggest city in the country.
And I love New York, as the saying goes, I really do. But, there are people like Barbara Drummond in Mobile, Alabama, Helena Moreno in New Orleans. They're all running for mayor, too, and they are stars. So I hope that we don't so over-index on New York City that we lose sight of the stars throughout our country who are right now running for mayor and many other offices, governor, and so on. So that's where I am. We got a big tent, and we got a lot of stars.
2026 is shaping up to be an election that is going to be filled with Democratic primaries, though. And a lot of mainline Democrats in their 70s and 80s are going to be facing challengers in their 30s. Do you think Democrats are at all justified in their frustration with there being so many older Democrats in elected office? Do you think it is time for the oldest Democrats in elected office to be thinking kind of wholesale as a category about the need to retire and move on from office?
I wouldn't overgeneralize on that, meaning that there are some Democrats.
You're still scared. You're slinging mud. You pissed at people, but yet you don't want to piss people off. Like, that's it. Just say some of these old ass dinosaur corpses that are still in office need to get the fuck out. Now, granted, most of the people would agree with that shit, but it just shows you that these people really don't give a fuck about the people. They give a fuck about making sure that their bread continues to be buttered. That is what it is. Okay? That is what it is. That's why she's scared to piss these people off.
Do you think Democrats are at all justified in their frustration with there being so many older Democrats in elected office? Do you think it is time for the oldest Democrats in elected office to be thinking kind of wholesale as a category about the need to retire and move on from office?
I wouldn't overgeneralize on that, meaning that there are some Democrats who are, older in age, but very young in terms of how they are thinking and very bold in terms of how they're thinking. I think that every one of the candidates is going to be judged based on whether they actually have a plan, whether they see the people, whether they're listening to them, whether they offer something that feels dynamic and bold, especially at this moment, whether they have the fight in them to fight what we know to be wrong, but also the fight to fight for something. I think that's how they're going to be judged. I don't know that the voters are going to judge strictly on somebody's age.
I have much more to ask you.
Okay, I'm here.
That's Madam Vice President. The book is called 107 Days. It comes out at midnight. More with Vice President Harris right after the break. We're back with former Vice President Kamala Harris, her new book about her 107-day presidential campaign, the shortest presidential campaign in modern history, for all the obvious reasons. That book.
That's what I'm saying. For all the obvious reasons, yeah, it's not your fault, but it is your problem. You think that's why you're not the president. There are a lot more reasons to that. But I think it's pretty amazing that this woman can go on Good Morning America. All right, she can talk to Michael Strahan. She can talk to Joe Rogan. She can talk to Joy Reid. She can talk to Rachel Maddow. She can talk to everybody to promote this fucking book. But when it came to that presidential campaign, she didn't want to talk to anybody for a good damn 45 days. She didn't want to talk to anybody. So what does that tell you? It tells you that selling books was more important than being president.
Comes out tonight at midnight. Vice President Harris, I want to ask you about something that's going on right now in the news. We've had, in the last few days, 2 developments from the president that are the sorts of things that you were warning about, but now we've got them and we have to decide how to contend with them. One is the president directly ordering the Justice Department to bring criminal charges against people he perceives to be his political enemies, including firing prosecutors who told the administration there was not an evidentiary predicate to bring those charges. We've also now, in an executive order today, we've got the president describing Antifa, the anti-fascist, it's not even really a movement, the anti-fascist tactics of a portion of the protest movement as a domestic terrorist organization. What is your reaction to those things? What do you think the appropriate response is to things like that?
Well, in normal times, we should and could expect that our courts would step in when asked to declare the legality or illegality of what the president is doing, because civics 101, we all know we designed our democracy through 3 co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the courts, the judicial. And I would like to believe that that is still something that is standing. Certainly at the local level, you can see where the various courts have actually provided the guardrails against his abuse of power, against President Trump's abuse of power. The lower courts have been more inclined to step up. But my fear is that as some of those cases reach the United States Supreme Court, that we can't necessarily count on precedent to dictate how they will rule on the president's power. And again, Rachel, we talked about this during those 107 days, because remember, the court before the election basically said that the president of the United States would be immune from whatever he did in office. So he walked in to the White House with what he thinks is a blank check. And
specifically in the Justice Department, that immunity ruling effectively told him he can direct the Justice Department to do whatever he wants, which he's now doing online, telling them to bring baseless prosecutions.
But, there are a couple of things that have happened this week, and every week we should take note when they do. But one, again, we've talked about the response to the Kimmel suspension, but the other is that U.S. attorney who was appointed by the president, is a Republican, and said, I'm not doing it. And as a former prosecutor, one of the things I know, whether people like it or not, is prosecutors, for the most part, especially if they've been doing it for a while, are apolitical and take seriously their oath to do justice without fear or favor, and to do what they believe is the right thing to do based on the facts and the law. And we have seen this week evidence of someone who I'm sure didn't vote for me, and we may disagree on a whole lot of other stuff, but he had the courage to stand up and say he's going to follow his oath and do what is ethically right, and take part, and hope that others within the Department of Justice will see that.
You got some background music, LT.
Oh.
Yeah, you got some background music. Anybody that wants to can come up. I did just drop the link.
You know what?
This is some wild.
Let me Let me get out of this place because they're playing some music. I'll come back on. I just wanted to say what's up to you, brother.
No, it's all good. I appreciate you
I'll
coming
be
through.
back.
Shout out to
Absolutely, man.
LT.
Thanks for all you do, bro. Thanks for all you do.
No, it's
man.
all good. No, I
I'll see you
appreciate
in a
you
minute.
too, bro.
Absolutely.
It's all good. Like I say, this is a open panel, open topic. You want to talk about Kamala's book where she's throwing Democrats and shit under the damn bus, because her campaign was a shit show. Get your booty to the polls, y'all. Get your booty to the polls, y'all.
That is, have a something that steers their conscience. But, let's not also be distracted by the fact that there are going to be the career people who understand that. But then Trump is appointing people to these positions who have no experience as a prosecutor. And the closest they have to it is their experience defending him against crimes, and are now sitting behind the desk making decisions about who should be charged with what. So it is a scary time. I don't mean to suggest otherwise, but there are these moments that we should also take note of.
Yes, and there have been, to that point, there have been multiple Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys who have resigned or left office.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
Let me ask you a politics question. I mentioned in the intro tonight that you say in the book really bluntly that your personal first choice for your running mate would have been Pete Buttigieg, and you praise him effusively. You say he would have been an ideal partner if I were a...
That's why I used the analogy in the beginning of the show about the damn dummy mission. Like, this chick was literally sent on a dummy mission. A dummy mission. She even titled the book 107 Days. Okay? So you don't have much time to run. People already don't fucking like you. That's why the hell you didn't win the damn primary in 2019. They don't like what's going on with the current administration, which you are a part of. At the time, your campaign strategist didn't come up with the strategy or talking points that allow you to separate yourself from that current administration. You actually just went out of your way to just endorse it even further. And then it's somebody else's fault that you lost in landslide. That's what I'm saying. Who deserves accountability for stupidity? Because right now, all I hear and see, even through this interview right here, is a whole lot more fingers being pointed and nobody really saying, you know what? My bad. I fucked up. Here's what I should have did. Here's what I didn't do. What up, Lauro?
Hey, yo, what up, man? Football finna start soon, so I ain't gonna be up here long. But man, bro, who deserves accountability, right? I guess, and I don't want to go to the sisterhood, but everybody I was telling, man, it would have been I don't know if it would, okay, let me reset for a second. I don't know if it would have been like more effed up, and things are effed up right now with what Trump doing right now, but it could have been a disaster if that woman had gotten the office or whatnot, right? But I understand the excuses that she's giving right now and the blame game that she's giving right now, right? And you can blame it on whatever you want to blame it on, but it's just like the sisterhood, and I don't want to go to the sisterhood, right? But that couldn't have carried you or whatnot, right? And we were having a lot of arguments with like women, like saying because they just wanted that woman in office just to be like the first so-called black president, female president to ever get in office or whatnot. But she didn't really have like strong talking points or whatnot. It just wasn't. People wanted to change, and it was a shit show with Biden or whatnot. So, it was an actual shit show with Biden or whatnot, and people actually wanted a change, and it was going to be a change regardless. Because, and I'm gonna ask you a question: do you think if she was like Obama's vice president or whatnot, do you think she could have like actually won?
Yeah.
Well, to be honest, I don't think this woman had a chance to win.
She
That's
didn't.
why you hold primaries and shit. And I think she already proved when she couldn't win the primary in 2019 that she couldn't win. If you can't get out of a Democratic primary, you're not going to beat Donald Trump on a national level. And that just kind of is. It's just like any other. We sports fans. You talking about football and everything else. People don't get drafted out of high school to the pros in that sport. If you can't, separate yourself from the rest on the college level, chances are you can't do that shit on the pro level neither.
The thing is that the Biden era, it was such a shit show, bro, that there was nowhere to go. And I feel what you're saying. It was such a shit show that there actually was nowhere to actually go. She probably should have sat out just a little bit or whatnot, or go to college when you brought the football analogy up or whatnot. You can't go straight to the pros or whatnot. It was so bad over there. It was just like, y'all just fucked up the last 4 years or whatever, right? So now we have to do something else. That was a great analogy, by the way, going to the pro. But
I'm just being honest, if you can't separate, if you can't even get on the field, you can't even make a college team, you can't suit up on Sunday. That was what it was. So this woman had to drop out of the damn race during the 2019 primaries, not even because of what Joe Biden threw at her, but because of what Tulsi Gabbard threw at her.
And so you know what?
Do you think that part? Like this is one of the reasons why they likely they just had totally foregone the primary process this time, because the woman doesn't do well on debate stages.
Hey, so do you think her little San Francisco scandal debacle or whatnot had anything to do with why she lost in the landslide, or that's just like an afterthought? With her and old boy. Whatever his name is, right?
Yeah, you talking about Willie Brown?
Yeah, Willie Brown.
Yeah, look, I think that was long gone. I think at that point, all she really had or needed was the last 4 years that she had in office. That's what I mean. People want to compare it to the Obama versus McCain elections, or the Obama versus Mitt Romney election, whatever. You really can't, because Obama versus McCain, those were two people that hadn't sat in office yet. This is the opposite. Those are people that have been in office. Donald Trump and Kamala. So Donald Trump is able to say, when they're like, what are you going to do? He's going to be like, man, that's the same shit I did in 2016. If you liked it, vote for me again. In her case, it was, hey, what are you going to do? And she's like, well, I'm going to change things. Okay, so you were just in office for the last 4 years. What are you going to change from what you did? And what Biden did. Oh, well, I'm not Joe Biden. Okay, so what are you going to do differently? Oh, I wouldn't do anything differently. That wasn't a very good campaign strategy.
Okay, so do you think that her career is going to be more like a Romney type of thing, that she's going to just currently just stay as an analyst or whatnot? I think she should just sit out, become an analyst. CNBC will hire you. They'll give you an 8-figure deal or whatnot to just criticize Donald Trump. That's the side hustle, right? She will become an analyst or whatnot. She's a well-spoken woman or whatnot. So it would be CNBC. It definitely won't be Fox or anything like that.
CNBC, it would rip her to shreds. Maybe MSNBC, but not CNBC. That CNBC is the financial talk. They would rip her apart, bro.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. She can't be up there talking to the financial people. They don't apart, bro.
Well,
they don't even want to hear her opinions. on that. And for the most part, you really don't bring too many politicians, in there, unless they're financial type politicians. Like even on CNBC, I believe they deemed it Trumponomics, as far as what they talk about all of the time, the way, Donald Trump's presidency and everything has really just like that shit changed, the global markets and shit.
But she will get a deal, right? I mean, I would rather her have a deal and just do that than try to just run for office again. Because the thing is once you go for that top seat or whatever, it's just like, what else? It's not like you can go back and try to be a governor or some bullshit like that.
I don't think she wants that. I think that's what she's going to do. She's going to do her public speaking engagements. She's about to be a consultant. She's going to be lockstep with the lobbyists. She's about to make that bread, man. Like that's it. I don't think she has plans on running. And
she really can't.
Shout out to her for that, man. Make sure she's straight. That's all these people really do while they're in office is they make sure that they straight for when they get out. They know this shit ain't gonna last forever.
And one thing and you seem very educated on this point. Let me ask you a question, bro. When you don't spend all those donation dollars toward the campaign, what actually happens to that money, bro?
They redistribute it however they choose to redistribute it. So your campaign staff is going to get paid. You can fund other things or whatever. But yeah, for the most part, that's up to you and your crew what you do. They're donations, bro.
All right, bro. So check this out. I'm gonna go to watch my Texans go to 0-4 today, bro. Man, good luck with your teams this year, bro.
The Giants, Giants 4-2, so it happens.
Hey, good luck with Jackson Dart, my dude. I'll stay in touch, bro. All right.
They get to keep it, but if I'm not mistaken, man, she ran through all that damn money. But everybody say there's like more money left, man. She ran through that shit. They couldn't even pay out the staff, if I'm not mistaken. Like shit was fucked up.
Oh damn! I'm reading the comment at the bottom and whatnot. Yeah, I see it. They ran through the money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Overspending and just spending it with your own people. I mean, it's just like sometimes it's like, well, you my boy, I'm gonna get you to run my goddamn campaign for me, and I'm gonna spend so much money through you, and it's just like, okay, this is your man's or whatever, right? So you're sending the money to him, so it's gonna filter back to her some kind of way or whatnot. It's called doing favors or whatnot, but I get it. Hey man, have a good football Sunday, my dude.
Salute.
All right.
Appreciate you, Laura. Yeah. So that's where we are with that. Let me change this layout here. All right. So this is Rob Reiner. This says that he was lied about in Kamala's book. This is an interview he had on Piers Morgan. So we're going to listen to what he has to say.
There was a moment in that, which I'll come to in a moment, relating to how the left and right can somehow bring it upon themselves to come together to deal with the obvious toxicity in public discourse in America. But first, I just want to ask you, when you first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk, what was your immediate gut reaction to it?
Well, horror, absolute horror. And I unfortunately saw the video of it, and it's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution to solving problems. And I felt like what his wife said at the service, at the memorial they had, was exactly right. And totally, I believe, I'm Jewish, but I believe in the teachings of Jesus, and I believe in doing to others, and I believe in forgiveness. And what she said to me was beautiful and absolutely, she forgave his assassin, and I think that is admirable.
The fuck, the shit some of these people be saying because they be scared to piss people off, man. Fuck up out of here with that bullshit, man. And they gonna stick a needle in this man's arm, okay? Real shit. They gonna put a fucking needle in his goddamn arm. Ain't no room for forgiveness for damn cold-blooded assassins. Okay, this was not no accidental death or none of that shit. That was a cold-blooded assassin. All right, and we are a nation of laws. Get out of here, man. You don't forgive this type of shit.
So that leads me to the Bill Maher thing, because one of the more interesting exchanges you had was, obviously everyone knows that Bill went to have dinner with Donald Trump at the White House. And in fact, I was on his show the week after when he first talked about it. And it was really interesting, the reaction. He got pasted by many people on the left, and he got lauded by people on the right that he often vehemently disagrees with. But he felt, and he said this to you, that it was certainly something he was glad he did, doesn't regret doing it, and that actually you have to do this, that everyone can refuse to have anything to do with the other side and hate each other, and that leads really to nothing. It just leads to endless division. You pushed back at that. You said that you didn't have to do that.
No. What I said to him, if you listen to the whole thing, what I said is, I'm happy to talk to people I don't agree with. I do it all the time. I mean, I'm open completely to doing that. But what I said to him is, when you're having a discussion, and I just watched the discussion you had with the ambassador, which I thought was really interesting. I mean, and I admired your ability to, in a way, it wouldn't be mine if you were one of the people helping to solve that situation there, because you had some very good points about releasing the hostages. But what I say is, I'm happy to talk to anybody who I disagree with. And I've been on, Tucker Carlson's show. I've been on, Laura Ingraham. I will do that. But when I have a discussion with somebody I disagree with, we both have to at least start with 2 + 2 is 4. If we both agree on that, then let the discussion start. But if I say 2 + 2 is 4, and the other person says 2 + 2 is Thursday, or whatever, or 2 + 2 is 5, whatever, there's no real way to have a discussion. You can't talk to people who don't acknowledge certain realities.
Right, but that was the point. That was really what I was getting at. And what was interesting,
Yeah.
Bill pushed back at you because he said, actually, that's exactly when you need to engage with people, because you don't know where they've got their information. They may have seen it on social media. They may have, seen a TikTok, whatever it may be. People get led down rabbit holes. They get to see a certain version of an interpretation of facts that may not be yours.
No, you're right.
But
You're
actually,
right.
so I was going to ask you just a question, just now you've had time to think about that chat with Bill, whether he gave you cause to just perhaps rethink that, because I found myself siding with Bill there. And I've got a lot of respect for both of you, but I felt like I sit down with people who I believe their interpretation of fact is completely skewed. I do it all the time. But I do think it's important to try and have a rational conversation with them about it.
Yeah, no, but you just said something interesting. Their interpretation of fact.
Right.
Fact is fact. I mean, there's no such thing as alternative fact.
Well, let me give an example of what I mean.
Yeah, look. You understand what I'm saying? Now people are having arguments these days based on what a fucking fact is and what the hell it's not. A fact can be proven. Anything else that cannot be proven, if it has to do with one's interpretation of it, therefore it is not a fucking fact anymore. It's an opinion, it's a perspective, it's interpretation. It's no longer a fucking fact. Like, this is the world that we live in right now. Like, right now, where people can distort facts. F-A-C-T-S. They can distort facts based on interpretation. And this shit is normalized. Who the hell deserves accountability for this level of stupidity in this world that we live in? I want to know. Because nowadays, it seems to be totally okay and actually celebrated to be a fucking idiot. And then when one's idiocy puts them in a certain fucked up type of situation, it's always somebody else's fault. Okay, that's okay. What the fuck, man? Like, seriously, what? I'm having issues, man. For real. Now I'm confused. I'm stuck.
So I was
Okay, go ahead.
I was on a political show called Question Time, BBC's big political panel show in the UK last week, and Bonnie Greer was on it. Who's a very long, experienced left-wing commentator, and she has repeatedly called Donald Trump in the last few weeks Adolf Hitler and his supporters Nazis. Now, I would still sit down with her and I would have a conversation with her and I would try and debate with her. I did it in public on that panel. And yet there's no way anybody in the world will ever persuade me that what she is saying about Trump with those categorizations is factual. So by your yardstick, I shouldn't sit down with Bonnie Greer or try and have an argument with her.
No, you should. Because here's the thing. That's not fact.
Right.
She may think it's a fact.
But she thinks it is the point, right? That's so my thing about interpretation. So my thing about the interpretation aspect is that
I hear what you're saying, Piers, and I understand that. And I think you should be able to engage in that and try to convince people that what you think is fact is in fact not fact.
Right. And I think
you can have that conversation, and you should.
And that's the point I think Bill Maher was making to you, which I thought was really interesting, because I believe that. Listen, I get people on this show all the time who vehemently disagree with each other. But I think there is a valuable public service in having all the arguments aired, all the sometimes outrageous and completely obviously wrong interpretations of facts, but having people challenge them in real time, and the viewer hopefully reaching a place where they can see reality unfurl before their eyes, rather than what has become, I think, fueled by social media, so much toxic tribalism, where people disappear into their tribe. They exist in kind of these weird echo chambers where they only follow people who agree with them, and they start to become very self-righteous about their worldview. And I think that is a path to real danger.
Yeah. And it's not just a path to real danger. That real danger is a real destination. And unfortunately, the world is already there. Right? You can choose not to go on that path too. But guess what? The rest of the world has already fucking taken you with them on their way to that bullshit. I'm sorry. What up, Truth?
Good afternoon, man. How you doing, bro?
Peace, dog. What's up, man? What you got to add to this shit here? We were kind of skipping around talking about Kamala's book, talking about some other things, but I used a few examples, not just from the space, but just in life in general, about how who the fuck is to be held accountable for people's stupidity? Because we know that, I think most people would agree that the world is being, like, people in the world are being dumbed down. Like, and I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but yeah, here's the deal. You remember, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Reading is fundamental. Like, we actually encourage, intellect. Like, we encourage that. We encourage not just knowledge, but a thirst for knowledge, cultivation of knowledge, things like that. And now, just like old boy said, hey, it's the echo chamber. As long as people can agree with you, and then even they mentioned it, hey, Well, I mean, I can mention facts, but then different people have different interpretation of facts, so that kind of change facts. And it's like, can you fucking change facts? Like, facts can be proven or disproven. That's what makes them facts, as opposed to opinion. So, what do you think about that? And who is to be held accountable? Like, who deserves accountability for one's stupidity? Like, is it still an obligation of like you're talented and you're like, is it still an obligation or responsibility of the smarter folk to look out for those that aren't there? Like, what do you think?
I would say so. I think I believe that we should, each one teach one. For whatever concept or level we're at, as far as in education or intellect. For the most part, I came up because I just stopped in. I really didn't get a chance to look at your whole synopsis, but I was
It's all good.
watching and I
We'll
wanted
kick
to
off
get.
the combo. I've been up here for like half hour, so anything you
Yeah,
want to talk about, all good.
yeah. So I
we,
wanted to
we,
get
can, we can switch
more
it up.
information.
What's good, Auntie?
I want.
What up, fighter? We're gonna let truth go, and then you got it, bro.
I wanted you to get more information in on because you said about Kamala Harris. Have you ever got into her book?
No, I've read a few excerpts from it. I have not purchased the book. It is on the way. And when it gets here, I'll read it and I'll probably do a review and a deep dive into it. But I haven't read the whole book yet. No.
So what would you say is like the beneficiary, like the overall sentiments of her book? Because I saw that you said was she set up to fail. What exactly did you mean by that? That's pretty much what I'm trying to see where your title was hidden.
All right, so now I'll answer that, and then I'll go to fighter, right?
Okay.
All right, so like even in this interview, what up, TMKC? She mentioned some things in the book. Of course, it's Donald Trump's bad shit's fucked up, but she also mentioned about how the title of the book is 107 days. So she talks about how she really didn't have an ample amount of time to prepare a campaign,
Mm-hmm.
and she really didn't compared to every other presidential candidate that actually won the presidency. So she blamed other Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, the Obamas,
Mm-hmm.
a few other Democrats that might have had a voice or whatever for not just coming right out and endorsing her or endorsing the process in which she was nominated. She pointed a lot of fingers, dog. She pointed a lot of fingers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. From what I've seen so far, she threw a lot under the bus. I'm gonna actually play another clip or whatever from that kind of explains it. I know the Young Turks probably they broke that down a little bit. But fighter, what you got to throw on it right there?
What's
Who is
going on, bro?
for one stupidity? What up? What up?
You said what?
Who takes accountability for one stupidity? And before you go, an analogy that I used to open the show, and not even an analogy, I brought up the JP situation with the dummy mission I believe he was sent on to go get that damn license when he ain't had no damn job. Like, he ain't had no job. He was just sent on the dummy mission. And this motherfucker just went here trying to get a damn bartender's license, went there, went in front of the board, looked like a fucking parole hearing and everything else. And it's like, bro, you ain't got no fucking job. Like, you ain't got no job. If motherfucker wanted to hire you, they would have came down there with you, but yet you still went on that dummy mission. So, like, who takes accountability for that? For shit like that? And I'm just using that as one example, but it's like, if you're that stupid that you don't even know that you've been set up for failure and sent on a damn dummy mission, is it the fault of the people that sent you on that fucking mission? Is it your fault for actually still going on that mission? Or is it the fault of everybody else that realized your ass was on a dummy mission and just laughed at you instead of just telling you? Like, talk to me about that.
So I just always, as a man, I always, if something goes wrong or something goes right, I always blame it on myself. So, I might be in emotions. But at night when I go before I go to sleep, I sit down and I analyze what my day was like, and I say, "Damn, what happened? Why didn't I get that job? Or why did me and Shorty break up? Or why did I get into that fight? Whatever the circumstances, I always tend to blame it on myself, knowing that I had the highest influence on my outcome. Um, and I don't know. I'm not sure why, like in the example you painted, why people don't go to situations a little bit more prepared if they know. I guess people don't take in consideration the failure, right?
Mhm.
Like like similar to like Truth right here. Truth, he was abusing women.
Nah,
He
hey, not today. Not today. Not
and
here. I might do something later where y'all could do that shit, but not
when he
today.
was abusing. Oh, okay. Like like like
Y'all,
like 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 like
don't
being
say
broke and
y'all
not
because
having a
I'm not
car.
in it. I'm not in it.
Like not having a car.
Nah, not today.
Being
Not
broke.
here.
Okay.
One more
All
time,
right.
I gotta drop you,
All right.
bro.
My bad. But bro, I don't like the Turks. They're like really liberal.
Mhm.
You know, in their viewpoints.
I know the numbers will go up if y'all start fucking roasting each other. I personally don't give a fuck about
No,
the
I'm
numbers.
not in it, bro. I'm not in it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that shit
Yeah,
today. We
yeah,
got
we're not gonna do that
I'm
because he
not
got
in
nothing to gain. He got everything to lose. So
Yeah,
yeah, you're right.
I'm not in it.
Yeah, he got exposed.
Don't
So
say y'all,
I
say him.
might do something later on tonight where people can just come up and cuss each other
Yeah,
the fuck
y'all
out.
yeah,
can. Yeah,
Not
y'all
today.
can. No, cause you
yeah,
know I ain't
yeah.
participating in that. He can do
That's a
that.
losing battle for him. So it's no point.
Yes,
You're
Whatever.
it
right.
is. Yes, it is.
But yeah, I mean, as far as the topic, like who's supposed to take accountability for the stupidity of others? Like I know Truth was saying earlier, hey, each one teach one, but let's keep it real. Everybody don't want to come along. Everybody don't want to come along. People ain't looking for knowledge. People damn sure don't want to apply knowledge. People would rather, and this is it's like society as a whole, or a
Mm-hmm.
majority of society. This is my take on it. People would rather be in a fucked up situation and just blame somebody else for their fucked up situation than actually fix the situation. Like, because that shit requires work, and it's easier to just
Facts.
make excuses and blame
That's
other folks.
correct.
It's like when it comes to like financial like money management. An example. People say, "Oh, why did it? They didn't teach us that," or it's a given. It's like some God given right. No, it's a skill. Money manage financial literacy. That's a skill. That's something you have to learn. You're not just given that. That's something that you have to study and practice. And then you say, okay, oh, this is how you manage money or invest or save or budget. That's just an example. It all falls back on yourself and how eager you are to learn that certain thing in any aspect. So I don't know. I tend to be the type of person that whatever happens to me, like I said before, good or bad, is my fault. Not 100%, but I'm the greatest influence of the outcome. You
I
know?
would agree with that. I would
Yeah.
agree with that. Um, you want to add something to that, True?
Yeah. So where exactly did okay? Because that's what I was trying. You went over it, but where was it? You said she was set up for failure. Do you believe that, or you believe she more so constituted to the outcome? We already know the time frame was as far as for her to have legitimate you would say backing to try to give her the most credible chance to win. But do you think even if she had the extensive time, you think she would have it would have benefited her more, or do you think Trump would have still came out on top? Because I believe he still would have won.
And you know what? I would agree with
Oh,
that. I would agree that he beats her for the most part, no matter what. But at the same time, I think it was a combination of all of that shit. I think not only was she set up for failure,
mm-hmm.
by the the Democratic Party constituency and the Biden administration, she was set up for failure with that shit. Just a horrible game plan. Just a bad game plan as far as trying to beat that opponent. Like, you were never going to beat that opponent with that game plan. It just wasn't going to happen. But at the same time, I still hold her accountable for accepting that nomination. Like, at the end of the day, you don't have to accept that damn nomination. You know, people are told they should run all of the time. They don't do it. People are asked to run. People are offered money to do it. They don't do it. This was a dummy mission. So yeah, it's fucked up that they set you up for failure. But if you see that you're on a dummy mission, why go on it?
Yeah, that's true. Because I mean, you know, once you in it, anything that you enter, whether you realize that, hey, you know, the odds are against me, she like you said, she pretty much already knew that, because we already knew that. So you entered it still thinking, regardless of the variables at play, I still can afford myself a chance to win. And if I put myself in that position, saying that I still believe off my own merits I have a chance to win, then after that, yeah, it's no excuses. I don't like to create excuses anyway, regardless of the circumstances, because the environment or the situation, I'm supposed to have awareness for both. And then anything that I enter is my choosing. Nobody forced me to do so of anything that's on my own regard. That's how I look at it. Nobody forced me to do it.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way I see it. I just saw a lot of I mean, she blamed her pick for a running mate. Tim Walz said that her choice would have been Pete Buttigieg, but she didn't want to choose. I guess she had a little too much and this is just my take on it. I of course didn't read that excerpt in the book yet, but she said that he was a little too yag or whatever to be her mate. You know, something along those lines. I don't, bro. I see just a lot of finger pointing, but bro, when it's like at some point you got to take accountability to just realize, look, you was set the fuck up for failure, and you actually stepped into it. Like, you stepped into that shit. You know? Yeah. What up, Lord ADS?
What up, brother Ed T? Y'all talking about Kamala Harris? What is that?
Yeah, we're talking about the book, but overall, we're also talking about, like, who deserves accountability for one's stupidity. I'm going to use another example. I know I brought up a couple weeks ago, or last month, I did a couple of shows back to back. You know, as far as just Sunday shows, I talked about the chick that was crying in the car. You know, talking about she was unhappy in her marriage. You know, there are some people that blame her for being unhappy in her marriage, and I'm like, hey, you know, the husband's got to take some accountability too, because his woman got to go cry in the car, bro. Like, come on, man. You can't. If she got to talk to her smart device and she can't talk to you as her husband, bro, you dropping the ball, bro. And then, you know, people gonna tell me, oh, well, it's not his fault. He don't know she's unhappy. She's probably keeping it from him. It's like, that's your wife. There's really very little that she should be able to keep from you, because you're supposed to be paying more attention to her than she's paying to herself. And vice versa.
Yes, sir.
You know, vice versa. That's kind of how those things work. And of course, I got pushback, you know, from a lot of dudes about that. Like, nah, it's all on her. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nah, bro, this is kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, you got to take accountability for what the fuck you don't know. Your wife is unhappy like a motherfucker, and you coming in the house all goddamn smiles. You know, like, how the fuck you happy while you fucking woman's unhappy? Like, what the fuck are you paying attention to? And then I did another stream, you know, a week later, that a dude, his transformer lover runs up on his damn wife, and they end up having to blast the motherfucker on the sidewalk. You know? And I'm like, damn.
What?
Yeah. And I'm like, people are like, well, damn, you know what I'm saying? This dude is he's the problem, because he's doing all of this stuff behind his wife's back, and it's not her fault that she doesn't know that her dude is in the dudes and or chicks with dicks or whatever the fuck. I'm like, it might not be her fault, but what the fuck are you paying attention to that you don't know that this is the shit that your husband into? Like, what the hell? You know?
Yeah, so, bro. Like, how don't you? This is the person. Yeah, go ahead.
No, it's like, who deserves accountability for one's stupidity?
Yeah, like, and I just wanted to piggyback off what you're saying. How this is your actual person that you live sleep, eat, and then be intimate with. All those things are bonding tools to open them up for you to know them. How the heck are you not are oblivious to what they are into on that scale? That's why I say I don't believe when somebody say, "Oh, I didn't know." You knew. You either willfully chose to ignore it and say, "Oh, I have an idea. I know it's there, but I'm not trying to get anything concrete," or you chose to deal with it and lie because you thought it wasn't going to present the problem that it did. It's only those two. So
Yeah. That's all I say. But Lord, you can add to it.
I'm not sure about some of that though, Auntie. Too. I think you can get caught off guard by someone else's behavior, right? Especially if you're not aware of it. And let's be honest, a lot of people tend to cover those parts and pieces of themselves up, right? Where even if you're with them for a while, they can hide it for even longer, right? They're just good at hiding stuff. Now back to the blame game though we were discussing earlier in this circumstance. Blame her. How about just blaming Kamala Harris for this? You ran on deleting babies. You've got this strong, domineering person. A lot of people mistake the strong, domineering personalities for authority and leadership when they're just really just people who have ideologies being loud. So a lot of people fell for that. You ran on nothing but a pure fate of feminism. That also probably could have affected your outcome, right? There were lots of things involved with this that Kamala Harris had done that kind of mitigated these challenges, right? Didn't have any type of you didn't have any type of primary. I mean, you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden ran 99% of the way for you till he got kicked off the campaign trail because he lost his mind. And then all of a sudden, you're the candidate. People tend to watch that type of stuff and say, you know what? She's just trying to force her way. It's a common tactic amongst black women when they get kind of frustrated, they get aggressive, right? Tend to try to push their way in. This time it didn't work.
I mean, I wouldn't just put that on any one person. I mean, that was an entire party, you know, that backed them. I think they had a plan that didn't work. I think the goal was to just put Joe on the ballot. Hopefully he wins, and then he just resigns, and then she comes in there. You know, I think that was the plan that they had to get her in.
I kind of agree with that too.
And it didn't work because his first debate was just like, oh, you gotta get him out of here. And then they, panicked. But I think she got set. I mean, like I said, you got set up by your campaign managers. You got set up by the party. Nobody was on the same page. There really wasn't much of a game plan. Just like in a sport, it's like, the coaches are held accountable for the game plan. Like it's up to the coaches to prepare the players the best they can to be ready to compete. Right there. But at the same time, players can decide not to suit up. Like, fuck that. I'm not playing for this motherfucker, man.
You see in football all the time where the team will show up, but they're in business decision mode behind that quarterback, right? Ain't no way he gonna win. They just out there to be out there because they get paid to be out there, but they don't want to be out there for real, right? I mean, it's obvious in a lot of cases that, hey, if you don't have the proper support, you really can't go anywhere. And you got a point there with the Joe Biden thing, I think, because I really think that Joe wanted to give that to her as a gift, even though the American people, might have had a real problem with it. And I think that's why they didn't put her out there, because she wasn't a very likable candidate. She just kind of, they leveraged black women's votes to put her in that position, which, I think people initially bought it. But think about, Joe said he was going to have a primary as well, right? He said that he's not going to run for a second term. He's going to have a primary. That primary never happened. He just stayed atop the ballot. I think there are a lot of people behind the strings who were pulling a lot of strings, especially in the Progressive Party when it came to old Joe. And I just don't think he could handle it. I think that's what it really came down to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna agree with that. I'm gonna agree with that. It's just like what Dawn just said. It's like, yo, it was the party. You know, not just her. But at the same time, you still accept the nomination. You still accept the nomination. So, and that, on top of that shit, she's the one writing the book, like right now. So it's a lot of mudslinging, you know, a lot of mudslinging. And it's this one's fault, it's that one's fault, it's this one's fault, it's that one's fault. But you know what I'm saying? Who do we blame for folks going on a dummy mission? Like, okay, I'm gonna bring up another just another visual. All right. I don't want to get too deep into this, right? But y'all remember this shit right here. Y'all remember this, right? Now, we know that this shit was bogus. We know that all that shit was bogus, right? Now we can blame whoever for sending old boy some bogus shit, but who do you blame for old boy putting that shit up on the camera and then trying to put the wool over your motherfucking eyes? Like, at some point, you got to be accountable for the dumb shit you do. And trust me, the examples just go on and on and on and on and on. Trust me, I'm never going to run out.
I mean, there was a lot to that too, though, Auntie. I mean, it's inexcusable. Of course, it was really stupid. I saw it too initially. I was up there on the panel when he brought it out, and I love my brother Drip, and I understand exactly why he did it. Right? I get it 1,000% why he did it. But you know, I think he got. I don't think he understands how some of YouTube works, right?
You understand why he would do something like that? Like, I mean, I can understand the motivation behind it. You wanted to get paid, but as far as just putting it on the screen and shit, can that ever be anybody else's fault other than your own? This is you flashing this shit. So I don't give a fuck who sent it to you or what they told you. Like, you still put it here. Same with old girl. Like, I get it. You had 107 days. You had no damn game plan. You're running on baby deletions and shit. And most of the people don't give a fuck about that. They don't give a fuck about that. It doesn't affect them. People are more concerned with the damn economy. They don't give a fuck. But this is what you chose to do.
Yes.
You know? Or even old boy, I mentioned the J Prince shit. Like, bro, you went on a fucking dummy mission trying to get a bartender's license for a place that has no intent on hiring you. They have no intent. They have no intent on fucking hiring you, and it's obvious that they have no intent on hiring you because they never came to any of those locations to vouch for you. They didn't come with you to vouch for you. And that's what they do. We saw it with all of the people that came in front of you and after you in front of the board. They had the agent with them to vouch for them. You're the only motherfucker that came in there to represent yourself. And when you represent yourself, you got a fool for a client, right? No.
I mean, but JP though, in this,
so do we blame the people that sent you on a dummy mission, or do we blame you for going on a dummy mission, dummy? Like, for real.
It's different. It's different in this instance with JP. It's some slight differences here. I think he was really legitimately trying to go for that position, and they directed him to go to this particular proceeding versus him just going to this particular proceeding in hopes to get it, you know, saying any type of bartending license. I think that he just, sometimes you got to feel bad for the brother every once in a while too, man. You got to feel bad for him sometimes.
No, I don't. And hey, but it's okay. This is a cool conversation. I think that's the problem. I think society is a little too understanding of the stupid. And because of that, stupidity has become normalized. Like I said, they used to tell us a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Idle mind, idle hands are the devil's playground. Blah. You know, all of that shit. Now we just got these echo chambers, and there's always somebody to tell you that it's not your fault. Which is why, you know, I mean, it's just like people are more stupid now than they've ever been. And it's okay, because there's always somebody that understands and gives them a fucking pass. Come on, Lord, bro, you older than me, man. Bro, there were no rewards for being a fucking idiot when you were growing up.
Just gonna get popped in the head. Just gonna get your ass popped in the head.
That's it. You fail. You fail the test. You don't go on to the next fucking grade. You don't make it to the next level. That's it.
Facts. And you could be in the 5th grade for many moons, for many years. I had a friend who was in the 5th grade for 3 years. I knew could not do any type of math.
For real. Motherfucker in 5th grade with a goddamn driver's license and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Nigga, grown ass man in the 5th grade, bro.
Talking about where's the student parking lot? Ain't one. Motherfucker in 5th grade, full beard and shit.
And the funny part is that, you know, saying full driver's license. Remember, you don't have to really pass the previous year to get your driver's license. Your grades need to be at a certain a certain level, right? Before you go get your permit. After you get your permit, if your grades are still at that level, maybe a month, because you only have to wait, I think, what is it? When I got my license, I turned 16 in 96. So I got my license, right? I think you only had to wait a period of 2 weeks before you went back, after you got your permit, to go back and get your license.
6 months.
Really?
Well, I know that's how it was where I am. I can't speak for your state, but where I am, or where I was, it was 6 months. Yeah, it had to be at least 6 months. You had to have the learner's permit for 6 months. Unless you were a certain age. If you were a certain age, then you can just go right for your license.
Let me see. Yeah. I got my permit when I was 15, and I got my license when I was 16. But it was like right there at the edge, though, between the two, right? I forgot. I think it was a month out before I turned 16. I got my permit. So it's been a while, so I probably forgot, right? But I think.
But my point is this: like, look, usually when you're talking about these licenses that you need to work a job or any of that shit, and this goes back to that other situation, you can still work for them places as long as they're licensed. You can work for them in the meantime. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you're doing real estate, if you're doing, if you're, driving a truck, CDL, shit like that. Usually those companies will go ahead and get you licensed. They will get you licensed. They'll either pay for you to do it, they'll reimburse you, or they'll fill out the paperwork for you. I know even for I used to bartend. It was the same shit, bro. Like the company I was working for made sure they took care of all of that shit. So that way I could just run shit. I'm the only one on staff that needs a damn license, and I could hire who the fuck I want. But somebody has to be on staff with that damn license. And even right now with the digital marketing thing, I have to be, I'm Google certified, right? But at the same time, I don't have to be. The company that I'm working for has to be. And as long as I work for them, access everything through their portal, they're held liable for anything that I do, or if I give bad advice or just fuck somebody's shit up, or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, they still paid for me to do all that shit. They paid for me to do it. They paid me to do it, and they're the ones that fill out the paperwork and shit. I can't even imagine a world where they would have told me, go and get licensed and then you can work here. They're not going to do that, because if they really want you, they don't want you to go get that goddamn license and go work somewhere else. You feel me? They're going to want first dibs on you.
Yeah, unless it's distinctly stated in the job title, right? Now, some job titles will say that you have to be licensed.
That's correct.
But if it's not distinctly in the job title, you should be able to at least have a shot at getting that job, right, without that particular license. Now, the license doesn't hurt. It helps, you know what I'm saying? But in most cases, like you're saying, Auntie, and I wasn't even aware that you could literally work under a bartender's, like in a bar, as long as they have a license.
Correct. As long as there's one licensed bartender on staff, yes, you can work at that establishment. That's in most states. I can't speak for every other state because I haven't done any research, but most states that I know of, yeah, that's the case. So if they want you, they'll hire you. And then, you get your license and everything while you're working for them. It's pretty simple. Now, you need your own individual license if you're going to be like a bartender for hire. Like if I'm going to hire you to work my wedding reception, I'm just going to hire you. Yeah, you need to be licensed in order to do that shit. So to independently contract, you're going to need a license. I'm just using that as an example. So this shit was clearly a fucking dummy mission. If these people wanted you, they would have hired you. But you went on a fucking dummy mission. You literally did not know any better. And how do I know that? Because we saw the damn CCTV footage on that entire hearing, and they even told them, like, you can work at that place until your next hearing. Like, you can legally work there if they fucking want you. And the fact that your agent didn't come here, that says something. Like, they all kept saying the same thing. Like, your agent, which is whoever the fuck owns the damn bar, and the people that own the bar know that shit because they own the goddamn bar.
Yeah, at least the supervisor.
So for them to tell you some bullshit like that, they sent your ass on a dummy mission and you went on it. So we can, like, come on, bro.
Now, this is the reason why I blame the bar itself, NT, in this case for JP, because they ran his background check. They saw these instances on his background check, and instead of just totally denying him the job, they gave him false hope. And I think that's what he ran off of. He misinterpreted what they were saying because they probably didn't want to be bad people, right? And put this man in a compromisable situation, which to me publicly humiliated him, because at the end of the day, we hear his whole record now, saying on YouTube. I mean, you got to equate some of that to dumbness, just kind of being a little stupid, right? But on the other hand, I know saying they should have at least informed him that, hey man, we're not hiring for position, right? Something simple, and just let him be.
I mean, that would have made more sense. But I mean, who's supposed to be held accountable for this? Yeah, okay, so you say it's like them for sending them on that mission. I can say it's him for going on that mission, or should the rest of us be held accountable for not putting this motherfucker on G and saying, bro, they don't want you, bro. They don't want you. Because everybody else applying for the same types of licenses and shit that came in there, they came with the damn agent that they're going to be working for, and motherfucker was able to vouch for them. Because that's what made me rewatch it. I actually heard Bomb Cherry talking about it, and it made me rewatch the damn thing. And it's like, yeah. And I'm talking about I had to rewatch the people that came in before him and the people that came in after him. And it's like, yeah, bro, they came with their damn agents and shit. So, and they got approved, like, no problem. And that's usually how it is when somebody, when you come in and somebody vouches for you, like, you already got the job. They rarely gonna tell a motherfucker to fire you. They just pretty much need a cosigner. That's it. You just need a cosigner. Because I know when I had to do mine, the only time when I really wanted to get other folks where I felt like what's up, Big Brenda? The only time when I wanted to get other folks licensed or anything was because I didn't want to be on staff that motherfucking night. I didn't want to have to be in there.
Facts.
That's it.
I can understand that.
Or else I'm the one that always got to be in this motherfucker. But in order to just be able to hire people, because I was dealing with absentee owners, bro. They didn't like to be there. They didn't like to be there at all. So they tried to make sure everything could just run without them. So that was the purpose of the motherfucker getting me licensed. They were lazy. So now somebody mentioned in the chat as far as a liquor license and shit like that. Well, yeah, you need a license to sell liquor, but that's on the establishment. A server's bartender's license is different. It's different because you're not selling it, you're serving it. So, it needs to be somebody. But I mean, I'll even get off of that example and we can get back onto this one right here. Like, who the hell all right, so y'all are sports guys, so y'all know. Like, let's go back to the Super Bowl a few years back. You remember Russell Wilson throwing that damn ball on the damn 1 yard line. We want to blame Pete Carroll for calling the damn play. And granted, it was more, let's keep it real, that was more of a college type game plan right there. That was more of a college game plan. You know, it wasn't a I'm going against Bill Belichick and there's Vince Wilfork on the fucking one yard line. You know what I'm saying? So the thing, like, again, you're dealing with kind of like with the Donald Trump shit. You're dealing with an unorthodox opponent right here that has a different and fucking like they got a different motherfucker on that line. Okay, you can't just move Vince Wilfork. You know, so I can understand. I can understand why you threw it. It's just in this situation, you can't throw that ball. You understand? So who got a bunch of the heat, you know, from that? You know, Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll for calling the play. You know,
Yeah,
the
it was
coaches.
more so the coach, but we know who like you said, and the coach got blamed for by a majority of people, but we already know any other time we got all those audibles at play, and then we supposed to entrust in each other.
Facts.
Like I know I got my dog in the back right here, and they didn't stop him all game, and we literally came up here by my dog in the backfield. So it's only common sense. Hey, I understand you. I respect you, coach. And you ain't even got to tell them. Okay, yeah, we're going to run that play. Bro, we know what we're running right now.
That's it. I mean, and also when you even take a play like that in the context, like old boy Malcolm Butler just damn near, like y'all got lucky to even get down there. Like real shit, old boy just broke up another damn play. You know what I'm saying? Like another play. Like this motherfucking DB is locked the fuck in right now. You cannot throw that ball. I don't give a fuck what Pete Carroll just called. You don't want on the line of scrimmage. You supposed to be paying attention to what's going on. You got to notice that this son of a bitch is locked in. This son of a bitch know your game plan inside and out. You cannot throw that ball. But Russell threw the ball anyway.
And,
so I mean, personally, I put it on Russell Wilson for throwing that damn ball. I don't give a fuck what the fuck Pete Carroll said. You're not real shit, bro. You're on the field. You can see things. You're supposed to see things that the coach can't fucking see. Like real shit, that damn defensive back is lined the fuck. He is locked the fuck in. All right. He knows what the hell you doing when them damn receivers are stacked like that. He knows exactly where the ball is going.
Yeah.
Exactly where it's going. You cannot throw that ball.
And he didn't even, bro, mind, and look at this. And he didn't even do an RPO, a play action, none of it. Straight drop back, a 2 at that. Come on, man.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, and old boy beat the receiver to the spot and caught his ball. Pause. That's it. Game over.
Right. They ain't been
Game
right
over.
since.
Trophy elsewhere.
Oh man.
Y'all talking about
is it okay to totally just blow a fucking season just because somebody told you to do it?
You know what? I think what was behind that,
man,
right?
Appreciate you, bro. Man, I got a 2-month member in Sharon Bracey, man. Appreciate you, bro. You know, so I know you got gifted one, but you kept it, man, and I appreciate that. Appreciate that greatly. Thank you so much, dog. He said, "Good day, everyone." You know, feel free to come up if you want to, Sharon. We're talking about who is to be held accountable for one's stupidity. Is it the obligation of those that know to tell people that don't know? Like, for real, I want to know.
I mean, taking it back to that Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl, it was due to the point they didn't want to pay Marshawn Lynch for that money, remember? Because he was up for that big contract. And the way they thought they could exclude that was by throwing that pass in the Super Bowl in order to win it. That will make Marshawn quite a bit more, at least, irrelevant, right? When it came to the team hierarchy. But it backfired on them miserably at that point. You know, a quarterback's job is to win games. You're absolutely correct about that, Auntie. That's what, saying your legacy is based on wins and losses, right?
And to not throw interceptions.
That too. But that definitely changed the trajectory of Russell Wilson's career from that point. Because from there, it
Protect the
just started
fucking
going.
football.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was the decline of Russell Wilson's career, bro. That was Legion of Boom is done. You know what I'm saying? That defense is demoralized. You lost the locker room at that point. And so did Pete Carroll. Everybody lost the locker room from that shit, man. So I'm just like, you can't throw that damn ball. Now, to kind of correlate this shit to the Kamala thing, because I know the sports kind of throw a lot of fucking people off, when you're doing this shit. But I said, Kamala Harris, in this situation, you're going against an extremely unorthodox opponent, right here in Donald Trump. So just like with sports, it could be boxing, football, basketball, whatever. A game plan or strategy, you can either try to be more unorthodox than your opponent. That could possibly be a winning strategy. Or, you can go extremely old school and exploit the basics because your opponent is unorthodox. The fact that more often than not, they've abandoned the basics. You can become the big fundamental, i.e. like a Tim Duncan type shit. You know what I'm saying? And just pound people to death with the fundamentals. Tim Duncan, Evander Holyfield, shit like that. That's it. So in a situation where it's Kamala versus Donald Trump, for example, I'm like, I think a better strategy would have been to go old school, because you're not going to out Donald Trump. Donald Trump, he's the unorthodox one. That's why he ran through the Republican primaries, all of that. So you're obviously not very good debating on a debate stage with the other candidates. That was proven in 2019. So you go old school. You're going to have to start knocking on doors. You're going to have to shake hands. You're going to have to kiss babies. You're going to have to become personable. You're going to have to become a very old school politician. That would have been my strategy, but they kind of had one foot in, one foot out when it came to that. They tried to just, I don't know what the fuck their game plan was, if they even fucking had one. Everything was a lot of new school, liberal shit. They tried shit that didn't work for Hillary. They tried that, and then they also hid the woman, from the public and from interviews for 45 days. That's what I mean, was like you were set up for failure. And I'll let y'all go in a second, but to kind of go back to the Russell Wilson analogy, I'm like, I mean, you can either try to get cute and throw the ball because Vince Wilfork is there and all of that other shit. And we know that Marshawn, even though he can get you all of that yardage, he can do a lot of that shit with an open field. Not necessarily at the 1 yard line. He's not as good just pushing through because everybody's kind of jammed up at the goal line. So I get that. But I thought that would have been a good time to go old school. Fuck it, man. That's it. We put the ball in his hands, and all 11 of us just going to have to push forward, him included. That's it. We're either strong enough to push this 1 yard or we're not. That's it. We're just going to go old school. That would have been my remedy. Yeah.
My remedy
I
would
know
have
you.
been to.
I know you do have to throw the ball at some point to stop the clock right there, but shit, old school. If I do throw the ball, I'm throwing that bitch toward the damn sideline. That's it, because the goal is to stop the clock. But I'm not gonna risk an interception.
Yeah, and he didn't even have to throw the ball. He could have clocked it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if he does that, he's gonna lose yardage too.
Yeah, I mean, a yard probably at the most. He's still right there with inside the 5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think they had a timeout. I'm gonna have to look at that. I think they had at least one timeout left.
Yes,
but
a timeout and 3 extra downs, sir.
Yeah, I think they had at least one timeout. So even if you have to use it to stop the clock, but deep down, I'm like, that's when you go old school. That's it. We either keep the ball in the hands of the quarterback, or we put it in Marshawn's hands, and that's it. All of us just gonna have to push forward. That's it. We're gonna have to push Vince back. or we can't. We're either strong enough to do it or we're not. That's it. For example, even when you're coming up on a game plan, like we remember when the Golden State Warriors was running everybody the fuck over, in the NBA. They're just running everybody over, just outscoring everybody. They're playing from the perimeter. They're shooting like a motherfucker. How do you beat a team like that? They got the best shooter and everything else. I'm like, I mean, you're not going to outshoot them. They just have personnel that you don't have. Like, you can't outshoot these guys. Okay? And you can hope that they just miss eventually, but that's probably not going to happen. Greg Popovich pretty much had the game plan to do it up until Kawhi got hurt. That's it. He just went old school, bro.
Exactly. I was about to. Perfect. Go ahead. You
went old school. That's it, man. We're gonna crash the fucking boards. We're gonna crash the boards. We're gonna be extremely efficient on offense. We're gonna be extremely efficient on offense. We're gonna, try to tighten up man-to-man defense. Make sure that we help the helper. We talk, but for the most part, rebounding is key. Rebounding is key. And efficiency on offense, very, very crispy passes. So we only allow them one look at the basket. They're just gonna they shoot that well, they're gonna have to hit it on the first fucking try. That's it. All rebounds come to us. That's what you got to be concerned with. Right there. That's how you beat a team like that. You're not gonna beat their new age way of fucking playing because they're just better at it than you. And I've said the same thing with the Donald Trump situation. But go ahead, y'all.
No, you said that's where I was going at. No, that's where I'm going.
So I know even when I was doing a lot of the election coverage, people are like, oh, I can't tell what side you're on. I'm like, I'm really not on a side. Just like Emperor said, bro, I'm independent. It's just I hate just seeing a shitty ass game plan, bro. Like or lack of a game plan. Like y'all are just doing shit. When it came to Kamala, I'm like, y'all are just doing shit, bro. Like y'all really don't have much of a plan. Like y'all are just kind of out there just going through the motions. That's it. So how do you really expect to beat an opponent like this? And I know folks are we're like, okay, because we saw what Hillary tried. Hillary actually tried to go. I wouldn't say she went old school, but she tried to kind of follow the same formula and method that her husband and what Obama did. And I'm like, yeah, but you're not going against Bob Dole. You're not going against John McCain. You're going against Trump. So that's why it didn't work for her. Go ahead.
In my view, the reason why Hillary lost really wasn't because of her campaign as much as the people who were around her who actually lost her in the election. You got James Comey with that false reports. You got a chick dating Weiner, right? All that came out against her at the last minute and totally shifted those polls against her. Up to that point, up to 3 weeks before the election, she was ahead by almost 15 points.
Well, those polls are bullshit. Let's just keep it real. Those polls are bullshit. Those polls haven't been able to accurately predict anything since 2016. And that's because those polls don't poll they actually don't gauge the pulse of the people anymore. It's all from the press, so they don't know what the hell is going on online. Anymore. I had this conversation with an old school guy back in 2016. Older dude, in his 70s and stuff, and his wife and everything else, and they were staunch Republicans. And they're like, man, I don't, they really wanted Donald Trump to win, and they really up until election night, they did not see that shit coming. They did not see that shit coming at all. And I'm telling them, I'm like, bro, it looks like he's gonna win this shit, and he's probably gonna win it easily. And they're like, I don't know. I've never seen this. I've never seen he's way behind in the polls. I'm like, look, I don't know who the fuck they polling, but as far as the temperature of the people go, he's kind of got this one locked up. Like Hillary losing was not much of a surprise. And you saw the same thing. Like you saw the same thing in 2020. I know that was more of a pandemic election. So I don't really want to discuss the nuances of that, but that actually showed Donald Trump ahead in most of those polls, leading up to it. So those polls were misleading. And then they showed Kamala either close or ahead in most of the polls this past election. and
Right.
she loses landslide, bro. So those polls haven't accurately predicted shit in a long time.
Correct.
Mhm. Thank you, Brenda. That's all I'm saying. They were ill prepared for a very unorthodox opponent. That's all I was saying. Very ill prepared. And I can even understand like what Nancy Pelosi said when she that was the thing saying there should have been a process, right? Let's go right to this right here. These were Nancy Pelosi's words. It's important. There should have been a process. We have a great bench. We should have some kind of primary. Now, even Nancy Pelosi knows, like, fuck it. We're going to put who the fuck we want in there. But there should still be a process. The people should at least feel like they picked the motherfucker.
Yeah, there needs to be some level of at least, let's be honest, just acting or stage play here, right? A little deceit goes a long way, man, especially in politics. There's nothing deceitful about that. They just put her ass at the top. Thought she was going to win. They thought they could literally leverage how bad Donald Trump was against those horrible policies they were putting out. And some type of, the Gaza situation to me had gotten out of control. It looks like Joe had no handle on that, especially here in the States. They let that get way too wild. And then just her, right? You listen to her, you know what I'm saying? She's constantly talking about, women's rights and, women's right to, ABs.
What's up, Big Brenda?
Hey
Yeah.
y'all, good evening. Oh, good
She said, good
afternoon.
evening.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I
I was about to
know.
say.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the day go by so fast. So I just want to say a few things and I'm gonna let y'all get back to it, right? You have to think when Kamala came in, first of all, she came in late, right? And I'm gonna say this. I'm not opposed to her coming in late. But you got to think like this. And that's why I said, I don't know, like her people weren't her people because I feel like they set her up for failure, right? Because everybody's got to know that from the last election that Donald Trump didn't win, at that very moment, they were already gearing up for this election that just passed. You got to know this,
Yes.
right? So, with that in mind, her team should have been up if they said, Kamala, we halfway through the election, you're going to come in midway. Nobody should have slept, and I mean nobody. Her team should have been up 24/7, and they should have had a plan. They should have came in the gate locking stuff down. When I'm saying they should have had such a plan of action in place that people would have been like, oh, well, she came in late, but they seriously got a plan together. None of that. It was like they stringed some cans together. They
I
strung
mean,
some cans together and thought of a plan and kind of, ever saw somebody like, I don't want to say the word rig. You know what I'm trying to say? I don't want to say the
I
word,
don't
right?
believe in that.
Like
I don't
like
even
when
think
you
of that.
when you put the antenna, remember when you used to use the hangers to put the antenna on the TV?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Like every time, like I saw,
Yep.
right? Don't you feel like they kind of rigged? Like, what kind of campaign did y'all put this lady in? Now, here's my thing: Kamala's not stupid, right?
Well,
But they had her out there looking
Brenda,
really goofy. Huh?
I'll
Go
go ahead
ahead.
and drop Auntie, but thank you for cutting me off, Brenda. Have a good one, Auntie.
All right.
Wait, what?
Peace. He thanked you for cutting him off.
Oh, did I cut him off? I could have been. I didn't hear him talking.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Okay, well, he could have stopped me. I didn't know I cut him off.
I'll apologize and you apologize for talking.
I'm sorry. Who was that? Who was that?
That was Lord ADS.
Now, ADS is my boy. Now, cut it out. I'm sorry, ADS. I didn't know I cut you off. I couldn't hear him, so it was the mic. Charge it to me.
Mhm.
But I feel like in her situation, I think that if I'm honest, halfway through in that setup, she would have never won. If I was her team, I would have never let Kamala run against Trump, and that's just my thoughts. I mean, people might not agree, but I think in other situations, if you would have looked at that realistically, I wouldn't have. I know this is going to sound, as from a woman, is not going to sound good. I wouldn't have put a woman to run against Donald Trump. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
But
you know they're gonna say it that way because of not even politics, but you know that the so-called gender war atmosphere. You know what I mean?
right,
Um,
because of his classifications and what he stands for.
mhm.
Um, there's so many things, ways that you can look at it.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll even say that Hillary. I wouldn't put Hillary. I just wouldn't have put a woman to run against Donald Trump. And
correct.
there's a lot of different reasons, and I think we can see it. Based on societal standards and what Donald Trump stands for in America, it just is like I feel like you're coming in at a disadvantage.
I would disagree on Hillary. I think
Okay.
Hillary had a great chance.
A
Yeah,
better chance.
Hillary had a great chance. She just dropped the ball. But at the same time, I think Hillary was, up until Joe Biden, she was the most qualified candidate in history,
Hmm.
like on paper. So I didn't see a problem with Hillary. She
Yeah,
just
I think
yeah
she had a better chance.
yeah.
Yeah, she had a better
Um,
chance. Yeah,
but
definitely.
this woman had no chance.
Right.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
she had very little to no chance. And
But
the game plan was horrible too.
and just like so in the case of her and Hillary would have definitely had a better chance. But could they have set her up to have a better campaign? Absolutely.
Yeah, I think she's stating about she could have had a better chance, but I think she's saying we still believe that Trump would have still won
Yes, that's
uh,
exactly what I'm saying.
uh,
Yes.
with a woman. What I would say is this though. I think when everything transpired with Biden, they showed their weakness by just scrambling for anything and then throwing her in. You
Yes.
feel what I'm saying? So what they was trying to do was they was trying to invoke Article 2 in the 25th Amendment to show his incapability of being set for that seat, and then they was trying to rotate her in there. You see what I'm saying?
But my thing is with this, right?
But
What
you
were
follow
they?
me through that?
Yeah, but why were they? So what you're saying is exactly right because I talked about this previously with someone.
Mhm.
What are you teetering? It's like somebody not knowing if they're going to go out, and then they end up going out at the last minute in a rush.
Mhm.
Like you guys kind of knew. They knew from when the election started that Biden wasn't capable to run. We knew that
Correct.
before. So what if they were in the back? In my mind, I was thinking, well, they had to have been in the back preparing the campaign. No, they were somewhere sitting around eating tea and crumpets because what is this? Like the
They thought.
minute that Meg the Stallion came out there, I
Mhm.
knew that they had paper mache, like they had shape, like what y'all back there with tape and putting together a plan, taping it together,
So
like
Ms. So
huh?
Ms. Bender, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
The way our the environment in our country had been
Hmm.
set up over the last couple of years, they thought it's no way in the hell we're going back to Trump. What they thought was if somehow we could get Biden in, because like Ant said, from all intents and purposes, on the view looking in, it looked like Biden or well, we'll say Kamala had it in the bag. You see what I'm saying?
No, I wouldn't have.
We're talking about from the optics of viewing, looking at it. Number wise, we did not see. We knew like Ant said, we knew based off of the people Trump was going in. Number wise, when we was looking at the polling situation, until it got real late, it did not look that way. And what they was hoping was Biden somehow, some way, would have still fell into office, and then they would have voted her right in that seat, and then vote Article 2 in the 25th Amendment, and they removed him and put her right in that seat. That's what they was trying to do.
Yeah, that's what they thought was going to happen.
I thought that was
But
I thought that was a clear plan.
yeah,
Was to get her in without her actually having to win.
yeah,
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
right,
Correct.
right. I think we all thought that's what was, and I think that's what she thought was going to happen, but it didn't happen in time, right? Which again, like, but why didn't that happen, right? So then that's another question, because that man was incompetent to stand. That man, I don't want to laugh because this is not nice. Hold on. That man couldn't even go outside and walk his dog. He was a catastrophe. Okay, towards the end
Because
of
it's
his
what you said,
presidency.
Miss Brenda. It's what you said. They knew irregardless, her going up against Trump, she was going to lose. So they was trying to hedge their bets and trying to get him to sit in that seat as long as possible. Once she went in there, like Aunt said, all the variables account, and now we're looking at whether she was set up for failure. She chose a position that she could not win. If you literally follow the political atmosphere, she was not going to win this. It doesn't matter. It even showed that, what was it, 80? I forgot how many of blacks voted for her. It was like overwhelmingly, and we knew regardless voting for her, she was not going to win it.
Well, and two, I think they bet on a lot of things, kind of catapulting her into the win. Which was, if you notice, a lot of her voting stemmed on college because she pledged sorority. Right? Did y'all notice how that was everywhere? And she kind of
Yes, and
hedged the
the
bet on that.
baby deletion
Yeah,
thing, like Aunt said.
yeah.
Yeah.
She kind of hedged the
Baby
bet on
boost
that, which
and
kind
a
of
lot
fell.
of a
Yeah.
lot of immigrant benefits, not
Right.
just illegal immigrant benefits, but a lot of just immigrant benefits and stuff like that. It wasn't a very, very good game plan to
At
win
all.
election versus this opponent.
Right.
And this is me not having a dog. Like I said, I'm registered independent.
Smart.
I couldn't vote in. I couldn't vote in the damn Democratic primary in 2019, but I could see why she lost it, because she came into that as the front runner
Mm-hmm.
and she got smoked, had to drop out. So that's not a strength of hers. Is just being on a debate stage with multiple candidates. So that's obvious why they had foregone the primary thing. She couldn't win that. You already had a sample test. She couldn't win that. You got beat by every other candidate up there.
Right. They should have better. I feel like she wasn't better prepared. So, like, towards the end, I think I had this conversation with you or another content creator about how she was doing some very hard interviews, right? And so our conversation kept going back to, but Donald Trump, oh my God, like, I was cringing, right? Listening to them, because as somebody looking at a candidate, and especially her, right? Because she's new. With Donald Trump, we know, right? Because he's been a president before, okay, which also works in his favor. We want to know. Okay, we know that's what he did, and what are you gonna do? What's your game plan? And she kept leading with that, and so she goes into these very hard interviews. I feel, again, ill prepared, and I'm like, oh, like, I almost want to be like, hey, just let her not go, because her going, and we see her like doing these, responding in this, it's making it worse. So for me, it was making it worse, because I'm like, these responses are, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey,
Right up.
check out this clip right here. This
Okay.
is when she talks about the running mate right here. I think we should be able to get through this in less than 2 minutes.
Something that steers their content. But, let's not also be distracted by the fact that there are going to be the career people who understand that. But then Trump is appointing people to these positions who have no experience as a prosecutor. And the closest they have to it is their experience defending him against crimes, and are now sitting behind the desk, making decisions about who should be charged with what. So it is a scary time. I don't mean to suggest otherwise, but there are these moments that we should also take note of.
Yes, and there have been, to that point, there have been multiple Trump-appointed U.S. attorneys who have resigned or left office.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
Let me ask you a politics question. I mentioned in the intro tonight that you say in the book really bluntly that your personal first choice for your running mate would have been Pete Buttigieg, and you praise him effusively. You say he would have been an ideal partner if I were a straight man. And you say effectively that demographically it was too much to ask of the American people to ask them to elect you with him as your running mate. I wonder if his reaction to that, since this part of the book has come out, if you've had any reflection on that, or I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear.
Yeah.
With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president, you're a black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president, to say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay. It's hard to hear.
No, that's not what I said. That he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay. My point, as I write in the book, is that I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested elections for president of the United States, against someone like Donald Trump, who knows no floor, to be a black woman running for president of the United States and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk. No matter how, I've been an advocate and an ally of the LGBT community my entire life. So it wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but we had such a short period of time. And the stakes were so high. I think Pete is a phenomenal public servant. And I think America is and would be ready for that. But when I had to make that decision with 2 weeks to go, and maybe I was being too cautious, I'll let our friends, we should all talk about that. Maybe I was. But that's the decision I made. And I, as with everything else in the book, I'm being very candid about that.
Yeah.
With a great deal of sadness about also the fact that it might have been a risk.
Will you consider running in 2028?
Go ahead, Brenda.
She's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Like, as she's saying it, I am responding and thinking America would have never been ready for that. Because here's the thing. She's the first woman. I mean, she's a woman. She would be the first woman president, right? Do you think America would have been okay with having the first woman president in office and then her running mate be somebody from the LGBT community? She knew that risk was way too high. She's absolutely right. I mean, she's being honest. I mean, that's absolutely.
I don't think she's winning anyway at the top of the ticket, no matter what. It's not that America wasn't ready for her. They just weren't going to vote for her at the top of the ticket. But I think that
I'm not saying her. I'm saying for that duo, for that pair.
But no, I think it would have gave her a better chance to win than the vice president. The dude she picked, I think, I just think he would have done better. When you're talking about a vice presidential candidate like J.D. Vance, Buttigieg is just a better speaker, a better debater. He would have been a better option. And,
okay,
his personal life choices, I don't think they would have made as much of a difference as people think.
Well, okay, but you're saying that, and we're looking at what's happening now in society and the way that people, right, mostly the MAGA, right, the people who voted for Trump, who are extremely happy. I mean, he's going back, is only, limiting the genders and things like that, and people are really happy to conform back to what they believe that America should have been. And so I feel like she would have, how do I say this? I don't know, but I agree with the fact that of her saying America may have been ready for a female president, even though you know how I feel like the chips were stacked against her because she wasn't ready. But do I feel like it was ready for a female and then a VP LGBT running partner? I don't know. I mean, we differ in opinion, but I don't know. Because I feel like a lot of people ran towards Donald Trump because they were in opposition of that thing. So as much as America we see has changed and grown, and we have people, living their life in different aspects, there's a great deal of America and preferably those red states that she needed, right? It is the big red states. She would have, like, it would have, made it harder. But she didn't really, we know that she didn't do a lot of promoting in some of those states, which worked against her as well, right? So she steered away from really doing a lot of canvassing in those states. But I mean, that's just my opinion.
I mean, look, I think even the Obama thing kind of proves that the nation's kind of past that. They will elect, a color person, a person of color. They will elect, an LGBTQ representative if they feel as though it's in their best interest. So even somebody like a Pete Buttigieg would have been a better candidate or a better running mate for her. Not because he's LGBT, because I never really heard him really stress a lot of the LGBT talking points and stuff when he's on debate stages and when he's campaigning and when he's speaking. He's able to kind of speak toward the facts. That just kind of that's more of just a footnote in his life than it is in his campaigning strategy and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people more so have to ask him about that before he brings it up.
So Bridget said they're probably
I agree.
right.
I agree.
But Bridget, so here's what I agree with. I think that they would choose an LGBT male president. That I think I could see. A male. Yes. Yeah.
I
But
don't
not a
know.
female in LGBT, because America's not past a lot of things. As
I
much
don't
as
even. Yeah, I don't even think we even passed that part, Miss Brenda. Like, you talking about having that, even if it's a male on that side. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they're willing to give up the image. The image is supposed to be
right
in the seat, man and women married.
Because look at what in fact we see that Trump is trying to do is bring kind of America back to the core of what they believe it is. So when Obama was in office, there was a lot of things that was passed, right? So while he was there, people weren't allowed to not provide service to people from the LGBT community. I don't know if you guys remember when that happened, right? So the bakeries, there was a lot going on. There was a lot of lawsuits.
Yes, that was the main story right there. The woman
The Supreme Court reversed that. I don't know if you know that.
In baking.
The Supreme Court reversed that. And
yes,
and I have to honestly agree with that, okay? And I know people don't, who wants to be served by a business that doesn't want to service somebody from the LGBTQ community? So,
but hold on, Miss Brenda. Let me ask you this question without all the other variables in it. Do you want somebody coming inside of your business with your motto and your bottom line coming in to try to dictate and tell you how to run it? The amount of money that you can get in order to have that business running, in order to produce the product and the motto that you represent. Do you want somebody telling you, based off of how their lifestyle is going to infringe on what you set forth for your business?
No, I agree with the Supreme Court reversing it, because I don't think that you should tell a business how they should run their business. I agree with the reversal.
Oh, okay.
Right. No, I'm actually agreeing with it, because I don't think, like, how can you force somebody? Okay, so let's say I have religious views, and based on those religious views, like, I don't believe in same-sex marriages. I'm not saying that's how I feel. I'm just saying, okay, maybe that's how I believe. I don't think anybody should be able to come into my business and tell me what I can and cannot do. And so I agree when the Supreme Court reversed it, and most people didn't catch that because people don't pay attention. I was like, I agree with them. And then would you want somebody making you a cake who didn't like Black people? I don't want any food or anything from there. So and I think that they're trying to bring America back to what it was before. And
right. But see, that's the whole thing. When we're talking about the freedoms and impartiality, it's really, that's a smokescreen, and really it has become more respect of persons now than it has ever been. You're basically saying because these people have been, I guess, held on the outs, we're going to do a reversal and overcompensate for the time that they have lacked or that they haven't been made aware or shined a light on and supported. We're going to now tell all businesses that if we find out that your lifestyle or your beliefs represent that you should not be in participation with people who practice those things, then we're going to now infringe upon your life and even threaten your livelihood to make sure that they are compensated. That is not past, and that is not even new. Still the same way that we said we was moving from. It's just on the inverse. That's all it is. You know, I'm saying that party is now superseded everyone, where we all have to move for them.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's just now they have power now.
Well,
I mean,
and
yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
just
drop. I gotta go take care of something really quick. But thank you for letting me hit the piano.
I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, Big Brenda.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
Appreciate y'all. Thank you. Now, I mean, look, with that, I mean, you know, anti-discrimination is one thing. People should be able to have whatever beliefs they want to have, but I don't think people should be able to refuse your business just because of your sexual orientation or any of that other shit. You know, just like they really can't refuse to hire you because of shit like that. So,
but that's what
you
I'm
should be able to
saying.
keep your
So,
personal beliefs to yourself and keep that out of the realm of,
right.
of business. Yeah.
So what if you're? But see that's okay. So if okay, I'll use myself for example. So this would probably help. So you can see where I'm coming from. A lot of people, if you ask them, you know, their, you know, religious beliefs or what they follow, if you listen to them carefully, they will parse it. They'll say, well, this is what I am, but they have a life outside of that, out of it. So if I say I'm a Christian, majority of Christians say I'm a Christian, but they have a life outside of being a Christian. As for me, my life is me following God. So I don't have a set, you know, to step out of it and step back into the world or step into it from some point. So everything that I do revolves around that. That centerpiece is my son. So everything around that is my job, my lifestyle, my marriage, my children. Everything revolves around that. So everything that I do represents that. So if my business is conducted based off of those principles, the people I hire, how my customer service base, that means all the details that make my business great is going to suffer if now I then constitute and bend for a person that is outside of that purview, when that is what makes people want to come in there and feel comfortable. The people outside of that, I can't then say, oh yeah, for these specific people, I'm taking that out. Just like you said, it will be wrong for alienating that person because of their beliefs. It can be a subset to say, okay, yeah, I can't control your lifestyle, but when you come in here, you cannot perform or behave or be flamboyant or to make notice of your subset. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, hey, no shoes, no shirt, no service. You know? Like that's
Right,
kind of
right,
what it is.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I can have specific rules on the wall, but I can't put something on the wall that says, you know, no yags allowed. You know, no alternative lifestyles allowed. That's discrimination. You know? Like that's discrimination.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know?
Perfect. Yeah. Yeah.
That's not cool. But, you know, I can have a dress code. You know? I have a dress code, you know? And appropriate clothing and shit like that. I can make that shit one of the subsets and stuff like that. So, hey, if you're a dude with a fucking beard, you know, and a beard and shit, you know, hey, This is not appropriate. You coming in here wearing a dress and knee-high fucking boots and shit. You know, and all of that other shit. And no, we don't have a restroom or stalls for you. Now, this is what Rob Reiner had to say about Kamala. Right here, I'm gonna play this clip. Right here on Piers Morgan.
Administration used to try to suppress speech.
Let's turn to another thing that's got you in the news, which is Kamala Harris's book, in which she talks about you guys being at a fundraiser in Los Angeles, watching the now infamous Trump-Biden debate, which obviously led to him then stepping down. And the book says Doug, her husband, at a watch party with Hollywood donors, was getting an earful. Rob Reiner has screamed at him, "We're going to lose our fucking democracy, and it's your fault." First of all, did you say that?
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what I said, because it's also in Jake Tapper's book.
Yes.
Said the same thing. Jake called me and asked me what I said. I can are you allowed to use the F word?
Yes.
Can I?
We're uncensored.
Okay, good. Oh, that's right. Uncensored. That behind you every second
Yes.
is saying that. No, it is exactly what I said. First of all, when I saw Biden give that answer, it was that really disjointed answer. I can't remember what the question was. I said, we're fucked. We are fucked. And I went really on a rant, and I said, something like, it's all over. We're fucked. We're going to lose. I don't know if I said we'll lose the democracy, but I said we're going to lose and we're fucked. But I never, ever said to Doug Emhoff, it's your fault. That's ludicrous.
Really?
Now, no, because listen, Jake Tapper said the same thing that I said that. How could it possibly be Doug Emhoff's fault? I'm not that unsophisticated to know how people get, decide to run or not decide to run. I was screaming at the whole world there, and Andy Bashir was at this thing. J.B. Pritzker was there. Who else? Jane Fonda. But no, there was one governor of Michigan. I'm blanking on the name for a second. She was there. We were all there, and I was screaming at the world. I never and Doug was definitely there. He was hearing all of that. I didn't say to him, it's your fault. It makes no sense. Why would I say it's his fault? It's not his fault. How could it be his?
So
I'm fairly politically sophisticated.
Right.
I would know that it's not Doug Emhoff's fault that Joe Biden is, making a mess out of a debate.
So why would Kamala Harris put this in her book?
I don't know. And why would Jake Tapper put it in his book?
Well, a reporter.
I told him, and I talked to Jake 3 different occasions, and I said, it makes no sense. Why would I tell Doug Emhoff it's all your fault? How could it be Doug Emhoff's fault?
Well, I presume that the implication was him and his wife's fault, in the sense that they must have known that Biden was incompetent.
Well, she might have known, but I'm not going to blame Doug Emhoff for that. If anything, if I did say it's all your fault, I would have said it to Kamala. She wasn't there. I wouldn't say it was his fault. How could it be his fault? It makes no sense.
Do you think it was Kamala's fault?
Hey, Ant, may I say something?
I think there were a lot of people.
Yes, you may. Yeah, just real quick, we're gonna go right back in. Did you hear what they said? Ain't that what I just said earlier? That they all was in realization that he was unfit. They knew it. They all was in realization. They kept trying to try to ignore and thinking they was going to just be able to go under the bridge with it. They was going to get away with it. And now inside of the book, it clearly shows that basically they're being underhanded towards each other. They're asking why she put it in there. Obviously, y'all don't care. Y'all throwing each other under the bus now.
It, man. It's everybody else's fault. You know, it's everybody else's fault. So, whew. Like, hey, you want to blame the running mate? You want to blame the big Hollywood donors? You want to blame the other Democrats? It's Pelosi, it's Obama, it's Bernie, it's all of these people. You know, it's everybody else's fault but your own, and you even named the damn book 107 Days. Like, I'm like, God damn, man. So, you know, at some point.
Right.
You know, damn. You know, here, let's go to another one before we get up out of here. This was on the Young Turks. They talk about how everybody's getting blasted for Kamala's bad interview. Shout out to the Young Turks right here. Not too fond of their views, but their view. Everybody just turned on each other with that damn party. It's wild. So I think most people would agree that it has to fall apart in order to build itself back up. But let's just keep it real. Democratic Party has lost its way. It's no longer the party of the working class. It's a very, very, I don't know what the fuck it is now.
Yeah, it's a S show. It's an S show.
I mean,
plain and simple, bro.
It's pretty much it's a big money, you know, lobbyist. You know, I mean, it's lobbyist. That's it, bro. Whatever agenda that they pay us to push, we'll use the Democratic Party to push it. That's it.
Yep.
That is what it is. I'm not going to say the other party isn't on the same shit. They're just a little bit more covert about it. That's all.
Correct. Yeah, they got more tact with that bull crap. But this is pure basura.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. So that I think that's one of the reasons why there is no clear cut, direction. With your Democratic Party, that's why they're all throwing each other under the fucking bus. Is because they're all taking dough. Like they're all taking dough from all types of different directions, and like fuck it, bro. Like fuck it, bro. I mean, I just think that's just what it is, and that's one of the reasons why it's no, like they don't even know what the hell to run on. Are we gonna run on women's rights? Are we gonna run on equality? Are we gonna run on socialism? Are we gonna run Are we gonna run on healthcare? Are we gonna, like, what the fuck? Like we don't fucking know, bro. Like, what I'm saying? Are we gonna run on immigration? Or are we gonna look out for class? Like we don't fucking know. Like there really is no we. You just got a bunch of people. No, I mean, bro, and I'm gonna use another sports analogy. Like we know the difference between a bunch of people wearing the same uniform and a team.
In a team, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Y'all are the Democratic Party is a bunch of people wearing the same damn uniform. That's it. They're not a team.
Yeah.
So
great analogy. Great.
Yeah. They just a lot of hero ball getting played.
Now, infamous interview that never was with Joe Rogan. And apparently she was very excited to do the interview. She really was. So why didn't it happen? Well, let's start with what Harris said happened, and then we'll give you Rogan's side of the story. So Harris writes that she and Rogan had initially agreed that he would interview her in Detroit, which I don't believe. Rogan is not a journalist and he doesn't travel around the country to interview politicians. He does a podcast, his guests come to where he is, and he does a 2.5 hour to 3 hour long podcast with his guests.
I've literally never seen him travel. Maybe he has and I didn't see it, but it would be exceedingly rare if it's ever happened.
Exactly. So, but then according to her, he changed his mind and asked her to record in Texas. Harris said that was a big ask considering every minute in a swing state mattered at that point late in the election. But she wrote that she was game despite reservations from some of her team if they could wedge it in.
Okay, can I pause there for a second? Because I want to explain how stupid that is. Okay, so assume it's true, right? So you're going to go do some rando thing in a swing state that's not going to get any media coverage because you're just doing a cheerleading thing with talking points. We saw it. Nobody covered those events. Instead of going on the largest podcast in America, where you could literally reach, what did Trump's get, about 100 million views? Something in that ballpark? So you chose not to address 100 million people because you were going to do an irrelevant rah-rah event in a swing state? Do you know how politically negligent that is?
No, I thought it was a great political calculation. So much so that she's still having to answer questions about it today.
And her excuses actually make it worse.
It makes it worse because the lie is so obvious. But anyway,
But even if it isn't a lie, Anna, it's saying, I don't know anything about modern American politics. I don't realize that going on that podcast is way more valuable to a campaign than doing a insular campaign rally where a bunch of Democrats go, are we all gonna vote for each other? Yeah. That's totally irrelevant compared to that podcast. And to this date, she still doesn't realize it.
So she also wrote, even though most of my team thought doing the interview at all was a gamble, and to be sure it was a gamble, and others bluntly argued it was a bad idea, I really wanted to do it. One podcast was not going to win or lose the election, but Rogan's audience was young and male. I wanted to reach those guys who might not otherwise hear from me. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, like I don't think it would have been a good idea for her to go on Rogan's podcast. Now, once it became a public issue, you really have no choice, like you gotta do it. But it should never have gotten to that point to begin with. And the reason why I say that is because while I don't believe this was always the case with Kamala Harris, I've seen her career earlier where she was totally fine. But at some point during the Biden administration, she forgot how to speak publicly. She forgot how to think for herself, how to make arguments for herself, how to explain what her actual sincere political positions happen to be. You cannot hide your ignorance or your incompetence or your failings in a 3-hour-long conversation. And that's what Joe Rogan's podcast is. You're gonna be outed. Who you really are ends up coming out in a lengthy conversation like that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have one caveat to what you said there, and then I want to go back to something Kamala Harris said. So look, you can lie about a lot of things over 3 hours because Trump did. Trump had the interview with Rogan and he said a bunch of gibberish that didn't make any sense. But what you can't hide is your authentic self.
Exactly.
So like Trump is authentically a con man, and so and a blusterer. Even if you don't think he's a con man, he certainly has a lot of bluster. So he'll go in and then the whole 3 hours will be gone, but you'll get a sense of who Trump is. Okay, you like, you don't like, right? So Joe Rogan doesn't do very tough follow-up questions, but you get a rough sense. Kamala Harris and a lot of Democratic politicians, unfortunately these days, there is no authentic self. All it is like something that was manufactured at a factory run by Democratic consultants. So,
go ahead, Truth, bro. You got it. I'm gonna step away for a brief moment, but you got it, bro. You feel free to go off on it. You got about 3 minutes on this.
And look what Kojak said. Whatever wins, Detroit wins Michigan. Detroit didn't give a F about. It's just, they grasping at straws, man, and it's sad because I mean, we saw this coming, and they just thought they was going to get away with it, bro. They really just thought somehow, some way, it was just the dominoes was going to fall in place. And they was going to be able to skirt. What they wasn't counting for is the fallout of all the garbage that they did. And they still trying to promote by sending bad messages because they still are, in a large part, control of the media and what is promoted. So that's still their Trojan horse right there. So they're going to continue to try to use that to try to formulate a plan to get themselves back into a position where they're not fighting against the current. But overall, at this standing point, they're absolutely cannon fodder. It ain't a daggone thing they can do about it.
I would have to, I would have to agree with Chink on that. I mean, look, and this isn't even just. Yeah, hey, I appreciate you, Lurker. I'm gonna be up here for a little bit longer, not too much longer, because this is a pretty topic, but it was a cool one to discuss. Because, like I said, who the fuck do we hold accountable for people's stupidity? And I know people be like, well, I ain't the stupid one. It's like, yeah, but you still got to deal with stupid people's shit. Like, unfortunately, because they outnumber us. Real shit. They outnumber us. So right now, even just what Chink said, it's like they're just manufactured in a factory, which is one of the reasons why Donald Trump was able to win that Republican nomination. He beat the shit out of a bunch of damn cookie cutter ass Republican politicians on that damn debate stage. How quickly we forget. But that's what he did. He threw a bunch of shit at them they wasn't prepared for. That's why he ran through that primary in 2016. And again in 2024. 2024. But
2024,
yeah. That's pretty much what it is. Like, Jeb Bush had no chance against him, even though he came in as the front runner. You know, the old school tactics don't work when you're dealing with an unorthodox opponent. So, I mean, that's why I say, man, y'all get ready for Stephen A. That's your next option. That's the only option they really gonna give you. Somebody that doesn't have a political history to that you can throw back at them on the damn debate stage, and they can come out with being real. Right now, like all of that, who's the most qualified? The more qualifications that you have these days in politics, that shit is more of a hindrance now.
Yes.
Yeah, for real.
Yes, we're in a new wave now, Jordan. We're in a new wave. The office and seat of the commander-in-chief has never been more open now than ever. If they were smart, bro, like you said, find someone like a LeBron James or somebody that we so-called claim the love and everything, and see if you can promote and push them into that seat. If they're smart, if they want to give themselves, put some guns on their shoulders. You feel me?
Like, even when she talks about Buttigieg being a choice that she couldn't make because, he's LGBT, and, you don't want to take Shapiro because he's small hat and whatever, blah. You don't want to take Gavin Newsom because of California politics, too many California. It's like, dude, stop. I think that's another problem that even a lot of these pollsters are making. This is why they come up with fucked up shit. And we see this actually in these spaces a lot too. Everything is separated into demographics. And they just assume because this is your demographic, this is how you should be leaning. Or this is how you're going to lean.
Yeah.
And I think,
automatically.
Otherwise they're like, oh, well, Black women usually vote this way. Well, I can show you a lot of channels and let you hear from a lot of Black women that went the other way.
Correct.
You say that, Black men, they usually vote this way, or educated white men usually vote this way and this way. People are individuals. And people have different things that they're going to hold near, dear, and true. So speak to people on an individual basis instead of grouping everybody based on race, gender, and sexual orientation. And then maybe you'll be able to gauge a better temperature or a better pulse for the people. Like, you'll be able to get a better gauge on that shit. That's a mistake that I would say, the Democratic Party is making.
Yes.
Because right now, I'm not going to say that the Republican Party ain't making, the same mistake. It's just there got to be a winner and a loser, and they seem to be benefiting toward, the Democratic Party leaning so heavily on that shit. And if you notice, they had more talking points. like blanketed talking points. Matter of fact, let me go back to this this part right here where Bernie
it
said,
was so many platitudes, bro. There's no substance or contextual referencing to whatever they promote, and it's been like that for now, I don't know how long.
well, notice here, just like Bernie Sanders said, please focus on the working class, not just deletion.
Exactly, platitude.
In other
What is
words, that's gonna cover, like, that's just gonna cover more of a demographic. And I know a lot of people say, well, this is what's important. It's not that nobody's saying that if that's an issue that's near, dear, and true to you, nobody's saying it's not important. It's just not going to win the election because it's not going to hit close to home with enough people. The
Correct.
economy is going to hit close to home with enough people to get you a win.
Yeah, they think it's just, they don't realize it's not about noticeability, but it's about value.
Mm-hmm.
What's the main thing to project so we can get like a title reference to use that as your promotional piece that will galvanize majority of the masses to push it, and also not just push it in your favor.
Mm-hmm.
They're not looking at that.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Just like I was saying with the game plan, like, bro, you got the Splash Bros over here. They shooting the fucking lights out, but they don't shoot 100%, bro. You got to crash those goddamn boards, bro. You got to crash those boards. You got to talk to each other. You got to help the helper. And when I say crash the board, that's it. You're gonna have to rebound like a motherfucker, man. That's it. One look at the basket, pull it right off the fucking rim. You can't give these motherfuckers second chances because they shooting over 50%. Okay,
correct.
They shooting too goddamn well. So that's it.
What
They're gonna have to shot, huh?
And like since
and
you said that, now tell me, what does that do when you crash the boards? What does that do to them?
Oh, what does it do? It keeps them out of rhythm. It puts them in transition, but it keeps them on defense rather than offense. Their strength is offense. So you got to try to keep them on defense. You know, and also you got to
eliminate their volumes of shots. Correct.
Say what?
I said it eliminates their main strength, which is getting up enough shots.
Yeah.
To be okay.
You can't give them a second, third look at the damn basket. Can't do that.
Right, which is the value.
They're torch. Yep. So very important, but also on the other end, you got to be extremely efficient on your offense. Extremely efficient. You can't shoot like they do, but you got to be extremely efficient, which means crispy passes right to the chest. Be decisive. What Greg Popovich always say: ball doesn't stick. But also, what does that do? It keeps them out of transition. If they're always taking the ball out beneath the net, just like on a football field, you want your opponent. You know, if you can put in touchdowns, they're always having to go the whole length of the field. You don't want to be turning the ball over. You know, field position is important. You know, so you always got to your opponent to have to go the entire length of the field or as much of it as possible. You know,
because just like Ann said, they want to get in transition because it opens the floor up, and you always have people in retreat. And once they open the floor up, you see them. They go right to those wings, so it widens to open up, and they open up the pass lane, and then they got another attempt. The 3-point shot.
Yeah. Transition is where you exploit mismatches. It's tough.
Yes, sir.
So if you can get them to take the ball out from under the net, which means you got to be efficient on offense. You know, you got to be efficient on offense. Crash the boards on both ends, but you be extremely efficient. So, you know, they're taking the ball out. It gives your defense time to set, so we can stick to our defensive game plan, you know, as well. But as soon as you let them run your ass in transition, you know, the Splash Bros are gonna fuck you up, man. They're gonna fuck you up. You know, you're gonna have 7 footers out here trying to slide with these motherfuckers, bro. It's going, like, for real. They're gonna beat you. They can't win like that. So, like, can they be beat? Absolutely, they can be beat, but you have to stick to the game plan. You know?
And bro, I'll give you a prime example. Of what you're talking about. The 1993 NBA Finals, Chicago Bulls versus the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix Suns going into that season, all the way to the championship. They was the number 1 team, the number 1 offensive rated team, and they had great shooters. Danny Ainge Dan Marley. Who else they had? Chuck Person. Cedric Sabat. They had a couple. They had tons of 3-point shooters. What the Bulls do, just like Ant said, dominated the Bulls, eliminated transition, and made sure they used their size to their advantage. Charles Barkley said, with Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen switching off on him, he couldn't see Sherbert. Not nothing. Yes, he killed because he was great. That's why Charles still killed, because he was great. But it neutralized what made them a great team that season.
That's it. He had to beat him by himself. So that's what I would have said right there. Like you got to have a game plan that can deal with the fact that you have an unorthodox opponent. So right there, you got to do something that this 80-year-old fucking guy can't fucking do, and that's get your ass on the floor and start knocking on motherfucking doors and start talking to people. Instead of me getting some text message or some phone call, I probably got a phone call from Kamala her fucking self. I spoke on that during the campaign. I'm like, I think she should come to a lot smaller channels. I'm not saying come to a channel as small as mine, but she should have tried to come to some smaller channel. I would have had her just popping up in random fucking chat boxes and clicking links and shit, bro. Like real shit. And coming right on camera and just talking to random ass fucking people, bro. Random ass people on here clicking links, doing Clubhouse, doing, you know what I'm saying, real shit, getting into all types. Like she wouldn't have had to go on Joe Rogan.
Right. And who followed your same format?
Random conversation with random people. I would have been going the direction that Donald Trump wasn't going in. You know?
Right. And who followed your same format? What you talking about, Ant?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, I guess you can say Donald Trump followed it. You know?
No, not Donald Trump. I'm talking about what you asking Kamala to do. The Obamas did that. Remember, they was going to small schools. Yeah, that's the very thing. They was going to places. They even came here. like, what the hell is Michelle and them doing here? That's why.
I'm just saying that's what I would have done. I'd be like, it's pretty tough to get in through that front door after what done, because Kamala said it herself. Donald Trump had been campaigning for 10 years. Pretty much he had been. Ever since he started, he was never really off the campaign trail because the media forced him to be on the campaign trail, even when he was in office and when he was not in office.
Yes.
No matter what. Understand that. So you're not really going to be able to get into that front door. MAGA's blocking it. So you're going to have to creep in through some windows. They'll be a lot more personable. This 80-year-old billionaire is not really able to do that. He's going to go right to the source. He's going to go to Joe Rogan. He's going to go to Elon Musk. He's going to go to these big motherfuckers. So you need to go to some of these smaller ones. Go to some of these smaller all of these damn channels that had Donald Trump backdrops and shit and built their damn, go have a conversation with Officer Tatum and shit. Have a conversation with Candace Owens. Have a conversation with them people. That's what I would have recommended, in her case.
Mm-hmm.
Grill you a little bit. Real. And it would just like what Chink said, that would have been that would have showed us a little bit more authenticity. That's it, because they wouldn't have allowed her to be fake. They would have asked her some tough questions, and she should have been embracing that shit. So I'm like, you can only blame the campaign but so much. But let me jump to Sheep Stay Sleep TV coming up again for us on Sunday. Coffee and chill, bro. Appreciate you, Sheep. What up?
What's up, bro?
What's going on, Truth? How you?
Good to see you, bro.
Been in the conversation. As far as the political aspect, I think that this is the perfect time. As Black Americans, if you're a Black American, I think this is the perfect time for us to try our best to come together so we can actually home in and groom our own politician. I don't think we should go out and use anybody that's already out there, because I think a lot of them are tainted. I heard y'all mention the example of like a LeBron James or, a guy of that stature. I think people are like that are pretty much tainted. And I also think that those people can't get into politics. I don't think they will allow LeBron to get into politics. You know, being that he's tied up with corporations and all of that stuff, I think they would have to push him into politics like they're doing Stephen A. That $100 million contract, like you said, and that shit wasn't just for talking about sports.
Nah.
So I think they would have to do Nike and all the people, the NBA and all of them that's behind LeBron. They would have to push LeBron and groom him and put all the pieces around him for him to do that. I don't even think he has it in him to even compete on that level. We saw him flop a lot in the NBA. So politically, you know, that boy piss his pants.
No, I mean, you're gonna hear, you would hear the shut up and dribble again, because I know people are like, oh, he shouldn't just shut up and dribble, and that was something that I think Ray Allen even brought up too. And I get it; he's not a ball player anymore, so he feels as though he has more of a stake in society now. That being Ray Allen, but when that Laura Ingraham chick said that shit to LeBron about the shut up and dribble, bro, I agreed with that shit. Motherfucker, shut up and dribble, bro. That's what you get paid.
I agree with it too, especially because, you know, we know LeBron. You know, we know how LeBron was groomed. So at the end of the day, shut up and dribble, bro, because that's all you can do. You barely graduated high school, my nigga. Like, let's just be honest, bro. We all know why he graduated, and come on, man. So we already know he doesn't even have the he doesn't have the proper training or anything to speak about issues like that. He's just not that type of guy. So I think that this is the time where if we could come together and put a lot of BS to the side, we can actually groom our own politician from the ground. Because with the diversity aspect being at play here now, I think we could groom our own president. Literally, from the bottom up. I think we can do it. Do I think we'll have a lot of opposition? Yes, but I think that we can do it, especially with us black men voting in droves for Trump. We can have brothers turn that same energy over into one of our candidates that we've actually groomed. Because think about it, bro. A lot of us, we voted for Trump because we agree with what Trump was saying. So if we get a person that we can groom to represent us directly and that look like us too, why not? Why not?
It would make sense.
Family man, man of high value, meaning morals and character and integrity and things of that nature. We can groom our own politician at this point. We don't, and then what we can do, we can then leverage, because you know some guys gonna come around that have some type of influence. We're gonna automatically attract that, and then we can go out and get a sponsor like a LeBron or a Shaq or a Stephen A. to put their face behind the politician that we groom. And originally, that's how the real process works anyway. You know, I think as Black Americans, we should get away from trying to have a celebrity president. Barack Obama was a celebrity president. He was a hip hop president. You feel me? We need a political guy. You know, we need a political person, a person that's straight about politics and about social justice and about society. We don't need another famous person, you know, or a person that want to be seen and liked and and invited to all the Jay-Z dinners and you know all that. We don't need that no more, bro.
I'm funny.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree, but I don't think Black America as a whole is ready for that, bro. Unfortunately, and not just that they're not ready for a like not necessarily a political person, but just being able to groom their own candidate from the beginning.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much. For real. Though, I mean, I would have to compare it to like, the WNBA and their marketing issue. Like, you're so hell bent on damn equality that equality is one of the reasons why y'all ain't making no motherfucking money. You got to prop up your stars, goddammit. And I think it's the same thing in the black community as a whole. As soon as you start propping up your talented 10%, that are actually capable to do this shit, the other 90% get jealous and crab in the barrel mentality starts to kick in. You think you better than me? You ain't better than us.
No, it's not about.
You don't speak for us.
Not about that, and that's true. That's true. That's one of the. That's what keep us divided, and that's why we can't. That right there is the reason why we don't participate in droves on a political level, because unity is part of politics. People don't understand that. Even if we disagree about little things, about religious ideologies and things of that nature, overall, the people who are a part of those parties, they agree on the bottom line. And that's where we mess up at, because we be so caught up in disagreeing with the details and the nuances of shit that we can't agree to a bottom line. And in politics, you have to be able to do that, or else you just cannot participate, because you don't have the mentality to participate. You don't have the structure to participate. And that's what Black Americans, we don't want to understand that. Nobody's keeping us out of politics because we Black. We keep ourselves out by how we deal with each other. We can't agree on nothing, because as soon as you disagree with how I put shit in my refrigerator, you ready to throw away the whole, you know what I'm saying? Black people be ready to just flip the whole table and throw it all away. God damn, my nigga, I like almond milk. Like, wow. Like, we start drawing conclusions about each other, and we just take it to a whole extreme that won't fit in politics. That won't fit.
I mean, and it's just, and I agree, bro. We've been saying that, like, you got to groom your politicians from birth. It is what it is. If you don't groom your politicians from the beginning, as children, to actually be there. I mean, how do you expect a politician to serve your community when they're not from your community? They have no stake in your community, any of that shit. So, I mean, unfortunately, I think we're a ways away. Yeah, at least the rest of mine in your lifetime away, unfortunately. But that's just what the fuck it is. I think Black folks are more just likely to go with a candidate that's placed there rather than place a candidate there, because that shit requires too much work.
Right, and that's I agree with that, and that just shows man, that a lot of us are not going to be ready for this new society that's coming, because in the game is coming back to how smart you are. All that other stuff that people use to get by, them days are over with. You gotta know shit now. You gotta know shit, and you have to be able to perform it. You have to be effective. So Black folks, we really gotta get it together, because now the world is going back to merit. It's going back to credibility. It's going back to qualifications. Not
like
just
listen to this. Even with this woman right here, that woman said, "I am an Asian American Black woman." What the fuck is that? Like, she actually said that shit, and people are like, "Yeah, she's a Black." No, what the fuck is that? What the hell is an Asian American Black woman?
That don't exist. That doesn't exist.
And then talk about, I didn't pick Buttigieg because he's LGBT. I'm like, you'd have had a better chance with him. To be honest, I think most of us would agree with that. You'd had a better chance with him as your running mate than Waltz. But as far as the Stephen A thing, I'm pretty sure that he's going to be the Democratic candidate, or at least a front runner in 2028. Of course, he's Disney's boy, but at the same time, he checks all the boxes. He checks all of the boxes. He's got the name recognition. He'll do as he's told, as long as the check's clear. We know that. So as far as the people that have the power to put him there, we know that he will kiss Disney's ass and whoever the hell signs his checks ass. And also he checks those demographic boxes. He's literally the best of both worlds. As far as they can go back to the last time they won an election in landslide, which was Barack Obama. Okay, he's a black man, because they seem to not be able to get over the racial politics as far as the way they're grouping people with the polls and everything. Mm-hmm. Even if you tell them, like, bro, that's not what it's about. Like, it's really not about that shit anymore. Right now, people have a lot more in common than just their race and gender. Now, and they differ in a lot more ways other than just their race and gender. And if y'all are still grouping people based on that, y'all are the ones that are far behind, and people still don't get it. The mainstream media really don't get it. That's why the polls have been wrong.
What I think elections. I think that and I was talking about this a couple of days ago. I think this country has been destroyed due to a lot of pride. It's pride, man. Pride will restrict you from changing. Pride will restrict you from seeing things in a better light. And that's why this country is in the position it's in. It's because of pride. The people that's in position, they're dealing with so much pride. Whatever pride you want to put on it, that's why this country is in the position that it's in. Because of those things. And I think it's like that on both sides. It's too much pride with us, and it's too much pride with them. That's why shit is messed up, especially in this country.
That's the truth. No, I mean, mainstream media, they're done. They're holding on to a thread, but they only know to work the formula that's always worked for them. That's why they're likely going to sink with the ship. That's why they're sinking with the ship. To answer Bridget's question, do I think people like him like they liked Obama? I think we have such short memories. Everybody didn't like Obama. Obama barely won the primary against Hillary in 2008.
People forget that, Ant.
She was almost your Democratic candidate.
They wanted a woman president back then, bro.
Exactly.
They thought Hillary was going to beat Barack. And they thought that she was going to win. And this came from a lot of black women. Correct me if I'm wrong, man.
Well, people were itching to get back to the Clinton administration, and they felt like she was the closest thing to it.
There you go.
Remember?
There you go.
Because people were sick of the Bush administration at that point. So people was like, yo, getting Hillary in is just like getting Bill in. It actually is getting Bill in.
Thank you.
He's going to be your first gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you. And Barack being a black man wasn't a good thing back then. It actually worked against him, according to us. We were saying that white woman was going to beat that black man because she was white and because he was black. Wasn't we saying that?
Correct.
Correct. Now everybody want to act like they got all this racial pride. This is why I be saying, man, it's too much. It's too much fake outrage for me, bro.
It looked like, but I'm just saying that was a very, very close primary. Very close primary. And everybody forget just how fast people forget. Just like people forget how this woman got smoked on the damn debate stage in 2019. Like smoked.
Cooked.
Pete Buttigieg, Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Biden, even Cory Booker lasted longer than her.
She's not a good
And she was the front runner going in. And the debates kind of just exploited all of her weaknesses. Everybody got muds thrown at their ass. It's just she couldn't counterpunch.
she's really not a good speaker. Like if you just watch her interview, she's not very good at, you know. So especially under pressure, she folds every time. She folds every time. So how could you put somebody like that in the seat with that type of influence and power where they can't even stand up under no pressure, even in a conversation? So that's why a lot of people didn't vote for Kamala Harris.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it was a lot of things. And then even, bro, she names the book 107 Days. Like, all of these excuses. You can blame Nancy Pelosi for trying to endorse a primary, saying that we shouldn't be anointing. There should have been a process. You blame Bernie for telling you don't talk about deletion, talk about the working class, the economy. You blame the Obamas for not just jumping off the porch and endorsing you immediately. You know, like at some point, I mean, I believe she was set up for failure. I put her campaign strategy, I put it on the strategists and the campaign managers and everybody else. But at the same time, you still accepted that damn nomination. You still chose to go on the dummy mission. I personally think the smart thing to do when Biden dropped out was for her to go back on the ticket, but as a VP candidate again, and hold a primary for the presidential candidate. That way she would have got on the ballot no matter what. But let somebody else handle that shit, man.
Honestly,
let somebody that's capable of debating and can prove it through a primary process, and also capable of winning the attention and hearts of some people, actually winning some votes from some people on a national level. And that's it. You could have been just another VP. You could have been a VP candidate again.
Honestly, I don't even think Kamala, and this is just me, with me analyzing her and how she speaks, she don't want that much responsibility of being no president, bro. All of this information, all of this attention, and all of this media that she gets, I think this stuff alone gets to her. I don't think she's ready for the big leagues, and I think she know that. I just think that she gets paid to come in and to, you know, create the conversations and keep the media going, you know, keep media coverage going. I don't even think that she was ever in it to go that far. I don't think she wanted that bad, honestly. I just don't see it, and I never did. I saw Hillary campaigning harder than her.
Yeah, and Hillary even had to admit that she didn't campaign as hard as she had to. You know,
right? Exactly.
Yeah. Hillary campaigned harder than her, without a doubt. But also, man, they tried to hide her and everything else. Now, I know Brownie just said Trump had the benefit of the doubt because he was already an elected president. Not just that, even people that didn't like him and didn't vote for him the first time knew that they damn pockets was in a lot better situation when he was in there. Now, granted, it's a lot of shit involved with that, because every president gets a few benefits and some bullshit from the previous administration. That's what it is. But most people don't remember that. They just like, look, when this motherfucker was president, I was straight. So a lot of folks were making more money. They were in better situations. They kind of just like the way shit's going. And her, her time in office, there were a lot of people that was pissed off, man. So, I mean, it was just very bad strategy. I'm gonna play this clip for you. I don't know when you came in, but listen to this. We had listened to it earlier with Brenda and Truth. I'm gonna play it again.
Personal first choice for your running mate would have been Pete Buttigieg, and you praise him effusively. You say he would have been an ideal partner if I were a straight man. And you say effectively that demographically it was too much to ask of the American people to ask them to elect you with him as your running mate. I wonder if his reaction to that, since this part of the book has come out, if you've had any reflection on that, or I guess I'd ask you to just elaborate on that a little bit. It's hard to hear. With you running as, you're the first woman elected vice president, you're a Black woman and a South Asian woman elected to that high office, very nearly elected president, to say that he couldn't be on the ticket effectively because he was gay. It's hard to hear.
No, that's not what I said. That he couldn't be on the ticket because he is gay. My point, as I write in the book, is that I was clear that in 107 days, in one of the most hotly contested elections for president of the United States, against someone like Donald Trump, who knows no floor, to be a Black woman running for president of the United States, and as a vice presidential running mate, a gay man, with the stakes being so high, it made me very sad, but I also realized it would be a real risk. No matter how, I've been an advocate and an ally of the LGBT community my entire life. So it wasn't about, yeah, right. So it wasn't about any prejudice on my part, but we had such a short period of time, and the stakes were so high. I think Pete is a phenomenal public servant. And I think America is and would be ready for that. But when I had to make that decision with 2 weeks to go, and maybe I was being too cautious, I'll let our friends, we should all talk about that. Maybe I was. But that's the decision I made. And I, as with everything else in the book, I'm being very candid about that.
Yeah.
With a great deal of sadness about also the fact that it might have been a risk.
Will you consider running in 2028?
Sheep, I know you're gonna go in on this one. Because you hear a cop and please. That was almost a debate with her and Rachel Maddow, but right there, it kind of was, but it was very little mini debate. But go ahead, bro.
Man, I think I think this is just an example of more just foolery, bro. Tom foolery. Honestly. That's why I said I think they just got her up here for media purposes, bro, because this is disgusting. Like this is crazy. Because at this point, bro, who cares? Like who really cares what Kamala Harris thinks? And I don't even think she answered. Bridget, I don't even think she
Well, she made sure she copped the plea, and she said she did not say that he was too yag. This is what she said. She said it's tough enough, with her demographic, and then to bring in his too. She didn't think that was a good chance to win. Pretty much.
It wasn't a good chance for her because she probably know that they probably would have picked him over her. Because let's be real, that's something that a lot of women, especially women who considers themselves Black, that's their new fear that they don't talk about. That they're getting, the zest monster is getting chosen over them now. So that's why I think she said that, and that's why I think she kind of slighted him and then tried to clean it up. But at the end of the day, we know that they support that community to try to make them allies and try to have allies. But now that community has stepped up and tried to take that position from women. And a lot of women don't want to come out and to openly, start a conversation about it and create tension, because that community is very strong and powerful, and I believe a lot of women are afraid of that community. So
to be honest, I think a good idea. I mean, if they really wanted to win, just like I said, before. She could have still stayed a vice presidential candidate. You know, she could have stayed as the VP. And then if you let them go through a primary, and you probably would have just got Bernie in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you would have had Bernie in there. Go through a primary, or if you're going to anoint somebody, just fucking pick Bernie. Or, yeah, something like that. Or even Pete. You know, Pete just would have been a better choice for the presidential candidate than her. Because just like somebody mentioned in the chat, you as the border czar, and this is what the fuck is going on. So, like, immigration is what it is. It's fucked up. You know, like I was saying earlier, that entire party, it's like they have no identity. Like we were using the sports analogy earlier, where there's a difference between a bunch of people wearing the same uniform and a team.
Right.
And the difference between a bunch of people wearing the same uniform and a team is that a team has an identity. Team has an identity, and a bunch of people wearing the same uniform are just a bunch of individuals, you know, with their own identity. And that's kind of like what the Democratic Party is. A bunch of people that call themselves Democrats, but they really don't have an identity other than they're anti-Trump. That's it. So y'all don't know if y'all are advocating for the working class. Y'all don't know if you're advocating for just the economy as a whole. They don't know if you're advocating for you know, alphabet folks. They don't know if you're advocating for just minorities as a whole. We don't know if you're running on healthcare, if you're running on women's rights. Like, what's the top priority? You know, nobody knows. So when you got the other side that has more of a quote unquote American message that blankets Americans as a whole, a lot of that stuff that they were saying transcends all of those racial and demographic lines, which is one of the reasons why that man was able to win in landslide.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. Because you're right. He was very clear on what he wanted to promote, and he did that. He attacked those areas and he made it very believable. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree.
So I'm like, yeah, they really just don't. She didn't have much of an identity, and that's pretty much been I think the woman was set up for failure. I'm not just gonna blame it on her or her campaign. I think just about any candidate that they put there was likely going to lose. I think a lot of people, hold up, yeah, a lot of people had to. I got you, D-Shep. I don't know if you meant by that, but I think a lot of people took that as that they fell for the fool's gold in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really do believe Biden beat Trump in 2020.
Honestly, I think that people just want to see Trump lose because just Trump's personality. You know, some people have personality types where people want them to lose just to, you know,
I'm one of them.
To have that fulfillment, like that bastard, you know. So I think that's what it is with Trump, with a lot of people. I don't think people really have a legitimate reason to not like Trump. I think a lot of people, it's just his personality type, and it makes them want to see a guy like that lose, want to see a guy like that take a L or take a fall. It's because of his personality. I really think that's what got a lot of people, because when you hear a lot of people talk about Trump, it's really more personal than political. When you hear a lot of people gripes, it's more personal than political. And that's just what I think.
Yeah. What up, D-Shep?
Man, salute, and salute. Who I can't see. My phone is out. My screen is out.
Oh, that's DS1 Cheap State Sleep TV.
What's up, Shep?
Hey, salute DS1, and nothing to it, man. You're right. You're absolutely right about what you just spoke about Trump and the hatred that people have for him, and the problem that I've watched throughout. You know, I wasn't a Trump supporter during the Obama.
You cut out, big dog.
Smiles bad. But no, I was saying I wasn't a Trump supporter. He was doing, and how he was handling shit, and it, regardless
Yeah, you
of
cut out.
what may have overflowed, how. God damn it. Hold on just a second. Y'all go ahead. Let me switch some shit up.
I mean, like I said, I compare it even with this this comment right here. I compare it to a lot of people that hate their boss and hate their job, but yet they get up and go to it every day because it pays their bills, or they don't like their boss, but they like their boss's plan and what their boss has put in place for them. Donald Trump was kind of that guy. I think there were a lot of people that don't like him personally, but still voted for him because they felt like, not just the nation or, themselves and, their way of living, their quality of life. They felt like it was just in a better place with him in office than the other people.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, so what I was saying was, it's back to okay. And emotion overrode logic. And the hatred part of it is, from what I view, like you say, you're working for a man you can't stand, but yeah, you're still working for him instead of trying to do something different. So people bite their nose to spite their face. And I believe that's what's really been going on as far as Trump is concerned.
I mean, that was it. I had to just put that call here. Here was something else that
I'll be back up. I gotta take this call.
No, it's all good. The Chink said from the Young Turks. What did he say here?
And then the whole 3 hours will be gone, but you'll get a sense of who Trump is. Okay, you like, you don't like, right? So Joe Rogan doesn't do the very high. You can lie about a lot of things over 3 hours because Trump did. Trump had the interview with Rogan and he said a bunch of gibberish that didn't make any sense. But what you can't hide is your authentic self.
Exactly.
So like Trump is authentically a con man, and so and a blusterer. Even if you don't think he's a con man, he certainly has a lot of bluster. So he'll go in and then the whole 3 hours will be gone, but you'll get a sense of who Trump is. Okay, you like, you don't like, right? So Joe Rogan doesn't do the very tough follow-up questions, but you get a rough sense. Kamala Harris and a lot of Democratic politicians, unfortunately these days, there is no authentic self. All it is like something that was manufactured at a factory run by Democratic consultants. So the correct opinion to have here is you're in favor of the corporate CEOs, and then you're in this, and then they give them the talking points, and that's why they sound like robots. When they go on mainstream media, they know they only get like 5 minutes. How much they speak is about 3 minutes in a normal interview. So can you do like Sarah Palin did back in the day? She realized, running in the first, she said I was really nervous and about the debate, about interviews and stuff. And then I realized I could just memorize talking points. And you just, no matter what the question is, you state that. That was Kamala Harris 101. So people would have found out that she has no authentic self. That's why Anna's right. That's why we shouldn't have picked her. But we didn't pick her. She was anointed. And then lastly, on this, Kamala Harris.
Want to add something to that? Just me and you up here, Sheik.
Oh, okay. Yeah, bro. This is why I was saying a little while ago, I think she's just being used for media purposes right now. I really think that she's a plant, like this guy just alluded to. She's just a talking head. She doesn't know anything. I don't think she's politically sound. I believe she's just regurgitating. I honestly, I would, and I don't even like her, but I would have to say Jasmine Crockett is more politically sound than Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I would have said the same thing about Pete Buttigieg. I would even say the same thing about an Amy Klobuchar or whatever. And even I know Tulsi Gabbard flipped to Republican or whatever. You know, she was a better choice. Remember, even the Democratic Party was trying to pick her in 2019, and then you know Hillary came out calling her a Russian asset and everything else. So I don't think the identity politics play as much of a part as even these pollsters or even you know what Kamala tried to say on the on Rachel Maddow show. I don't think they do, and I think that's been proven, you know, already. You know, if you can make enough blanket statements and have some blanket
Can I
talking
ask you a
points to
question?
speak to a majority of Americans, one second. If you can speak to a majority of Americans instead of trying to split and divide everybody up, I think that's kind of the way to go now. Go ahead, bro.
No, I just want to ask. Like I've listened to all of these. I won't say all of them because I really ain't paid too much attention to it. But you know, I heard in the beginning some of the excuses she gave. But let me ask you guys: doing any of her when she was a VP or when she was on the campaign trail, do you guys recall any time that she actually just sat down and broke down her policies or her proposed policies?
Yes, I do, and she got slammed for it. She got slammed for it
Because
really, really bad. Really, really bad.
no, I'm saying, why do you think she got slammed for it?
Well, because a majority of people weren't down for the shit that she was saying, like when she was talking about not just taking people's weapons, but you know, taking people's patents, dude. That was something that didn't resonate
Mm-hmm.
very well. You know, when she talked about just kind of like she leaned on a lot of her legal expertise as a prosecutor, and it wasn't even. I mean, of course, the record didn't really sit very well with a lot of American people, but also
Because
just the way she was
a lot of
talking
it
about
went.
weaponizing the
Go ahead.
legal system to get shit done. People weren't cool with that, and she just addressed a lot of that shit on some as a matter of fact type shit, like whatever. Yeah.
I mean, so with you saying that, would it be safe to say that a lot of the shit that she was proposing kind of went against the Constitution as people know it?
I mean, is that the way I think a lot of it could have been perceived? Yeah. I mean, the Constitution got loopholes, so I
Oh,
know better.
absolutely. But I mean, like I
Yeah.
say, as it's perceived by the public, the voting public that aren't, you know what I'm saying, into the ins and outs of it, from what they understand, whether it be rudimentary or just, you know, just minimal, the understanding that's been given to the average American as far as the Constitution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A lot of it seemed like it was an infringement on people's rights.
And there you have it.
Yeah. A lot of it was, and then on top of
Few
that, you know,
won't
she
own
was
up to that.
Yeah, she was pushing for a serious. This is one of the reasons why Biden was able to smoke her on that damn debate stage in 2019. She had a plan as far as healthcare, and it cost too much damn money, dog. It was never, even if it did work, it wasn't gonna work for a majority of people. It was pretty much like Obamacare or the
Right.
Affordable Care Act, like 2.0, and even Biden had to say, look, this, like you talking about like what the fuck, like $40 trillion or some shit like that. Don't quote me on the numbers, but it's like, look, he was able to just spit out numbers like, where the fuck is this money going to come from? She has no plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I caught. It wasn't like the the garbage that she was spewing out. It was the fact that it was just garbage. There was no fucking plan.
Yeah.
It just seemed like a bunch of stuff that they made up at the last minute and said these would be good talking points.
Pretty much.
It wasn't working.
And this is not how you beat an unorthodox opponent like a Donald Trump. You know? Like, it's just not how you do it. You got to be pretty clear. You got to be pretty damn concise. And most important, you're going to have to be personable. You know? And I think she kind of failed on every level.
She bombed on multiple levels.
Mhm.
I mean, people have been watching during her VP tenure that she spoke in riddles. She spoke in circles, I'll say. She never answered. She had a very artful way of dodging the issues or the questions that were presented. She denied being the label, or not even label, but appointed the border czar, as if America didn't hear by himself make that appointment to her. So it's like, how can you take somebody like that serious? And then, especially on a campaign trail, if anybody paid attention, which some did, most just overlooked, the fact that when she went to different ethnicities, she kind of like took on that ethnicity instead of just being who she is. So that was like a whole way of just of aggressive pandering to me.
No doubt. No doubt. Like, bro, it was a lot of just mistakes. And granted, since you only did have 107 days, which is like, less than half of what, a candidate would usually have for that, it's just, it wasn't a good game plan, at all. It wasn't a good game plan. I tried to use the analogies.
I don't believe they I mean, me personally, I just don't believe that they were prepared for Biden to be exposed. And so they had to come up with the contingency, which they knew that if it would have went to primary, if you know what I'm saying, before, if her position would have actually went to primary or needed her endorsement, she wouldn't have made it. And they were familiar with her already, so they knew that she was easily controlled, and she would have bombed miserably. And they wasn't prepared for who would have came up next, next in line to push them.
I mean, they obviously wanted, and this being the Democratic Party, they obviously wanted her to be Joe Biden's successor, no matter what. Like, they had to know that even if he does win, he's not going to be able to go through another 4 years. So, and he even said that he was only going to do one term when he came in. So they wanted her to be his successor, but at the end of the day, they really didn't. I think they knew she couldn't win a national election. So I don't.
Yes.
They just.
Yes.
This is just a horrible game plan. That's all I'm saying. I mean, it was just a horrible game plan. The anybody but Trump, it wasn't going to work. It just wasn't going to work.
Right.
Because one thing that we learned, it was, these people will take what they believe is the lesser of two evils. So, at some point, even if you're not the best candidate, you still got to be better than the other dude, or else you can't win.
And Bridget, just addressing Bridget in the chat, yeah, you're right. She knew what she was up against, but that's the thing. She was never really prepared for that. And that first off, she didn't have the charisma. She brought Megan Thee Stallion to the what was it, the DNC, to perform. I mean, that in itself just spoke all kind of, oh my God, what the fuck is happening? and that wasn't even, man. I mean, we could point out so many faults on that during her campaign, but at the end of the day, just watching her as VP, we knew that she didn't have what it took. She didn't. To me, and like I say, this is my personal opinion from what I saw from my perspective. She could never hold a conversation without the cackling and the giggling or making a joke about something. You lied on a few different occasions about what your position was, what you were supposed to do, where you were supposed to go that you never been. I mean, it was just all downhill from day one.
And that's what I said. I'm like, you can't follow. I mean, you want to follow the Hillary Clinton format, but it's like, why bother doing that? Because Hillary lost to the same opponent that you're dealing with. So you really don't want to follow that to a T. But at the same time, what else do you have to go on in the recent modern history? You got Bill Clinton, you got Obama. These are super politicians, man. Like those two guys are super politicians. Like they don't lose elections.
Yes.
They're great with the speech. They're great with being personable. They're great at pandering. They're just those are shake hands, kiss babies, have a speech. Everybody feels like they're talking right to them. You're not them, so you can't follow their same game plan and method. That's why I was like, I compared it to like Golden State Warriors a few years ago. Like, yeah, you can try to shoot a bunch of threes, but you ain't got Steph, man. You ain't got Steph and Clay.
You ain't got the shooter.
To pull
why
off
are you
this
shooting?
Exactly, bro. You don't have the personnel.
You ain't got
to pull
the
off
shooter.
this
Why
plan.
are you shooting, man?
You feel me? Now, but what the hell are they gonna do? They're gonna
definitely.
try to. Hopefully, the league will just change some rules to speed the rest of the league up to these guys. Maybe 14 seconds on offensive rebounds on the shot clock. Let's give a little more freedom of movement, pace, and space. They had to do all types of shit to just speed up the rest of the league to these motherfuckers. And I guess that's really what they tried to do here. With Kamala, they tried to change some rules to make her a better candidate, and it didn't work.
But think about it. Now we're gonna go back. Think about something that was said by LBJ. We'll have him voting Democrat for the next 200 years. But he didn't expect for a monkey wrench, being Trump, to step into place.
Well, I would say the monkey wrench is the internet. Well, the monkey wrench is the internet.
Yes.
That's the monkey wrench.
No, you're absolutely right. There you go. That's a better way of even expressing it, because they didn't have that kind of technology back then, so you never saw that coming. Even though you were president, you couldn't think that fucking far ahead as far as the technology. The people, because the people still act fucking same.
Exactly. But if all we had was the evening news and these 3 or 4 mainstream media or 2 or 3 or 4 mainstream media networks, we just had CBS, NBC, ABC, and Fox. That's all we had. Then chances are, she would have won. You just would have been able to get the media on your side. And that's it. Just let the media demonize this guy and prop up your chick, and you're good. But now we got enough independent.
That would have been it.
Yeah, people can consume their media and their news independently now. So I don't think LBJ had that in mind, which is why his plan only lasted 60 years.
He had no.
Yeah.
But shit, 60 years is a long time when you really think about it, even though it's a short time. It's still a long time.
It is. But 200, that's over, because people can consume their shit independently now.
Mm-hmm.
Most people don't believe what they're getting from the mainstream media.
Because it's been proven like okay, we'll go back to, and I have to use this analogy, back in the late 80s, early 90s, why so many people were getting away with the dirt that they were doing, the gang members, myself included, doing what I did. Why we was able to get away with all of that? Because nobody was watching. Now everybody's watching. You can't, we did shit in broad daylight. Nobody was watching. They could, or it's not that they wasn't watching, they couldn't video, what I'm saying, put shit on the internet. Like you say, the internet, boy, that was a powerful beast, man. It went against them as opposed to working in their benefit.
But Donald Trump used it in his benefit, to his benefit. That's the thing about it. So, I mean,
but he knew how.
This is the business side, the businessman aspect of it. He knows how to market what the fuck he's selling. He understands how to identify a target demographic and get that message out. So I'm like, it's easy to blame your running mate. It's easy to blame Nancy Pelosi. It's easy to blame the Obamas. It's easy to blame your campaign manager. Like I say, if I'm Kamala right there, or if I'm Doug, if I'm her first or her second gentleman, whatever the fuck you call his title, I'd be like, look,
right.
Fuck that. Drop the mic. Let's pack our shit. Get the fuck out of here. Then you just write a book about your last 4 years. We'll be good.
We had a good run, then we can go on ahead and retire. And make some money off this book. People gonna be more interested in this book.
Yeah, if anything, you just run in 2028. If anything. But
people will beat up by that
this
time.
Isn't enough time. They don't have enough of a game plan, and you're never gonna beat this opponent. It just is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
What Mickey said in that movie in Rocky 3, hey, he'll knock you into tomorrow, Rock. This guy will kill you within 3 rounds. Like, come on, you're not gonna win. No.
And you playing against not, I won't even say a stacked deck. The stacked deck was stacked by your people not knowing, or whether knowingly or not, the deck was stacked against you, not by the opposition, but by your own people. That's the crazy part.
You ain't got no chance. I use the analogy of like a team versus a bunch of dudes in the same uniform. Like that's the difference. That's like what the fuck 2014 Miami Heat versus the San Antonio Spurs. It's like, yeah, y'all got 3 of the best players in the world, no doubt. But this is the best basketball team in the world. They're gonna beat you.
The best coached team with a strategy, and the strategy did not fail them.
They're gonna beat you. And the only reason why you beat them last year is because they wasn't playing their style of ball. They were playing yours, and they almost beat you at that. And this is the same analogy, like that Donald Trump lost in 2020, but there was all that's the pandemic election. Like, come on, there was a lot of things that were put into play there, which kind of helped.
You hear a lot of people, you hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, he dropped the ball." How can you actually carry the torch or win against something that you don't know what the hell you up against? So they like to say, okay, with Donald Trump, what about the rest of the world that went through this shit? There were L's taken all over the world because it was something that nobody had ever been up against before. So who knew how to combat what?
Mm-hmm.
When you really think about it.
And people are like, oh, but Biden won. It's like, bro, I ain't never seen them have to count votes for 2 fucking weeks. Like, you know what I'm saying? After election night and shit, like that was different.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, Ant. I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. I watched that election in detail because I definitely voted for Trump. And when I went to sleep at 10:30 or 10 o'clock that night, when turned the TV off, rather when the polls closed on TV and whatnot, it was a fucking landslide. Yeah. To wake up the next day and see what I saw, yeah, I'm definitely on that conspiracy fact. I'm on that conspiracy train with that, because there was no way that overnight all these votes just came in through the mail.
And that's all I was
Come
saying,
on,
man. I know a lot of people didn't like it because they didn't like old boy. I'm just like, bro, them shits came in overnight, bro. Like, this is different than 2000 when you found shit in ditches and canals and shit. Like, them shits just came in overnight, like 10 million of them or so, and 90% of them were for the same person.
That's insane. That is
Like,
insane.
you know what I'm saying? They like, fuck it, keep counting them, keep counting them, keep counting them. I'm like, yo. So, hey, I mean, look, the results are up and stuck there in stone. It is what it is. But I'm like, you really can't go on that shit because it was skewed. That's what I'm saying. So even if you was going to try to use, don't expect that same campaign strategy to work. That's all I was saying. It's not going to work.
That'll never fly again.
Yeah,
that
it's
would
not
never
going to work
fly
again. Like, you're gonna have to win. Just like Democrats had to learn that shit after 2000. Like, nah, bro, you're gonna have to fucking clearly win these damn certain states. Florida, Texas, New York, California. Hey, it's gonna have to be clear as day. Ain't no question. You can't leave it up to one district. Not in them states. Not in them 4 states.
And believe you me, I was living in Atlanta during the 2000 election, and I'm telling my homies, say, man, y'all don't want what's gonna come, because remember, me being from Texas, I was under Bush in them laws that he had with Texas. He wasn't playing. I say, man, y'all don't want this, man. Oh man, it don't even affect. Okay, it don't affect you. All right, we go see.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the biggest I told you so's I could have ever given. And I am one of them. I told your ass so, man. If you'd have listened to me,
I was like that, but Democrats understood that, and they went, hey, when they won with Obama twice after that, they won by landslide. You couldn't keep that shit up to chance like that. You got to win by landslide.
Yeah, especially with somebody that no, that's fact. You know what I'm saying? Especially going against an opponent such as, Bush was. I mean, people can say, okay, well, dude wasn't the sharpest nail in the tool shed, or the sharpest tool in the shed, any of that, but he effectively did exactly what he set out to do. He avenged his father's fuck up. Excuse my language. He avenged his father's mess up. In the process, had Cheney as running mate, who, of course, ironically, quote unquote, air quotes, Halliburton. You had all this stuff going where they were already rich as, they had God money, and they increased that God money just doing his 8 years in office.
Yeah.
And a lot of it at the expense of the public that voted for him.
No, it wasn't even just that. I mean, bro, they ended up crashing the housing market, man. Like, fuck it. And the bankers got big old checks, bro, for their troubles. Like, for real, for their fun. Like, people got paid golden parachutes for this shit. What up, Sheep?
Everybody got paid, but the people that suffered. That's the problem.
And this is
So
what
so when you like to always use the analogy, the left and the right, they still two wings of the same bird. I agree with that wholeheartedly. So it's like, no matter which side gets in office, we still gonna be the ones that take take the brunt of the bull.
But see, I look at it a little different, because at the end of the day, they still need a country to control. So if it's really the same two wings of one bird, then that's why the condition of the country is in what it's in, because there's a side They're both doing the same thing. There has to be a side at some point that has to say this has to stop. And I think this is what's going on with the Trump administration. This is why I think a lot of people who are in position don't like Trump more than civilians. There's more people in government that hate Trump. Well, excuse me, let me not use that word. Dislike Trump vehemently more than there civilians that don't like him. And it is because he's making the decisions for the greater good. And the greater good is to make America great.
Yes.
You feel me? So I believe it has to be somebody to come in and say, yo, we gotta do something, or else we won't have a country. We won't have nothing to control. If the plan is for them to keep control, they've wanted so much control and have had so much control that they've lost control. That this place has become a shithole. So now it has to be somebody to come in and do something different.
He shook it up. And like you were saying, there were those in power that hated him or disliked him more than the public, because in the process of him shaking it up, they lose out. They don't have that bargaining chip that they had prior to in other administrations. So what our losses are is nothing compared to what their losses are.
Exactly, bro. Because they're losing power and we're having more access to.
Yes. Like I say, I wasn't always for Trump, man, like in that first election. But I saw something during his presidency that made me look at it differently. And I'm like, okay, yeah, and I always say, if you remember, if you woke up one day and realized that everything you learned or were programmed to believe in life was a lie, would it be easier to continue living the lie, or try to find out the truth? Well, obviously, I went for the truth, man, and it's an ugly truth, man.
And what does the truth do? The truth destroys giants, tyrants.
Yeah. Well, yes. And when you go down that rabbit hole, you get to actually revisiting acts of the past, and they say history has a tendency to repeat itself if the same actions are taken. Well, then you start looking back at history and you realize, oh damn, well, this is not what they taught, but now I know this. And you get to uncovering things on your own that weren't taught to you through the educational system or through the government, because that's something that they don't want you to know. And they don't think, they underestimate the public because they don't think that we will dig deep enough to find out what was really going on. But that's where free thinking and free thinkers actually rise above the chaos, because we actually get to see, by digging back into the past, why we are where we are now.
I mean, people got short memories,
But
bro.
not everybody is. Yeah, you're right. I mean,
People got
Malcolm X said a
extremely
lot
short memories.
doing his short. Malcolm X spoke so much realness in his short-lived position, but because he was deemed a radical and anti-American, nobody paid attention. But everything that he was speaking was for the greater good of America. Because, and when I say the greater good, first off, he was trying to get us out of the mind state of enslavement against our own people. And then, okay, once he accomplished that, then we can go broader with it. But it never came to fruition because he was taken out. MLK, at the end, realized that he made the biggest mistake of his whole life, and he was taken out. So it's like, all now with them gone, the powers that be had control back then to just put out the good stuff, the things that would benefit them from those two leaders, man. And that's what a lot of people remember, just the good things that they said, or not. When I say the good things, the things that benefited those that stayed in power for as long as they did. And people just blindly listen to it because you didn't hear the real. And I won't even say the bad, but you didn't hear the real. And now the real speeches that were out there that were buried are coming out, and people are paying attention to it because these things were spoken, over 50 years ago. And they still, the conditions still exist today to a certain extent. Not the actual conditions of the civil rights movement, but everything that was projected and saw, what they saw being the end game for our people. Yeah, a lot of that shit, as far as our captivity is mind wise, I say, not physically, but mind wise. Yeah, that shit still exists to this day, man, and people are slowly waking up. But are we waking up at a rate that's gonna actually make change in during our lifetime?
But y'all understand, like, and that's why I put that shit in the title. Like, who deserves accountability for the people's stupidity? Like, if people don't wake up, it's like, okay, I cannot give a shit as long as I'm awake. And I ain't gonna use the term woke no more because that shit's been bastardized. So, but if I'm awake,
right,
I shouldn't worry about other people being awake. But y'all do understand that you got to deal with these people's shit. So I'm saying you got to deal with the stupidity of the masses.
But in reality, yeah, we can sit there and make noise and say this or say that, but at the end of the day, the way I look at it, it's that younger generation, that 20s to early 30s generation that really need to be the ones that are awakened, because they're going to be the future. And if they are still on board with the ways of the past, then hell, we doomed.
Hey, D-Shep, then I guess we're doomed. What you think? Because I was like, I don't understand, bro. It's one thing to swim against the current, and it's another thing to try to outswim a fucking tsunami, man.
No, I dig it, man, and it's there's a little homie that be over there where I be at, and dude, he's 26 years old, man. Mind is sharp, but he preaches to the wrong crowd. I like I said to him, I say, no, it's not that you're talking to us, because you're 26, bro. You're in a conversation with 40 and 50-year-olds. I say, it's not that we don't want you here, because we need you here in order to, you know what I'm saying? We all are thinking alike in that regards, but you will have no impact with us. Where you need to start really putting your message out is to your peers, because you guys are the future. And if all you can do is sit there and talk to us about where we failed at, we know where we failed at, most of us anyway. But if you're not talking to your peers, then what do you really expect to happen? We can't change shit. Not that we can't. It's like it'll be an uphill battle for us to try and change shit, because when you look at how these youngsters think, when they refer to us, we're referred to as the old heads. Oh, the old head, yeah, the old heads, they. So that means y'all really don't care, because y'all thinking that everything we do and say is against y'all, when it's not. It's actually to help y'all, because in reality, we've been there and done that, but we didn't know. Because most of us in this Gen Z generation, we had to figure it out on our own. And now that we figured it out, and we actually in the information age, or in the age that we can speak to each other from across country, across states, in different countries, you don't want to hear it because it goes against most. I won't say him, but most don't want to hear it because it goes against what the media, the music is telling them is the good thing to do. We didn't have that kind of influence coming up, and they do. So it's like, damn, you're not. It's not that you're speaking to the wrong crowd, but you're focusing on the wrong crowd as a 26-year-old with the right ideas.
I mean, I would have to say I agree. I agree with a lot of what you said, bro. But the part where I disagree is that we could do something. It's just that when it comes to the youth, we have to understand how to speak their language. They got a certain lingo. They got a certain way of listening, and I think it takes certain type of people
right
to actually get through to them. I don't think it's everyone's job who's older to try to get the youth to listen, because that may not be your wheelhouse. You feel me? I wouldn't.
I get you. I get you.
You know, I wouldn't. And this is just my opinion. You know, I wouldn't organize a group of young men to go and just hear life advice from a guy that works with advance. And it's not that he doesn't know how to give advice. It's just that if I was to organize something like that, I would put that guy and those young men in a workshop, physical type of manual hand labor type of situation, because I believe that the youth listens to people who they have a fascination with. So I think that guys who specialize in that area, or women who specialize in that area, should step up and do that. And I think, you know, we got to stop thinking that we're going to get everybody to listen to us. Inspiration and motivation.
No, you're right.
You know, it comes from within. So I think a lot of the youth want to change. I think that it's a lot of us older people, you know, older guys and women who give up real quick too. You know, as soon as they rebel a couple of
Come up
times,
against opposition.
you know, it's like, oh man, I'm not trying to listen to them, you know, or I'm not trying to help because they're not listening to me. And it's like, nah, you got to understand that they're in a position where everything around them tells them to rebel. You know, we got to understand that if we going to speak to them, we got to understand what they're up against, the conditions that they're dealing with, the environmental factors, the home factors, all of those things. We got to take those things into consideration before we just, you know, be quick to give up and say, oh, they don't want to listen, or they don't want to do this, or they don't want to do that, because we didn't want to do it either. It was certain things that we didn't want to do. It wasn't as bad as it is now, but it was things in our environment and within the culture that told us to rebel too. It's just telling them to rebel and do different types of things and to do things worse than what it told us to do. But the influence is still there. But if we don't understand that and be able to converse with them on that level, we'll never get through to them. It's the same thing with us and our parents. A lot of our parents didn't know what we was going through specifically because they didn't deal with things that we had to deal with specifically. So they didn't understand, and vice versa. So we got to always keep that in mind when we talking to the youth too, or trying to get through to them and give them a message. We gotta meet them where they are and give them a level of grace and understand that they're still developing and that you're just there to help them. You're not there to make them.
Yeah, it's tough. It's gonna be real tough when the youth think you're detached from like really detached from the world that they live in, But also it's going to be tough when you got a day and age like today with social media, where you got people that wouldn't even be considered the youth, people that are 30 plus years old, you know what I'm saying, 40 something years old, damn near 50. And the dumbest people got the loudest voices and the biggest platforms, man. And I heard you kind of touching on it on your show yesterday, Sheep. I couldn't comment because I was with fam. But I was listening before I had gone out, and I think you touched on that shit a little bit too, bro. It's I mean, I don't want to use the term idiocracy again because I say that shit over and over again, but that's where it is. That's where we at, bro. Like I'm just
I love
that's
that
where
term.
we at, bro. Like people are praised for not evolving now, bro. You got motherfuckers on here that have built huge platforms, huge followings, and have literally been talking the same shit, complaining about the same shit. And I'm not even talking about the gender bang rhetoric. I'm talking about the racial shit, whatever. You know,
Yes.
Umar Johnson ran a how many year long fucking Ponzi scheme, and that shit is still fucking won. Like this shit is praised to just be an old motherfucker stuck in your ways with no solutions. What you think, Sheep? Go ahead, bro.
No, hey, So I listened to what you were saying about what you may have, but no, I'm saying the same thing. I may have just worded it different. As far as the 26-year-old, yeah, I feel like he should speak to his peers as well, but he needs us to offer that solid guidance. And like you were saying, you used a different word, but I use the word relatable. You can't expect somebody that went to college, lived life, did everything they were taught to do, went to college, became successful, go into the hood and talk to a bunch of gang members or drug dealers or whatever. They're only going to listen to somebody that has been through what they're going through and made it out. You got to excuse me, but made it out, and that's relatability, being relatable. And yes, I do agree with what you said. So it's not that I was saying that he should just speak to his own peers and nothing, because hell, even though his mind is in a different space, he still needs to have access or and representation from people like ourselves that have been down that road. And if, like I say, it's all about those that made it out. Because can't nobody that's still stuck there give sound advice, because hell, they still stuck there. But you have to be relatable, and you're absolutely right. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
I know Sheep touched on it. He's been somebody that's been swimming against the current, in this space for, longer than me. Like for real. I mean, look, I got folks that'll literally say, hey, fuck him, I don't fuck with him, whatever. Just because, hey, all I've ever done was kind of like promote, creativity and free thinking and getting away from the bullshit. The same bullshit motherfuckers been on for years. There are more folks that see me as the enemy for that.
It's a matter of how you.
No, just like, hey, I've done nothing but preach to everybody. Yo, do your own thing, think for yourself. No. Allow your thoughts to dictate your content and your direction, and by all means, let's cultivate creativity. Let's prop that shit up. Let's support those. We don't necessarily have to agree with them, but let's support the effort. Those that are actually coming through. Bro, I am the fucking enemy. People are like, no, fuck that. Fuck that. You fucking up a totally good grift, nigga.
Right. Salute, Cynical One. but it's about, it's again, it's like you say, it's about being relatable. You with how you, everything that I've listened to you say, I've been following you for a minute. Um, I'll be agreeing with it, but it's when you have a no nonsense approach, like this is what it is. There is no in between. Either you with this, if you're with this, you're gonna be all right. If you're not, you fucked off kind of approach that you have. And you got people that wanna but don't know how, because they're listening to what you're saying, but at the same time, it's like in the in between. And I have to go back with that word that I love, and you obviously love too, idiocracy. Sometimes we got to dumb down our approach so that people will actually understand, and have to put it in. It's crazy that we have to do that, but it's a fact. You can't just come logical and just rely on logic. We have to dumb this shit down to those that want to, because you can tell who want to listen and who don't, and you can see those that are on the fence. And those that are on the fence, they like, okay, yeah, it sounds good. I really don't quite understand, and they scared to say what they don't understand, because they don't want to sound dumb, even though they may be dumb as hell. And I hate using that word, but or ignorant to the fact. I'll say that. So we have to be able to use God damn, I can't even think of the word now. That's crazy. But the ability to see and read who is really catching on and who's not, because everybody's going to play like they understand, but a good portion of them won't. And when it come down to it, they're going to root and ride and cheer you on for it. But when it come down to actually putting it into play, they're going to shoot it down because they never understood it in the beginning. Something like that, Bridget. I say more of a 10-year-old, but even still, that's still bad. But yeah, we do have, because and it's back to, because most of these youngsters' mind state is being molded by music and TV, not by actually picking up books, or it's that's just the sad reality of this. So, not saying that we have to know everything about the music and the TV, but you have to at least be aware, so that you know how to dumb it down without this actually sounding childish, like to a certain extent. Because if you're sounding childish, then you sounding just like them, which ain't saying nothing. So you have to still have that little that hint of authority, to where they believe in what you're actually saying. And I've ran across this a lot of times, and with my trade, being an electrician and being in the union, I've ran across so many people that think it's harder than what it is. But once I break it down to them, and first off, I break down who I am and where I came from and where I am now, then they get it, or at least, want to get it. But a lot, the problem with what I've been seeing today, in these days, is we live in a microwave society. So everybody wants instant gratification without putting the work in. And to me, that's the biggest hurdle that we have to try and, get over, as far as dealing with the youth and trying to, put them up on game.
It's enough 5-year-olds in the world where I'd rather just talk to 5-year-olds. I think they have a better chance. Like why the fuck should I have to talk to 30 and 40-year-olds like they're 5-year-olds? I think we're fucked if that's what we got to do.
I can't even.
I don't think you're talented 10%. I don't think your your top intellectuals are capable of fucking doing that. I'm sorry. Your top intellectuals, what they're gonna do is what the fuck they've been doing. They're gonna find a way to get rich off these motherfuckers, man.
Yeah.
And just push
easily
agenda.
exploitable.
There is no wising. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna find a way to profit off of the stupidity of the masses rather than fix it.
this capitalistic society that we live in.
Why try to
is
cure the
basically breeding
zombies
that.
when you can enslave the zombies?
I mean, everybody want power. I really, most would rather have power over quote unquote dumb motherfuckers than somebody that actually thinking, because that power will be short lived.
I'm just saying. I mean, everybody's not built for these messages, dude. And you can try to give a lot of people, like even the political talk that we talking about. A lot of this shit is gonna go over people's heads. People can't look past the emotional. People can't look past what the hell they were told. People can't. This is over the last like 5 years or so that I've been in these spaces. Not even that. I probably go even a step further. Probably about 10 years or so. This is the one time when I can honestly say, like the previous 10 years is when I can sit down and this is when I hear this the least. When I hear people be able to say, like, look, you know what? I understand where you're coming from. I probably heard that the least over the course of the last 10 years than I have over the course of my entire life. And I've seen more people have conversations either on panels or just face to face and whatever. People aren't able to just sit with each other and be like, look, I don't agree with you, but I understand where you're coming from. You don't hear that anymore. Like, people just aren't capable of understanding something that challenges their standard belief system.
I don't think that it's that they're incapable. It goes back to free will. They don't want to, because if they understand it, then it's gonna be on their mind to at least want to do something different than what they're doing. But if what they doing in their mind feel like, makes them feel like it's working for them, why would they want to go against that grain?
But just like I said with Lord ADS up here earlier, I'm like, but who the fuck do we hold accountable for the stupidity? Like, people are out here going on dummy missions. I use Kamala at the highest point. We all agreed that was a dummy mission. She couldn't win. All right, but yet you did it anyway. And now it's all somebody else's fault. Cool. We watched other people in these spaces and just in real life just go on fucking dummy missions, yo. Just totally be fucked up out here, man. Just because they don't know no better. And hey, we be sitting here just watching them do stupid shit, and it's like you try to tell them, look, man, what you doing is stupid. Motherfuckers take offense to that shit. They take offense. They don't want to hear it. And then when they end up in fucked up, stupid situations, here they come. Oh, this is your fault. And it's like, bro, I'll let y'all be fucked up over there. I'll let you be fucked up over there, bro. But leave me alone. Can you find a way to not let your fucked up stupidity spill into my day-to-day routine? That's the thing about the stupid. Like, society will still have to pick up the slack for the stupid. And for the people that make mistakes. Like, if Donald Trump, for example, is such a horrible person and a bad candidate and a fascist dictator and all of that other shit, then who the fuck do you hold accountable for him being in office? Y'all want to blame the voters. I would blame the other party because of who the fuck you put against him.
Because they didn't have anybody effective enough to go against him. And
like, yeah, y'all literally let this man run against chimpanzees. Just like even Brenda said earlier, she's like, damn, y'all wouldn't have put a woman against Donald Trump. Donald Trump has won 2 elections, both against women.
Yep. This is a fact. That I never even, now this is the first time I actually, honestly, with you saying it just now, this is the first time I actually thought about that. That's crazy. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Against women. Emotional intelligence is what's really lacking.
But also both times, we can say that those candidates were selected. Remember, there was an issue with Hillary versus Bernie.
Yep.
right?
At the last minute, they made Bernie
A
drop
lot of
out.
people felt like Bernie got robbed, so they
Mm-hmm.
selected that candidate. Or at least there's some questions about that, but they saying that they selected Hillary, bro. He wasn't the people's choice.
He was definitely the front runner.
The people chose Bernie, but they gave you Hillary. Same shit right here. They gave you Kamala. She was anointed. There was no primary. So, like, I get it. Hey, you wouldn't have put him against women. You wouldn't have put women up against him. But yet they put women against him.
And the women are the major people that have a problem with him. That's the crazy part.
But I mean, I don't understand. Like, if you wanted to win, why the hell these are the candidates that you selected, and y'all just foregone, like just totally forgot about the democratic process and all of that other shit. Y'all are like, whatever. We're gonna pick an opponent that can't win, so that way we can blame it on sexism. Like, we're gonna keep putting women against this motherfucker, so that way when we lose, we can just blame 3/4 of the country for being sexist and racist. It's like nah, for real, and that's what I'm saying. Like a stupidity is like a premeditated excuse for losing. I don't like it.
And it's the stupidest plan ever.
And that's what we was taught when we was growing up, bro. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. Like, they pushed good academics, they pushed free forward thinking, they actually pushed, think tanks and shit like that. They push stupidity now, so that way fucking up is perfectly okay as long as we can point the finger at somebody else for it.
No accountability.
And what Chief said to me a long time ago, he said, look, Chief Stay Sleep said, look, it don't have to be your fault for it to be your problem.
That's some weird shit.
So at what point are we going to be determined to not deal with the problem? It doesn't matter whose fault it is. That's why I don't like a lot of these conversations and being in these spaces, because it's always, it's this person's fault, or it's that person's fault, or you can't blame this, or you can't blame her, or you can't blame him. Fuck out of here. I'm not blaming anybody. The problem needs to be avoided. Because it's all of our fucking problems.
But that's the thing, and most people are so fixated on the problem instead of the solution. And I'll let you continue.
I think more people are. Go ahead, Sheep. I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, let me jump in real quick, bro. Yeah, I think if people was to focus on that statement, it's not our fault, but it is our problem. What's going on now in this Trump administration is a direct depiction of that statement, because look how much stuff is being revealed about what the government has been doing to us in this country, that the government has been doing, like Big Pharma. Robert F. Kennedy is exposing Big Pharma. Look at all of the people that Trump is exposing, and the Trump administration is exposing, and Doge has exposed, finding people who stole money and all of this type of stuff. So all of the things that's been happening to us, a lot of that shit is not our fault, but it's up to us to learn how to go around that shit and still live our life. It's up to us to do that. It's not up to nobody else. It's nobody else's responsibility. It's ours as citizens. It's still our problem. It's not our fault that we suffer from these problems, but these problems still exist, and it's up to us to do something about it until the government want to step in and do something about it, like they're doing now. We have an administration now in this country that chose to step in and say, yo, enough is enough. Some shit around here has to change. We have an administration that has decided to do that. And look how much shit has got exposed because of the Trump administration stepping in and doing what they're doing.
I mean, at the same time, though, how much stuff was really exposed? I think those of us that knew already knew. It was a bunch of fucked up shit that
that was going on. Like, they didn't have to expose it. And I refuse to give anyone, MAGA movement, any one party or whatever. I believe absolute power corrupts absolutely. So did Doge likely uncover some fucked up shit? Absolutely. But I do have a question. I do have some serious questions as far as what Elon Musk's purpose was, in that shit. So I'm not a Jasmine Crockett fan, but when she was on Capitol Hill and said, "Look, man, Elon Musk needs to be brought here and questioned as far as some of the shit that he uncovered and the shit that he did, and why he did that." And everybody just blew that shit off. And that man was able to pretty much just come in, make those moves, and just leave. And I got some questions for the motherfucker. I think the people deserve answers. Like, bro, what the hell what the fuck are you even doing that shit for? Like, for real.
I agree.
Yeah. So that's it. Now, like I say, I ain't no Jasmine Crockett fan, but I thought that was a damn good question. Like, I don't see why the hell he ain't brought in front of the people and forced to answer some damn questions about some of them damn things he was doing. But for him to just be able to do that shit and then say, "Well, fuck it, I don't fuck with Trump no more, I'm out." Like, hold up, bro.
Was there some kind of benefit that he gained from doing what he did? What did you get out of it? Is basically what you're saying. You didn't just do this out of the kindness of your heart, because even though you got God money, there had to been some kind of something that basically pushed you to do what you did. But back to like what Sheep said, when you have somebody or an administration or just somebody, an individual, not even going up in that high of a level, that decides to take charge and say, okay, enough is enough. You have so many people that were complicit with what was working or what was going on, because in their mind it didn't affect them. You're gonna run up against barricades, not barricades, but you're gonna run up against obstacles within the people, even though what's happening may be in their best interest, because it's something that's never been done, and the picture has been painted of the person that's doing it, that there's some shit behind it. Of course, emotion's gonna always overrule logic, man. And that's the problem with this society. We don't have enough logical motherfuckers. Everybody, I won't say everybody, but you have a good amount of people that all their decisions are based off emotion. I hate you, but I don't really know why. Because my mama hated you, or my grandfather hated you. But they never explained to me why they hate you. They just told me that we need to hate you. That's the society we in right now.
And that whole mentality, whether no matter what race, don't work for anyone at this point. That's the perspective that I speak of, that I always try to speak from when I've been speaking about this whole Trump shit since the beginning. What do we need to do to help us? Because it makes no sense for us to say we don't trust the government, but then we don't trust each other. So what are we even talking about? What are we even complaining about? Because at the end of the day, we got to trust somebody to get some shit done. And if we not going to trust the government, we need to trust each other, and we don't even do that. We don't even trust each other enough as American people to groom our own politicians. So we don't.
That's what I was about to say.
So we don't have to worry about politicians who are funded by lobbyists that are basically backed by corporations. We don't have to worry about none of that other kooky weird stuff, the elitist crap. We don't have to worry about none of that. But we sit back as American people, because white folks do it too. It's not just black people. White folks do it too. We sit back and complain about what's taking place and not trying to be a part of it, to try to change it. Because that's the only way it's going to change. It's not going to change by us sitting around complaining about it. As American people, nothing changes in a country like that. What usually changes in any country, and we've saw this throughout history in any country, the people come together and speak up. whether it's through protest or rebellion. But the people come together. It's not gonna be what black folks got to get out of is thinking that we got to come together and do this just black folks together. Nah, bro. It's gonna take an American people effort. What black folks need to focus on is us coming together and developing think tanks like we had back in the day to create an individual to represent our community in politics. But that doesn't mean we're against the other communities, because it make no sense to do that anymore, because that's the shit that destroyed this country in the beginning. All the racism, all the racial pride. The racial pride is what had the KKK running around doing what they doing, thinking that they could do this with impunity until the government came in and shut them down. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing with black pride. What did black pride do for the black community? But have us sell more crack. Because black pride made us say we ain't going to work for no white man. So we outside with that pack, destroying our community. That ain't the white man's fault.
Oh my God.
That strictly comes from black pride. The white people did it in their community. What you think they do in the trailer parks? And in the backwood country, what you think they doing? Destroying their shit. So it's if we look at it from a psychological perspective, it's the same shit. Niggas and rednecks are the same. We have the same ideology, and we do the same shit here in America. Niggas ain't the only ones that's downtrodden. Rednecks are too.
Oh no.
Rednecks are too. And the statistics show that it's more
Yes.
rednecks on welfare than black folk than niggas. There's more rednecks that get food stamps than any other people in this country. That's the fact.
My wife.
Well, no,
works
check
for the
this out. Hold on.
department for- Go ahead.
Nah, but that's the thing. Like, just like Chef said, like, okay, so people are like, yo, I don't like that person, and that's it. I don't know why I don't like them, whatever. It's deeper than that. It's just like a child that you tell them, hey, look both ways before you cross the street. You know, brush your teeth every morning, every night, make sure you floss. And then just to be rebellious because you don't like your parents, you refuse to look both ways before you cross the street. You know, or you just refuse to brush your fucking teeth and floss. Now all of a sudden, your ass get hit by a damn semi-truck. You know, you get hit by a semi-truck, you're a quadriplegic if you're even lucky to be alive, or your teeth fucking fall out, or whatever the fucking case may be. That's what I'm saying. That's the world we live in right now. People are being rebellious just because they don't like somebody, and it only works against them. And because it's a mass of people that are like that, bro, this still we gotta share this planet with them. We gotta share this country with them. So, like, what to do about it?
The problem, in my opinion, isn't just it didn't just start on the level of the grassroots, people like us, the powers that be, the media, the politicians, big pharma. Everybody is pushing that agenda, and they do it so well because they not only made the wheel perfect, but they made it damn near infallible. So, like what Sheep was saying, my wife worked for the welfare department for 8 years, and she looked at me and said, I've never been talked so crazy to by our people, but at the same time, it's more white people, and that's what made me start, checking out these statistics, because I always ask people, and it's crazy that you brought that up. I always ask people, bro, when you think of welfare, who do you think of? And the first thing they come out their mouth is a black person, because they made us the poster child for welfare, even though by per capita there are more white people on welfare, but you can't tell each collective group of people anything different, because the white folks still the ones that they still being programmed to believe that, oh no, it's the black people, and the black people are being programmed to believe it's the black people. So I mean, how do you win that race, man, when we've been programmed so much, so deep, that even when statistics and numbers are shown that it's not us, but because we see our face so much, that's really what we learned to believe, been taught to believe, that it's us.
What was you gonna say, Sheep? So he's on mute. But no, I mean, look, I would say whatever the hell people have taught you to believe, fuck that. Go ahead, do your own research and believe what it is that you learn. Like, come up with theories, conduct experiments, analyze data, draw conclusions. You know, that's old school fucking method. So as far as what people have taught you or told you should believe, folks need to throw that way of thinking out of the fucking, just throw that shit out the window, because that's the easiest way to be programmed. That's the easiest way to be programmed into carrying out somebody else's agenda. You know?
And
so
remember what I said earlier, brother, not to cut you off, but remember what I said to you earlier, because I don't just ask that question to black people. I ask it to, me being in the construction industry, I run across a lot of different people with a lot of different beliefs and a lot of different, ideologies. I ask everybody that, I can feel like I can have a conversation the same question. If you woke up one day and realized your life was a lie, would you rather continue live? Would it be easier to continue living that lie, or would you rather find out the truth? To find out the truth comes with work. To just continue living that lie, you just keep on living how you've been living.
Like I said, I mean, go ahead, Sheep.
And I think to piggyback what Shep is saying I think that this administration should wake everybody up in this country. It should wake us up. It shouldn't be the time to get scared and start believing all the conspiracy theories and talking about the Antichrist and doing all of that goofy stuff. No, it's time to wake up. Like, oh, okay, this is really what it is. So now, what do we do from here? Because what a lot of people want answers, but they're not willing to go and find it. They want somebody to give it to them, and they don't work like that. They don't work like that because the game is sold, not told. So only person that's going to tell you is God, or you're going to learn and learn yourself. So, the way people have been used to living through all of these years, through all these other administrations, things are getting ready to change, and things have already changed. And we got to understand that things are not going to be the same no more. And that's why I think a lot of people, things don't sit well with people too, because things are never going back to, how things used to be. And that's just what it's going to be. And we gotta prepare ourselves for that.
I mean, I'll answer this question before we get our final thoughts out. Nightish, I'll tell you what it costs. People gonna have to pay their dues. And that's what it's gonna cost. People got to pay their dues. Like that's really it. People think you can just, well, how much does it cost? Give me a price tag. I'll just charge it. Put it on a credit card, whatever. Man, you got to pay your dues. You can learn from your own mistakes. You can learn from the mistakes of others. You can actually do research, homework, pay attention to the trends in these political elections, and just pay it. Hey, pay your dues and pay attention. That's something folks don't want to do. You know what I'm saying? People want to know how much shit costs, but nobody wants to pay attention or pay their dues. And that's some shit.
Yep.
That's a motherfucker.
And that don't even cost money. You know what I'm saying? That don't even cost money.
But it could cost you your life.
Yeah. That's a fact. You know? So here, I'm about to enjoy the rest of this day. Hold on, let me get that last banner up here. I'm saying we're about to end this one.
Yes, sir.
Final thoughts. D Shep, we'll start with you, fam. You got it.
I just like to leave with this. The only way that you can sit there and honestly say somebody is right or somebody is wrong is if you look into it yourself. Because trusting somebody else to tell you is basically giving them power over you.
That's what's up. I would agree, but at the same time, it looks like people, just like Sheep was saying, man, people would rather folks have power over them. This is that day and age, bro. It just requires, less accountability requires less responsibility. Like I said, I think most people would prefer to be in a fucked up position that they can blame somebody else for them being in, rather than being in a better situation that they would have to take full accountability for putting themselves in.
Right.
Like, yeah, people want all of the credit and none of the blame. So therefore, you're gonna have to accept the fact that you ain't in control of anything.
People complain because they don't have control.
Well, a lot of folks don't deserve it. Go to Sheep, man. You got the floor, Sheep.
Yes, sir. First of all, shout out to my man Ant. Shout out to Kofi and Chill. Make sure y'all check my mans out every Sunday, man. We over here chilling, having some dope conversations, man. So shout out to my man Ant. And this is a good conversation, man. Again, I think that politically, as a group of Black Americans, man, we gotta become the first step of becoming more politically sound is understanding unity. That's the first step of politics, unity. And unity start at home. So we get our home politics together, man. Then we could come out in the world and try to be a part of something. Until then, we still gonna be controlled and told what to do and told how to be. And that's just what it is, because that's the purpose of a government, because people can't self-govern themselves. So it is what it is, man. So y'all enjoy the rest of y'all Sunday. Salute.
Salute, bro. Peace. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you, Sheep. Yeah, man, I'm about to get all the way the fuck up out of here, man. It was definitely a pleasure. Here, put myself on that. Right here in the middle, man. Shout out to Sheep Stay Sleep. You know what I'm saying? D Shep, Truth, Big Brenda Clark coming up. Fighter Complex. I see United. Appreciate the redirect. Dollar Washer 2. You know what I'm saying? Kitty Frappuccino. Of course, Bridget M. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that rock with us. Cynical One in the chat too. Shout out to Sherry Berry, Emperor Kojak, A-Dub, Hassan. Everybody that looked out. I even saw Sharon Bracey came through. Shout out to TMKC as well. Appreciate you. Anybody else that I might have forgot? Oh, Brownie Ellie was also in here earlier. And of course, just my 5 cents. No doubt. So definitely a pleasure. Another edition of Sunday Coffee and Chill in the books. This replay will be exclusive at Auntie's, the Boiler Room. You guys make sure you tune in. We will be back live again. Definitely before the month is out, which means it will be sometime between now and Tuesday. So y'all make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, but also hit the notification bell. Cash App's available. BuyMeACoffee.com. Super Thanks is available too. Make sure you hit all of the links in the description on whatever channel you're watching on. Make sure you sub to the other one and the other ones. We do appreciate that. On that note, we're going to get up out of here. Peace.